Konoha, the inherently evil Uchiha. Chapter 1 Uchiha drinks the moon. 1 hour left before the night of genocide. A full moon hangs in the night sky, and the bright moonlight covers the buildings and streets of Konoha, hidden village in the country of fire with a layer of silver light. The land of the Uchiha clan. Police cell. On the rooftop, blood flowed into a river, and the corpses of Uchiha police officers were everywhere. These corpses had bleeding eyes and all lost their Sharingan. In the middle of the pile of corpses, standing was a young man wearing the ninja uniform of the Uchiha police department. He had short black hair and a handsome face. He was holding a ninja sword and his posture was upright. Side mission: evolve the Sharingan. Condition: absorb 50 pairs of Sharingan eye pupils. Task completed. Reward: 8,000 spears. Kaleidoscope. Uchiha Yenyu gasped for breath. Suddenly, the 3 Megatama black spots in his eyes rotated and transformed into a kaleidoscope in the shape of 3 sharp swords. The pupil power in the brain skyrocketed. They were violent and disorderly, pouring forcefully into all the nerves in the brain like a waterfall, filling them up. Yenyu's eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, and she breathed through her mouth and nose at the same time. It only took more than 10 seconds to adapt to this spiritual power that contained the aura of destruction and violence. The whole person's temperament becomes sinister. Ability explanations automatically come to mind. 8,000 spears. The chakra of kaleidoscope can plant imprints on others by looking at each other regardless of distance, or by touching them, and can control other people's spirits and chakra at will through the imprint connection. The corners of Yenyu's mouth rose. Squat down. He stored all the large amounts of Sharingan he held in his hands into a cylindrical liquid container. The eyeballs with scarlet pupils were piled up densely, facing all directions on the glass column wall, like indescribable and mysterious things. Then, he sealed the container into the storage scroll. Traveling through Konoha for a week. With the help of System Mission, he finally obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, the identity certificate of a strong man in the ninja world. Although Mangekyo's ability has yet to be verified, he is qualified to defect to Konoha. At this time, there was another living person in the corner. Uchiha Inabe leaned against the wall, covered in blood, staring at the remaining 3 Megatama left eyes, seeing this scene in his eyes, and said with a trembling voice, "Uchiha Yayu, as one of the captains of the police force, in order to open the kaleidoscope and kill your tribe, you will definitely not end well." Yenyu put the scroll into her arms, estimated the time, walked towards Daohuo, and squatted in front of him. "The Uchiha patrol will arrive here in about a minute. I can talk to you." Rice fire. "You reported me for contacting an S-class traitorous ninja. Put me in jail again. Then he took over all my duties in the police department, and finally came to provoke. This process should be fun, right?" Daohuo lowered his head and said nothing, trembling all over. "He comes to the dungeon tonight. I really wanted to use the torture tools in the Uchiha dungeon to teach Yayu a lesson from the seemingly gentle man who usually colluded with the traitorous nin behind his back and became a prisoner. As long as he is not tortured to death, Chief Fugaku would not blame him." When Kayunya saw him, he ran away immediately, opened the 3 Megatama and fought his way out of the dungeon. With 1 strike per person, all the guards stationed in the cells of the Uchiha police department were slaughtered, like crazy demons. Yenyu's strength is beyond Daohuo's imagination. "I didn't kill them just to open the kaleidoscope. Normally, even if I kill them, I won't be able to open the kaleidoscope." Yenyu said, was silent for a moment, and said with a smile, "By the way, you were able to intercept the correspondence between me and the traitorous ninja. I deliberately exposed the loophole to you." Daohuo's pupils widened, and he recalled the whole thing carefully, connecting the details one by one, trying to understand many things, and his face was ashen. "The tribesmen stationed in the dungeon tonight are your subordinates, and the 3 patrol teams coming immediately, the captains are Izumi, Nanfan, and Tamas Yang. These are the orders I arranged before going to prison." Yunya said, slowly stood up and added, I know very well that with your character, you will only come and attack me if everyone is yours inside and outside the dungeon. While the two were talking on the rooftop, under the moonlit night, 9 dark figures jumped on the rows of rooftops and quickly came towards them. What are you doing for? Tahuo roared with all his strength. He wanted to delay time. Waiting for the tribe to arrive. Yunyu looked away from the 9 figures in the distance, reached out and patted Dao Huo's shoulder, as if saying goodbye to an old friend for the last time. In order to survive in the ninja world. Rest assured. I don't like to owe favors. From now on, I will be Uchiha. As long as I live, Uchiha will be able to continue with dignity in the ninja world. After saying that, Yunyu stopped staying, put the ninja sword into the scabbard on his back, walked to the edge of the rooftop, opened his hands, turned his back to the ground, fell down, and left his last words. Inari, stare at your remaining 3 Megatama and see clearly what will happen next to the Uchiha clan. During the fall, Yunyu completed a somersault in the air, landed firmly on the ground and half-crouched, and then used the teleportation technique to rise and fall on the street, heading towards the forest of Ninja Village. Killing so many clan members, you actually say it's for Uchiha. You can't escape, Chief Fugaku and Itaki won't let you go. Dao Huo's heart was ashen, his lips moved, and he murmured in a weak voice. Swish! 9 figures of ninjas wearing Uchiha guard uniforms landed next to Inabi one after another. Among the 9 people, there were men and women. Looking around, their scalps suddenly went numb, their expressions were stunned and confused, and they all froze in place. The corpses of clan members were scattered all over the rooftops, stairs, and streets near the guard dungeon. Blood filled the air. Most of the corpses were killed by a single blow to the vital points, clean and without any unnecessary wounds. It was the first time that the 9 people saw the Uchiha clan paying such a heavy price in battle. Dao Huo opened his remaining 3 Megatama left eyes wide and saw clearly the captains of the 3 patrol teams coming, and his heart sank to the bottom of his heart. The leaders of the team were surprisingly Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Nanfan, and Uchiha Taimao whom Yunyu had mentioned. What happened? Quan's face was pale, and he stood there, at a loss, as if he would collapse at any time. She has waist-length hair and a pair of beautiful big eyes. There is a mole in the lower corner of her right eye. Her eyes are filled with disbelief and horror. Yunyu killed him. Dao Huo said weakly. Quan trembled all over. The captain who brought her up, was gentle, smiling, and made her feel like a spring breeze came to mind. How is it possible? How could Captain Yunyu kill so many of his own race? Veins popped out on Uchiha Tamao's forehead. He grabbed Inabi's collar, pulled out his ninja sword, placed it across Inabi's neck, and questioned harshly. He has a baby face, but when he gets angry he is like a wild beast that chooses and devours people. Dao Huo stared at him coldly. There was a moment of silence. Uchiha Taimao said firmly, even if Captain Yunyu kills these tribesmen, it is the captain who is helping them get relief. Haha. He is indeed the guy that Yunyu fished out from the psychiatry department of the hospital. Even if he kills your parents, do you still want to speak for him? Inaka's remaining 3 Megatama stared at Tamas Yang, gritting his teeth weakly. Captain Yunyu doesn't like killing people. Dao Huo. He forgot that Taimao's parents were dead. Everyone was also stunned. At this time, a black shadow rushed towards Taimao and pushed him away from Inabi. It was Uchiha Nanfan wearing glasses. Asshole! Uchiha Taimao was about to get angry, but was stopped by Izumi. Nanfan is different from Izumi and Uchiha Taimao. He is not a team member led by Yunyu. Shut up, everyone! Nanfan looked at Inoho and asked, which direction did Uchiha Yunyu escape? Inoho raised his hand and pointed to the forest on the edge of Ninja Village. Chase! Uchiha Nanfan's face was cold, but before he could take action, Tamas Yang was already worried and took the lead in taking the 2 team members towards the forest. No matter what happens. As the security patrol tonight, they all have the responsibility to track down the murderer. Quan and Nanfan looked at each other and followed closely with their respective team members. Dao Huo couldn't understand the purpose of Yin Yu. The remaining people moved forward at full speed with confusion, and anger. 9 figures rose and fell, entering the forest under the bright moonlight. Wow! The birds in the forest flew away in fright, and the 9 people jumped on the branches of the trees. Suddenly, the hairs on their hair stood up. A strong crisis came from the front. They stopped, their faces solemn, held their breath, and drew out their ninja swords. The moonlight penetrates the leaves and scatters on the ground. A familiar straight figure walked slowly out of the mottled moonlight. He slowly raised his head and opened the kaleidoscope shaped like a sword. "Everyone, long time no see. Talking about old times. We'll talk about it later. Now, please help me test the ability of the kaleidoscope." The corners of Uchiha Yunyu's mouth turned up, and as he spoke, his eyes the kaleidoscope rotates quietly. 8,000 spears. Chapter 2 Bloody Night of Genocide. Kang. The kaleidoscope yin chakra released by drinking moon instantly invaded the brain nerves of 9 people, cutting off their control over the brain, spirit and body. "What's going on? I can't move my body." "That's a kaleidoscope." On the branch, while the 9 people were exclaiming, their eyes turned scarlet and were imprinted with a kaleidoscope shape like a sword. "This is the 8,000 spears. Mental control. As long as the yin escape chakra contained in your own mind is stronger than the opponent's, you can brand the opponent, complete mental control, and control their chakra. It is such a simple and crude ability. For ninjas, death is the first sight. Ordinary people simply cannot resist." Yin Yu looked calm and thought. He easily gained permanent mental control over 9 people, at the cost of consuming 10% of the yin escape chakra contained in his brain, and his eyes became slightly sore and swollen. The 9 people stood on the branches in astonishment, with chills running down their spines. They did nothing. Just one face-to-face meeting, and everything is under control. Is this Yin Yu's kaleidoscope ability? It's so mysterious. Everyone, I know that some of you are confused now, some are angry, and some want to kill me on the spot. You will know the reasons for the current situation soon. Yunyu didn't talk nonsense. He used the power of the 8,000 spears to control the 9 people and teleported away with him towards the edge of the ninja village. During this period, he created a shadow clone and asked it to return to the clan and wait for the opportunity. Passing through the forest, at the end of this road is the edge of Konoha Ninja Village, and a cliff with a wide view. Standing here, you can overlook the streets of the entire Uchiha clan. Everyone, don't blink. Yunyu controlled the 9 people to line up in a row behind them, facing the clan land. He stuck his ninja sword on the ground and sat on the edge of the cliff. The 9 people were confused about his intentions. Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Nanfan are still immersed in Yunyu. For what reason did he kill so many tribesmen? Is it to open the kaleidoscope? At this moment, are there other things that are more important than this extremely heinous crime within the clan? Uchiha Nanfan swallowed his saliva and said tentatively, "Yunyu, even if you have a kaleidoscope, you can't do it. The Fugaku clan leader, and Itaki will not let you go." Itaki and Fugaku. Yunyu shook her head and said nothing. The land of the Uchiha clan. Main street entrance. The masked man looked at the mountain peaks to the east of Konoha, his sharp gaze shot out from the one eye hole in the mask, and he said calmly, "A rat escaped. Our plan was known to other Uchihas in advance. Only the top brass of Konoha know the plan. It may be a few small characters with a keen sense of smell. After the clan is exterminated, I will handle it." Itaki showed no expression as he drew his ninja sword from behind. From this moment on, for the sake of peace and the sake of the ninja village, he was willing to fall into hell and dedicate his soul to the devil. "Let's do it." The masked man spoke indifferently, and disappeared like a ghost into the streets of the Uchiha clan. According to the agreed plan, his target was the Uchiha security headquarters. There are the most Sharinon there. Hi! The evening breeze of autumn swept through the streets, making the fans and flags of the shops on the streets flutter. The Uchiha tribe is extremely quiet tonight. The shop door opened, and a cute and well-behaved Uchiha boy appeared inside. When he saw Itake, he was immediately overjoyed. Itake is a genius of their clan. Is the idol of the youth generation. Brother Itake, it's you outside the door. Are you still on mission so late? Do you want to come in and have some dessert? My mother went to the market to buy it this morning. Even if the task is important, it should be fine if you take a few minutes rest in the middle. The young man said excitedly, took Itake's hand and walked home. Feel sorry. Itake took off the umbu mask from his waist and put it on his face. The surface of the ninja sword in his hand reflected the last expressions on the faces of the family of three, which were a smile of welcome and confusion. Ah! The shrill screams resounded throughout the Uchiha clan. A touch of bright red dyed the paper windows of the shop, the lights flickered, and there was no movement in the house. Uchiha Itake stepped out of the door, took off the mask stained with warm blood, held a ninja sword in his hand, and ran to the next wooden house. At this moment, countless crows flapped their wings and flew in circles. They seemed to smell the breath of death, or they had premeditated it and landed on the street wall, watching the entire Uchiha clan. Mountain peaks. The 9 Uchiha security team members were awakened by the screams in the distance and suddenly looked up in the direction of the tribe. A black shadow was seen moving back and forth between the wooden houses. Every time he entered or exited, there would be a desperate cry echoing in the clan. They instantly understood that the tribe was being attacked by enemies at this time, and someone was killing the Uchiha tribesmen. You still have an accomplice. Uchiha Nanfan's face was bloodless and livid. He finally couldn't control his emotions and his voice became sharp. Quan's beautiful big eyes kept trembling, unwilling to believe what he saw. The back view of the massacre of civilians. She is very familiar. No, that's not my companion. The one who is killing Uchiha civilians right now is you. For more novels, 71706, join, https://discord.gg/szxtcashq right parenthesis the Uchiha Itake I just mentioned. Yunya said lightly. These words were like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the minds of the 9 people, and everyone's pupils shrank violently. Uchiha Nanfan exclaimed, how could it be him? Impossible. This is impossible. Why is it impossible? Uchiha Tamasyong said angrily, that Uchiha Itake has been aloof and silent for a while, and he is not a good guy at first glance. Brother Yunya said it was him, so it must be him. It's Itake. Quan choked with sobs, tears streaming down her clear eyes. At this moment, she was like a petrified stone. Although they were far away, she could see that the Black Shadow's instant movement in the clan's territory was indeed Itake's movement. The other Uchiha police officers were stunned with shock. If there was anything else tonight, it would be more horrifying than Yenyu slaughtering the police department's dungeon ninjas. It must be Uchiha Itake, who gave them hope, swinging his sword at the civilians in the clan. How could Itake do such a thing? Illusion, it must be an illusion. My family lives in that clan area. Why did he do this? Some police officers have collapsed, sobbing and muttering. A few lines suddenly appeared in Yunyu's mind. Main quest, Night of Clan Extermination. Options. 1. Kill all other Uchiha. 2. Escape from Konoha village successfully. Reward, plunder, seize someone else's Mangekyo to absorb their pupil power and gain the ability of the Mangekyo. Yunyu looked solemn and analyzed the task. At this stage, killing all Uchiha, civilians and ninjas is easy to deal with. But Fugaku, Itake and Obito, with a total of 2.5 pairs of Mangekyo, which is not something he can deal with now. This main quest can only choose the second one. successfully escape from Konoha village. Yunya glanced at the edge of the barrier of the forest behind him, thinking that even if he left the barrier, he could not be considered to have successfully escaped from Konoha. It is also necessary to avoid the subsequent pursuit of Konoha and even Uchiha Itaki and others. From the reward. This is to encourage himself to plunder Itaki, Obito, and other people's Mangekyo Sharinan in the future. Yunyu, Captain. Quan Mu spoke. Yunyu turned back and signaled that he was listening. Why did you do this? Why did Itaki do this too? Chapter 3 I am not as noble as Itaki. Konoha's suppression and exclusion of Uchiha over the years has made the Uchiha high level have the idea of rebellion. You who are not qualified to participate in the secret meeting of Nanga Shrine should not be very clear about this. But in fact, the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha, it has reached a freezing point. In order to maintain the peace in the ninja village, Itaki was willing to replace the Konoha high-level officials as the executioner and draw his sword against the Uchiha clan members. Yunyu explained patiently. Everyone was disheartened. Quan's eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and hot tears kept flowing down. She sobbed and asked, "What about you?" In her impression, Yunyu was gentle and kind, liked to smile, and had always been a serious and responsible good captain. When she had just graduated from the ninja school and was on a mission with Yunyu, she was unfortunately injured. It was Yunyu who did not give up on her and carried her all the way back to Konoha. Yunyu replied calmly, "I am not as noble as Uchiha Itaki, who you have placed your hopes on. When I swung my sword at my clan members, I could still use the noble reasons of doing it for my loved ones, for justice, and for Konoha. I don't care about the peace of the ninja village. Those who die under my sword will die tonight. It's just earlier. Or later. And I just want to survive in the ninja world. However, since I borrowed their lives, I naturally have to do something for the Uchiha. I don't like to owe favors to people, so you can stand here now." At this moment, in the Uchiha clan, Itaki's butcher knife harvested the lives of Uchiha civilians one after another. The SH, for more novels, 57675, join, https://discord.gg/szxtcashq right parenthesis rill screams and cries became more and more deafening, and the whole Konoha was shrouded in this gloom. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Tamasyong suddenly laughed heartily and said loudly, "I guessed right, brother Yunyu is not killing the clan members, he is helping the clan members to get rid of this sea of hell." He called Yunyu the captain in front of outsiders. Privately, he called him Big Brother. The others looked at Taimao with strange eyes. After being disturbed by this bastard, their grief was instantly incoherent. But Taimao himself was a psychopath. The emotions were extremely unstable. He was able to perform the task. In addition to opening the 3 Megatama himself, the main reason came from Yunyu's guarantee. Yunyu glanced at Taimao, and the Mangekyo rotated, temporarily removing the 8,000 spears mark in Taimao's eyes. This guy's parents died in the Third Ninja World War. He was abandoned by his tribe and sent to the psychiatric department of Konoha Hospital. Later, the kind-hearted original owner rescued him and raised him. Tamosyong basically obeyed the original owner and trusted him unconditionally. Tamosyong was extremely excited to regain his freedom. He quickly came behind Yunyu and protected his elder brother as a team member and guard, just like he did under Yunyu before. "Captain Yunyu. Mei Panyi is trying to steal the Oxim. I'm going to stop that guy." Uchiha Nanfan had already doubled up, his eyes were red, and he was irritated by Weasel's actions and wailed loudly, because there were his elderly parents in the clan. The team members around Nanfan were also pleading. Most of their relatives live in the core area of the tribe, and Weasel is almost killing them in that area. "You can't stop it, and I'm not enough." Yunyu looked at the clan again, as if waiting for something. At this time, a police team member hesitated and said, "Uchiha just intends to seize power, but has not taken any actual actions." The senior management of Ninja Village should not ignore it for the sake of Uchiha's bloodshed for Ninja Village over the years. We also have Chief Fugaku. Clan Chief Fugaku won't let Itaki act so recklessly, right? They didn't even believe it when they said this. Yunya stood up, raised her hand and pointed to the forest outside the Uchiha clan, and said indifferently. Members of the root organization are gathering over there, guess why they are standing still? The killing lasted for 5 minutes, why didn't there be any movement from the Umbu directly under the Hokage? What about other families? Where is the Fugaku clan leader? This scream. Can't they hear it? Before Itaka's butcher knife and the screams of the Uchiha tribe stopped, the Hokage, and even the top management of Konoha, would not appear. Your clan chief Fugaku did nothing. He is also an accomplice. Those who spoke before were speechless. These Uchiha security team members who had escaped from the massacre stood here, like outsiders, watching the whole scene in front of them. Yen Yu is right. This is a unilateral massacre by the top management of Konoha in connivance with Itake. Tonight, no one will come to save Uchiha. But what made them completely despair was that the patriarch did nothing at this time. Brother, let's run. Uchiha Tamao suggested. Since you can't beat him, you should run away first and become a traitor. When the time is right, you can come back. The others looked at Tamao again and felt that this psychopath was right. These Uchiha who are not dead, let alone Itake, even Konoha will not let them go. The atmosphere of genocide has been heightened to this point. If they don't die, Danzo will help them commit suicide. Captain Yunyu, run away. My family is all in the clan. I can't leave them and live alone. Uchiha Nanfan said bitterly. He is an honest man. His parents died in the mission when he was young, and he was raised by his grandparents. He could not leave the old man and run for his life. Just as Yunya was about to speak, the task reminder appeared in her mind again. Side mission, rescue people. Condition. 1. Rescue people in the Uchiha clan. Award. 100 cubic meters of storage space. Yunya frowned slightly. Save people. He doesn't have the ability or the intention. However, the mission did not say how many people were rescued. As long as you rescue people in the Uchiha clan, you can get rewards. The 9 behind them were deceived before the mission, so they should not be counted as rescues. As for the bonus of 100 cubic meters of storage space, it is definitely more convenient to use than the storage scroll. Yunya had a plan in mind. There was really someone in the Uchiha clan who was worthy of trying. Previously, it was because of insufficient strength. And now, his goal has been achieved. Just now, the shadow clone that Yunya deliberately sent to the tribe accidentally performed the task, but it was not yet time to complete the task. He has to leave this surprise to Itake. It also adds some protection for survival. At this time, outside the Uchiha clan, in the forest, there was a strange movement that was difficult for ordinary people to detect. Yunya's eyes lit up. Finally, at this moment, he stood up from the edge of the cliff and glanced at the 8 people standing in a row. Their collapse was etched on their faces. I can't save your relatives from Itaki and the others, but I can take you to get revenge now. After tonight, your grandparents, parents, brothers, and sisters will all sleep forever in this land that betrayed them. But you will be reborn. For the sake of the future, flatten Konoha. After Yunya finished speaking, he controlled the chakra of 8 people and used the transformation technique to become members of the 3 root organization teams. When Tamao on the side saw this, he also looked like his elder brother and the others. He is just a little crazy, but not stupid. He naturally knows what the elder brother is going to do now. Yunya led 9 people around the Uchiha clan, using the cover of darkness to blend in with the root teams heading to the edge of the clan. This is the end and it's also the beginning. After Yunya finished speaking, he faded away the kaleidoscope, but he could still control the spirit and chakra of the Uchiha guards around him. Under the influence of the 8,000 spears, this feeling is like controlling 8 external limbs with distraction. Next, he had to execute the last move before defecting to Konoha, which was also a key factor in whether he could truly escape from Konoha. Yin Yu is going to assassinate Shimura Danzo. But Yu only had about 15 minutes to act, once Itaka finished clearing the Uchiha clan's land. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his direct Umbu will come to support, and then all 10 of them will inevitably die in Konoha. Yunyu is willing to take such a big risk. It would be best if she could kill Danzo. If not, she must take something important away from him. This was before he left the village. The last thing to do. P.S. Stably updated every day, and more updates will be released soon. I don't know how to cut books. The protagonist is decisive in killing, he doesn't abuse the main character, he knows how to dismantle CP, and he tries his best to enjoy it as much as possible. They say defection, but they really defect. Don't be sloppy. Finally, please turn to the last page every day to read, and please vote for recommendations to help new authors go to Sanjiang. Chapter 4: The Mother Who Ran Away. The residence of the Uchiha clan chief. Bedroom. Come in, there are no traps. Uchiha Fugaku and his wife Uchiha Mikoto knelt on the ground with indifferent expressions. They responded to the miserable wailing in the clan with their actions. The bedroom door was pushed open. Uchiha Itake, who was covered in the blood of his tribe, walked in. He was wearing a Konoha forehead protector, an umbu grey armor, and a sharp ninja sword in his hand. Uchiha Fugaku felt his son's hesitation, lowered his head in relief and said, I see, you stand on their side. Dad, Mom, I. Itake's eyes were red and he dared not look directly at his parents' backs. We understand, Itake. Mikoto said indifferently. Itake, finally promise me, and Suzuki will be entrusted to you. Uchiha Fugaku said calmly. I know. Tears overflowed from Itake's 3 megatama, and the hands holding the knife couldn't stop shaking. Don't be afraid, this is your decision, and our pain will only last for a moment. Fugaku said firmly, even if we think differently, we are still proud of you. Itake's mirror-like blade lay steadily between Fugaku and his wife, and the two sides of the blade mirrored their indifferent expressions. Finally, Fugaku said calmly, you are such a kind child. Itake's heart was throbbing, he clenched his teeth, tears welled up crazily and fell on the hands holding the knife. Peace in Konoha. Family ambition. There is no way out. The oath of friends. For the sake of the ninja world, there will be no more wars. Everything turned into black lines to bind his heart. Uchiha Itake, who was so suffocated that he almost couldn't find a way out, pointed the knife at the black line closest to the heart, which was called tribe. It seems like just cutting it off. He will find peace. I didn't think about it for too long. I see. Not long ago, Uchiha Itake, who had already determined to fall to hell, at the next moment, severely chopped off the sharp ninja sword in his hand. Phew! Blood spilled on the wooden floor, like a paintbrush stained with red and carelessly brushed on the drawing board. Fugaku fell down at the sound. But at this moment, Mikoto's body trembled slightly, her pupils glowed red, and kaleidoscopes shaped like swords rotated in her eyes. Just when Itake's butcher knife swung down again, a kunao suddenly slipped out of Uchiha Mikoto's sleeves. She grasped the handle tightly, turned around suddenly, and blocked Itake's ninja sword with the front of the kunao. The kunao and the ninja sword collided, causing metal to tremble and sparks to burst out. Itake frowned and was stunned. He raised his head in shock and looked at his mother with the 3 megatama Sharingan, and exclaimed, Kaleidoscope! Mikoto opened her mouth blankly, showing a blank expression, her body was completely out of control at this time. At this moment, her body seemed to have a mind of its own and told her that I didn't want to die here. So, Mikoto's body didn't hesitate at all, she stepped back and distanced herself, and hit the bedroom window. Bang! The window shattered, and Mikoto ran into the black as fast as she could, disappearing without looking back. Itaka looked at his father who was lying dead on the ground, and then at his mother's back. His emotions were up and down, and he couldn't connect. What happened? Itake, who was praised by Hiruzen Sarutobi as having the Hokage's mind, thought for a moment and reacted immediately. Is it because I can't let go of Suzuki? My father is dead. Mother turned on the kaleidoscope. But even if she is still alive, it will not have any impact on the current situation. Itaka left the clan leader's mansion and returned to the street. He looked around but didn't see anyone. If mother and father have kaleidoscopes at the same time, it will definitely be me who dies. Itaka continued to go deep into the clan territory with deep thoughts. During this period, he raised his head and glanced in the direction of the Uchiha police department. The sound of fighting there had stopped. He probably needs about 15 minutes. On the outskirts of the Uchiha clan, the forest was dark and gloomy, with light footsteps and the sound of swaying branches constantly ringing out. Several teams of 3 people came here one after another. They wear blue and green patterned facial masks, grey and white suspenders and armor, have tattoos on their left arms, and carry ninja swords on their backs. They are Danzo's Confidants, an independent organization established in the name of the Umbu Training Department. At this time, these root tissue members are either standing or squatting on the branches. Each one exudes a dark aura, like a beast that has lived in the darkness for a long time. Ta! The dull sound of crutches hitting the ground came from behind. The root members under the tree looked back, then lowered their heads and stepped away from the left and right to make way. An old but steady figure walked step by step from the shadows. He passed through his subordinates on the left and right and came to the front. The mottled moonlight illuminated the old face covered with wrinkles and crossed scars. Danzo Shimura is leaning on a cane with his left hand, a white bandage is wrapped around his head to cover his right eye, and his right hand is wrapped in a black robe and placed on his chest. He looked up and stared into the depths of the forest. The cloudy left eye narrowed slightly. His shadow will be behind the moonlight behind was swallowed up by the clouds, as if where he was darkness without light forever. Shimura Danzo. On the branches, Uchiha Nanfan and others mingled with the members of the root organization. When they saw the newcomers, their pupils suddenly shrank and their breathing stagnated. Did Yunya bring them here to cause trouble for Danzo? Is he coming back to commit suicide? This action was like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts, causing the Uchiha people to immediately come back to their senses from their grief. This is absolutely impossible to accomplish. The other party is the Hokage's assistant. With the few Uchiha left, even with Yunya who possessed the Mangekyo, it was impossible for them to defeat the enemy under the protection of more than 100 root organization members. Yunya controlled 9 of them, and there were hundreds of root organization members nearby. Could he control them all? This is the voice of all the Uchiha people at this time. This is an action that is absolutely impossible to complete. Swish! 2 root members who had returned from the depths of the forest in an instant half-knelt in front of Danzo, lowered their heads, and said respectfully, "Lord Danzo, the battle in the Uchiha clan's territory will be over soon." Danzo raised his head, lowered his left eye, and looked at his 2 close subordinates. He said in a low voice, "Go, hurry up and collect the eyes." "Yes, Lord Danzo." The root member on the right suddenly raised his head, and the eye sockets under the mask suddenly glowed red. 3 blade-like kaleidoscopes quietly rotated in his right eye, and he said provocatively, "Excuse me, do you collect this kind of eyes?" He slowly stood up and took off his mask. Yunya's face appeared. The red light from his kaleidoscope contained Yintun chakra energy and penetrated Danzo's wide-open left eye in an instant through the eye contact, but encountered resistance from the familiar 3 Magadama Sharinon. Just a moment. The power of the kaleidoscope's pupils was like a landslide or tsunami that crushed the weak stream of the 3 Magatama. On the tree, countless members heard the noise and lowered their heads. Their eyes just met the red light. They all froze in place, as if they had turned into stone sculptures. The Uchiha were stunned. Yunyu really did it. In just a moment, he controlled everyone present. From this we can see how powerful Yunyu's kaleidoscope is. What's going on? Lord Danzo. Enemy attack. The members of the root organization were unable to speak. They stood there, screaming in their hearts but unable to move their bodies. Why is there an Uchiha here? Danzo was stunned on the spot, trying to escape, but his thoughts suddenly stopped. I can't move my body. Yunyu appears unexpectedly. How could Danzo have guessed that, when he regarded the entire Uchiha as his prey, there was also an Uchiha who regarded him as his prey? In an instant, the root member on the left pounced on Danzo, his mask fell off in mid-air, revealing Tamao's baby face. Old bastard, take my knife. Poof! He stuck close to Danzo, and the ninja sword in his hand pierced Danzo's heart with a clean and neat movement. Tamao was controlled synchronously by Yunyu, but he was very happy because he finally chopped down the old thing he had always wanted to chop down. At the same time, Yunyu stretched out his hand and dug into Danzo's right eye that was wrapped around it. His fingers were like eagle claws, accurately breaking the bandage. With blood spurting out, he took out a Sharingan. That was actually Tianshen kaleidoscope. On the nearby trees, the dormant Uchiha looked at the red and white eyeball, their thoughts running wild and their anger instantly ignited. They figured out a lot of things. Shisui's death is related to Danzo. Blood bloomed like flowers in Danzo's right eye socket and left chest, staining his bandages and clothes red. Chapter 5 A Flash in the Pan. Hi! Yunyu succeeded in his attack, but did not retreat. Instead, he endured the pain, clenched his teeth, and without saying a word, he took off his own 8,000 spears kaleidoscope with his backhand. His face was distorted and veins bulged on his forehead. The right eye turned black. The brain trembles. Waves of severe pain beyond the normal human's endurance came over me, and thick blood flowed out from my right fingers. While gasping for breath, Yunyu put away the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope without any hesitation, and thrust the Tianshen kaleidoscope into the empty right eye socket. The nerve network in the eye sockets was transformed into lines under the maintenance of chakra and successfully connected with the kaleidoscope with universal adaptive network. The Uchiha opened their mouths and eyes, as if they could feel Yunyu's heart-wrenching pain firsthand. Quan's heart was in a knot. The members of the root organization felt their scalps tingling when they saw this scene. When that guy changed his eyes, he did not hesitate at all and did not make any sound. Such a ruthless person was rare even in their root organization. Yunyu opened her eyes, and her right vision went from blurry to clear. The pain was still there, but it was much weaker. The Bioshinshin kaleidoscope lay quietly in his eye sockets, watching everything around him, trembling slightly, and then regaining its vitality. Brother! Tamao looked at Yunyu's back as she endured the pain alone, his face became even more ruthless, and he kicked Danzo away. Yunyu glanced at the root members on the tree. He consumed 70% of the Yintun chakra of the 1000 spear Mangekyo and exerted mental control on hundreds of elite root members in the forest. Even if he doesn't have the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope on him now, once the mark is planted, these puppets will not be able to seek help from external forces, nor can they break free from control. Among the root members, there are Uchiha's 8 disguised members of the police department. At this time under the masks, their faces turned pale. Seeing what was happening below, their hearts suddenly accelerated and their hearts surged. On the way here, Yunyu did not explain the purpose of this operation. Before leaving Konoha, he wanted to do one thing for Uchiha, assassinate Danzo and take back what belonged to Uchiha. Just now. Except for Tamas Yang, even Uchiha Izumi thinks Yunyu is crazy. Assassination of Hokage's assistant. This is something that even the top Uchiha people with rebellious intentions dare not think or do. Even the elite jounin of the other 4 major ninja villages would not even dream of assassinating this high-ranking figure known as the Dark Title of Konoha Ninja. Captain Yunyu even opens the kaleidoscope. It is absolutely impossible to do this. But the scene in front of them told them that Unya took advantage of the chaotic situation and took them into the root organization team to complete the beheading operation without anyone noticing. Before this, no one except Tamas Yang believed that Unya could lead them to this point. He really did it. Nanfan stood stunned on the tree, subconsciously pulling out his ninja sword from behind, and was shocked to find that he had regained control of his body. The other Uchiha also reacted. They looked towards the direction of the Uchiha tribe, where the crying and screaming had come to an end. Can't go back. The family is gone. Grief, desolation, and endless pain exploded in the minds of these Uchiha, and their pupils began to increase sharply under the stimulation of pain. Damn Konoha high UPS! If Shisui doesn't die, how could Uchiha get to this point? Since everything has been lost, then follow Yayu, who has led them to this point, and vent their anger on the real instigator. At this moment, even Quan, who is usually gentle and kind, thinks so. They drew their ninja swords and waited near Yen Yu, silently waiting for the best opportunity to take action. Yunya withdrew her gaze, looked at Danzo's corpse in front of her, and briefly analyzed her physical condition. She found that only the last 10% of the yin escape chakra was left in her current 8,000 spears kaleidoscope. Except for 10% who first controlled the 9 tribesmen. There was also 10% yin escape chakra, which was carried by Yen Yu's shadow clone and sneaked into the clan leader's mansion, and was planted into Uchiha Mikato's body. Although a different god was added. But the chakra is almost exhausted. Next, he had to make a quick decision, preserve his strength, and prepare to escape. But the battle is not over yet. At this moment, call! Danzo staggered back and wanted to take a big breath, but was suffocated. His left eye trembled as he stared at the 2 people in front of him, losing his life. The second when the heart was pierced by the ninja sword. Danzo is dead. But in Yen Yu's kaleidoscope eyes, before Danzo died, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Just when the other Uchiha thought that the overall situation was decided. At this moment, the black robe on Danzo's body suddenly slipped to the ground, revealing his right hand that was wrapped in bandages. The index finger and middle finger are erect, and one hand is in an unprinted half pose. The white bandage on his arm slipped off in circles. Under the moonlight, the other Uchiha were shocked to find that Danzo's arm was like a pale dead wood, with a 3 Magatama Sharinan inlaid on the back of his hand, but it was slowly closing. How penetrating this is! Shimura Danzo actually possesses a Sharinan. The pupil technique he activated, gives people a familiar yet weird feeling. Nan Feng, who was wearing glasses, looked at Yen Yu in shock. An ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. The kaleidoscope of other gods in Yunya's right eye suddenly disappeared without any warning. Even Danzo's body, which was leaning against the trees, also disappeared mysteriously. It's like the traces being wiped off a blackboard. Danzo appeared 5 meters away. A kaleidoscope of other gods appeared in his empty right eye socket, as if it had never been taken out by Yen Yu. Before Yen Yu takes action, Danzo's hidden right hand formed a seal with one hand, using the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. Forcibly modify the outcome that is unfavorable to oneself, such as being branded with 8,000 spears, dying physically, and being deprived of the kaleidoscope. During this period, he is already dead. Even if Yunya takes away his other gods, he will not be able to use the strongest illusion on him to change his will. In the next minute, Danzo can master the code and modify the factors that are unfavorable to him. This is the forbidden technique, Izanagi. The members of the root organization on the tree breathed a sigh of relief, while the Uchihas tensed up. Young man, I'll give you a piece of advice: when you assassinate someone in your next life, don't talk nonsense. Danzo felt wind at his feet, stepped forward, shattered the ground, and blew out a strong wind that swept towards Tamao. Wind escape vacuum waves. Hi! The wind howled. Sand and dust are everywhere. Taimao seemed to be caught in the eye of the storm. The fierce wind turned into countless steel blades, cutting his armor wildly, leaving dense wounds on his skin, and the huge wind pressure also squeezed his internal organs. Poof! Taimao spit out a mouthful of blood, inserted his ninja sword into the ground, and tried to resist the wind with his body. But his body was still carried by the huge force of the wind and flew upside down, breaking many trees in the forest and falling to the ground. The forest was cut and fell in large areas by the wind. Izumi was shocked. After opening the 3 Megatama, she cleverly avoided the wind and escaped the subsequent strong wind, jumped from the tree to the ground, and took away Taimao, who was seriously injured and unconscious. You on the tree's hibo dispersed one after another to avoid the wind that brought them a huge sense of oppression. Bang! Several unable to move members of the root organization watched helplessly as the wind swept over them at its strongest stage. They didn't even scream in the fierce wind, and their flesh and blood disintegrated and exploded into blood mist. Uchiha, who escaped from the wind, looked back at the messy forest area, his eyes widened, and he couldn't breathe for a while. After Danzo dealt with the troublesome fish, his figure appeared in front of Yanyu out of thin air, greedily clasping his hand towards Yanyu's left eye socket. Danzo's counterattack was completed simultaneously in an instant, faster than Yanyu and Tamasyong could kill him together. Not only did he want to kill this inherently evil Uchiha brat, he also wanted to take away the opponent's kaleidoscope. There was no reaction from his subordinates. It must be because of the opponent's kaleidoscope ability. Such a dangerous ability should belong to Konoha and can only be controlled by Konoha. He smiled and accepted it. At the same time, Kang! Danzo's right eye glowed with red light, and the shuriken-shaped pattern of the other gods rotated. The silent yin escape chakra was forcefully poured into Yanyu's mind through looking at each other. The situation reversed instantly. Chapter 6 Big Brother didn't lose. Danzo didn't want to keep his trump card and directly used the strongest illusion on Yanyu. An Uchiha with a kaleidoscope, an Uchiha who dares not to escape at this moment, but to assassinate him, is enough for Danzo to take him seriously and give him respect in battle. As for using other gods, if you can't suppress the mysterious masked man and Uchiha Itaki in the future, that's the monkey's business. This moment, Yanyu stood on the spot, and in his mind, the spiritual context was like a program code that had been reset by someone, waiting for someone to modify his thoughts and will. This is a force he cannot resist. Ignore the pupil resistance. Ignore the will to resist. This yin escape chakra is extremely consistent with the human brain structure, and it can be perfectly integrated into the human perception system from any angle. Then, it will weave another world, a world that the magician cannot detect and cannot escape. The master of this world does not belong to the magician, but to the magician. Other gods. This kind of kaleidoscope eye technique, known as the most powerful illusion technique, is used once and it takes about 10 years to be used again. However, those who fall prey to the technique will basically be manipulated for the rest of their lives. In the distance, seeing Yunya being controlled for no reason, the Uchihas were breathing rapidly, taking a step back, and their bodies stiffened. Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Nanfan, and the other Uchiha seemed to see their next fate. The Yanyu assassination failed, and Danzo's reinforcements, the third Hokage, were arriving with a large number of Umbu. They will follow the Uchiha tribesmen who died at the hands of Itaki in the clan, and they will be buried tonight and turned into the dust of history. On the contrary, the hanging hearts of the members of the root organization finally came to light. Their Lord Danzo lived up to his name and easily resolved such a dangerous assassination. The members of the root organization did not have any emotional fluctuations because their companions were affected by Danzo's wind escape and died. For them, dying in the hands of Danzo-sama is also an honor. A captain of the root organization glanced at the nearby Uchiha and sneered. A group of fish that slipped through the net, wait to die. The Uchihas were pale and did not dare to watch the ending of Yanyu. They subconsciously protected Izumi and the seriously injured Taimao. Even if they die, they should also die together. Izumi noticed that the seriously injured Tamao's body was tense. He wanted to say something, but instead he saw Tamao, who looked like a bloody man, stared at his 3 Megatama, got up from the ground, straightened his back, and roared. Brother did not lose. From childhood to adulthood, in Tamao's eyes, Yunyu always followed his words no matter what he did. When the elder brother said that he would be brought out of the hospital, he took him out regardless of the obstruction of the clan leader and clan members. Now that the eldest brother said that he would bring them revenge, he brought them here to kill Danzo. Even if the eldest brother dies, he didn't lose either. The other Uchiha bowed their heads silently. I will give you a pleasure. Danzo's expression was sinister. The fingers of his right hand had already removed Yunyu's left eye. Blood streaked through the air. Yunyu, who had been hit by another god, staggered back. Ha! Danzo succeeded, and his emotions and anger were not visible, but his heart was even more excited than before when he took away Shisui's Mangekyo. Got another controlled kaleidoscope. Happiness comes too suddenly. Danzo looked down at the Sharingan in his hand and inserted it directly into the empty eye socket on the back of his right hand. The right arm of this Hashirama cell clone can perfectly withstand the impact of a large number of Sharingan eyes. Its surface is covered with a row of dark holes. After this Sharingan is integrated, the holes on the back of the hand wrap the eyes like real eye sockets. Logically speaking, Yunyu had previously released the mental control of the kaleidoscope on him, and the power of the other gods in Danzo's mind was the first option to resist the invading eye power. But Hashirama's cell-cloned arm took the place of Danzo's brain, and he subconsciously used the remaining 3 Megatama pupil powers on his arm to resist the Mangekyo, causing Danzo's mind to be controlled by the 8,000 spears. Danzo understood that this was because Hashirama's cells had a higher status than his brain in his old body. He currently cannot control the Hashirama cells in his body and was almost killed by it. Humph, as long as I'm alive, nothing can escape my control. A born evil Uchiha kid. Accept the judgment of fate. Danzo narrowed his old eyes and slowly walked towards Yunyu, who was retreating in front of him. He used Kota Amatsukami to modify Yunyu's will, making him stop where he was and willing to be slaughtered. Yunyu froze in place. Up to now, Danzo has only obtained a pair of 3 Megatama, one of which was consumed when he seized Kota Amatsukami from Shisui. The remaining one just released Izanagi in exchange for this kaleidoscope. 3 Megatama for a kaleidoscope. What a good deal! Sense the full Sony energy obtained by the arm. Danzo has arrived in front of Yunyu. He was just about to smile and extinguish the opponent's life with his own hands, but the corners of his mouth suddenly drooped and he suddenly looked down at Hashirama's cell-cloned arm. I was shocked to find that the power of this Sharingan was not as strong as that of the Mangekyo. Because its pupil power is fading. Not only that, Danzo's pupils widened as he watched the Sharingan close, lose its life, and begin to prepare a dojutsu that he was very familiar with. He had just used this pupil technique. Izanagi. Danzo looked at Yunyu in surprise and asked, how come you also know this forbidden technique? After losing his eyes and falling into darkness, Yunyu, who was poisoned by Byakushin, covered his eyes and did not answer, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. No. You didn't have any time to form a seal just now. You couldn't even form a seal with one hand. How could you have the chance to use it? Izanagi needs to make seals. Besides, you are willing to sacrifice even the kaleidoscope? Who are you? Countless questions emerged in Danzo's mind. He was shocked by the other party's true identity and also shocked by the other party's decisiveness in sacrificing the Mangekyo. Suddenly, an answer popped into his mind. Danzo's face twitched, and he said harshly, I see. It's a transcription seal. You sealed Izanagi in the kaleidoscope in advance. Once you are attacked, it will be triggered and activated. Yunyu shook her head, denying Danzo's speculation, and looked at him with some pity because of his rigid thinking. At this moment, offense and defense changed. The moon drinking Izanagi was activated. He eliminated all unfavorable outcomes for himself, such as being hit by Kota Amatsukami, losing the Kota Amatsukami he had previously possessed, and gained 1 minute to master the modification of the rules. A minute had already passed since Danzo released Izanagi. Now it is Yunyu's turn to master this set of rules. The Kota Amatsukami in Danzo's right eye socket suddenly disappeared and turned into a pitch-black eye socket. He completely lost contact with Kota Amatsukami. Beat Yen Shen. My Beat Yen Shen. Danzo's brain was once again filled with the intense pain of losing his eyes, and his spirit suddenly became listless. Why do you think I took off the kaleidoscope and put the other god into my right eye socket? Izanagi can only modify factors that are unfavorable to himself. I put Beat Yen Shen into my eyes. Your Izanagi will take it back again. You targeted me. Wait for my Izanagi to activate. Bimatsukami will naturally return to my eye sockets and automatically release Bimatsukami from my control. Besides, Kota Amatsukami has just returned to your body. Although you have used it, it has also been nurtured by Hashirama's cells in your body, greatly reducing the activation time. Am I right? Yunyu's right eye regained its sight. While he was speaking, Beat Yen Shen appeared. He also embedded the 8,000 Spears kaleidoscope into his left eye. So far, an inharmonious picture appeared in his eye sockets. The left eye, a kaleidoscope in the shape of a sword. 8,000 spears. Right eye, shuriken-shaped kaleidoscope. Don't be a god. P.S. Please read on, the next chapter will be very exciting. Chapter 7 Killing Danzo. The outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory. In the forest, Yunyu's shadow turned into air. He had previously planted 8,000 spears for Mikoto through the air, and then came here to wait for orders. At the critical moment of Yunyu, he made the 3 seals of Mao, Hai, and Wei and used Izanagi. Complete the final task. The shadow clone's hand seal disappeared, and the feedback it brought back mobilized Yintun chakra of Yunyu's original body to complete the release of Izanagi. This principle is similar to Naruto's shadow clone poking the rays non, and the shadow clone charges up power for the Sage mode. Feel the rules changing. Danzo frowned, opened his mouth and exhaled, his face was gloomy and his heart was dead. He raised his right hand to cover the empty right eye socket, stared at Yunyu with his dim left eye, gasped for breath, and sweated profusely. After losing Kota Amatsukami again, the remaining Yintun chakra in Danzo's brain was drained instantly. In addition, he had used the eye technique, so his mind was instantly scattered. Yunya was not much better. She was also mentally exhausted, with burning pain in her eyes. She wanted to find a place to fall asleep. At this moment, Yunya couldn't even lift the sword, let alone finish off Danzo. He just stood there relying on his willpower. This is the competition between Sharinon. It can be gorgeous enough to use high explosive eye techniques to fight and burn everything, or it can be a low-key wrestling like this, like a game of chess, where every decision contains infinite murderous intent. Unfortunately, Danzo is a terrible chess player. In Yunyu's opinion, he shouldn't play eyes with Uchiha. The hearts of the Root organization members who were present and watching this side sank to the bottom again. Lord Danzo seems to have been defeated. And several Uchiha felt as if they saw the dawn. But both sides don't know whether there will be a reversal in this battle. Only Danzo and Yunyu know. It's over. The two sides just fought and caused quite a stir. The first batch of Umbu supporters arrived here in just 1 minute. Yunyu is unable to kill Danzo by himself for the time being, but there are 9 Uchiha behind him. He looked back at the people who were supporting Taimao, as if sending some kind of signal with his calm eyes. Go and help Big Brother. The weak Taimao pushed Quan away. Quan woke up as if from a dream, handed him to his subordinates, and instantly jumped towards Yunyu. After learning the truth about the genocide, their views on Yunyu had changed long ago. Uchiha Nanfan and the other 6 Uchiha also moved, red light bloomed in their eyes, and 3 Megatama appeared. With extreme anger, they tightly grasped the ninja swords and pounced on Danzo like cheetahs. Yunyu did not control them, but also wanted to see what kind of people they were capable of. Even if Nanfan and the others didn't take action, 8,000 spears would control them to take action. But in that case, after killing Danzo, there would be no need to keep those who did not take action. What comforted him was that these people were okay. These were the guys he carefully selected from the younger generation of Uchiha. Although they were not the most talented ones, they were the ones with the most upright character. Yunyu claims Thathay is not a good person. But he still hopes. I can live in a world full of good people. After the night of genocide, they should all be able to open the 3 Megatama and achieve perfection in their pupil power. As for the Mangekyo, it may be a bit difficult. Damn it! Danzo stared at the Uchiha who was rushing towards him and hurriedly took a few steps back, but he was so exhausted that he couldn't mobilize the strength of his body. Yunyu took out a cylindrical liquid container filled with densely packed sharinans from her bosom, held it in her palm, and patiently explained. Danzo, all your guesses are wrong. Before I came, only the right eye is a kaleidoscope, the left eye was replaced with an ordinary 3 Magatama from the beginning. I still have 99 sharinan here. Kill people and destroy their hearts. Danzo's eyes widened as he stared at the container, and his old face changed drastically. Obviously, it just needs to get through tonight. Those sharinans. They are all his, Shimura Danzo's. But now is not the time for Danzo to think about these things. He has to consider how to survive the current situation. In the dark forest, the sound of footsteps was heard. A large number of ninjas are gathering here. Danzo looked outside the woods with his dim old eyes and secretly relaxed. Monkey's Umbu and some Konoha's ninjas were almost there. He only needed to hold on for another 10 or so seconds. Danzo's thought just ended. Nanfan and an Uchiha beside him came in front of Danzo, crossed their swords and slashed hard at Danzo's chest. Puff! The cross wound tore through Danzo's chest, and blood plasma spurted out, splashing on the faces of Nanfan and the Mat Uchiha, making them look even more ferocious. Die! 2 Uchiha took over from Nanfan and the others, instantly appearing from behind Danzo's left and right, and slashed upwards diagonally. The blade flashed past. Danzo's arms were neatly severed at the shoulders. Among the 6 Uchiha, the remaining 2 flew past Danzo on the ground and worked together to cut off Danzo's legs. Puff! Danzo felt severe pain in his limbs and spat out a mouthful of blood, but Nanfan and another Uchiha had already taken over. Before Danzo fell, 2 ninja swords slashed at Danzo's throat. Danzo looked at the cold light that was so close to him and smiled weakly, because his life was finally saved. Click! There was a loud sound of trees rubbing against each other, and Danzo's body seemed to have released some kind of seal. A huge tree suddenly grew out of his right arm, and kept growing, eventually wrapping up his body, leaving only an old face exposed. The accident happened suddenly. Uchiha Nanfan and his companions were shocked. Their ninja swords only cut the bark of the tree and could not go any further. The 2 were blown back by a giant tree that shot up into the sky. At this time, Yunyu put away the container, patted the shoulder of Quan who was supporting him, and retracted his hand, indicating that he had recovered some strength and could walk. Let's go, there is no chance to kill him for the time being. Quan woke up from his dream again and nodded slightly. After he finished speaking, the 6 Uchiha who were in the lead were controlled again by 8,000 spears and retreated back to Yunyu. 2 of Quan's team members supported Taimao. Taimao looked at Danzo helplessly and exclaimed. Danzo is actually a big tree. The Uchiha's mouth twitched. Being disturbed by Tamayuichi, suddenly calmed down. The footsteps in the forest are getting closer and closer. Now is the best time for them to leave Konoha. Uchiha Nanfan suddenly noticed something unusual happening around him, turned his head and said in astonishment. Captain Yunyu, what are you going to do? Yunyu had an expressionless face. He suddenly drew out the ninja sword on his back and walked towards Danzo, who was wrapped by the giant tree. The other Uchiha realized it belatedly and were terrified. It turned out that Yunya brought them back to his side because he had recovered some strength and wanted to kill Danzo himself. "Captain, please run away. Captain Yunyu. You leave us here, let's run away, it will be too late if we don't run away now." The Uchiha said anxiously. Yunya seemed not to hear the shouts of Quan and others behind him. He raised the knife, pointed the blade at Danzo's heart, and stabbed it in inch by inch with all his strength. Every time the blade penetrated an inch into the hollow of the giant tree, Danzo's old face changed drastically and he coughed up blood. Yin Yu said coldly, "Why are you pretending in front of me?" Danzo stared at Yunya with great rage. When the ninja sword was reduced to only the handle, Danzo's life force quickly dissipated. Finally, his old eyes slowly closed and he drooped his head weakly, like a dead tree. The Uchiha were shocked. Quan recalled what Yunya had just said in his mind. "Didn't you say, there's no chance?" Quan's beautiful eyes widened and she looked blankly at the man's back, which was as firm as a mountain. He. Taimao grinned, revealing 2 rows of bleeding teeth, and laughed foolishly. Chapter 8 Defection. Defection. Defect from Konoha. Danzo-sama. Grown-ups. How is this possible? The root organization members present were unable to move, but watched all this happen. Lord Danzo, whom they regarded as a god, did not respond after being pierced by the ninja sword. This moment. Their beliefs are like a damaged building, collapsing and shattering. Swish swish swish. Outside the forest, a large number of black shadows jumped and arrived nearby. "Captain Yunyu, I'll cover your retreat." Uchiha Nanfan roared. He was determined to die. The other Uchiha also wanted to express their determination to die, but suddenly they found that they were controlled by the 8,000 spears again and could not utter a word for a long time. Nanfan and others' faces turned red. They wanted to speak forcefully, but they were ultimately unable to overcome the mental control. "Noisy." Yunya said lightly, "Let go," left the ninja sword, and led the team away decisively. He kept these people still useful. Before leaving, he materialized the kaleidoscope and looked back at the outskirts of the forest. The footsteps sound like the tide. A large number of Umbu poured into the forest. They were the vanguard troops among the Umbu directly under the Hokage and only took orders from Sarutobi Hiruzen. What happened here? A dark corps captain came up to the root members standing on the outskirts of the forest and asked in a deep voice. The other party did not answer. The captain of the Umbu frowned, thinking that these root members were very strange, but he chose to lead the team forward. Just as all the Umbu entered the forest, the members of the root organization moved. They drew out their ninja swords at the same time. Red light flashed in their eyes and the 8,000 spears brands rotated. Like puppets, they swung their swords at the nearest Umbu. Ah! In an instant, half of the Umbu were hit and screamed in pain. "Exit the forest." The Umbu captain's eyes widened as he looked at the wound in his abdomen that was pierced by a ninja sword and was bleeding. He kicked a root member next to him away and roared in anger. "Captain, all these root organization members have been controlled by someone. Then kill these beasts." The members of the root organization did not care about the curses of the Umbu. They rushed madly towards the Umbu who came to support them. How could the Umbu tolerate such humiliation? Even though the reason was unknown, they still chose to draw their swords and fight back. Everyone wanted to subdue these crazy people from the root organization first. The Umbu and the root engaged in a fierce battle. Boom! The sounds of detonating tags, ninja swords colliding, and kunai being thrown echoed like playing notes, bringing an end to the assassination and providing the final coda. The entrance to the Uchiha clan's territory. Little Suzuki was anxiously walking through the streets with his skullbag on his back. Whenever he heard an explosion, he would look around in confusion and then continue on his way. He seemed to be deeply involved in a war. At a loss. until a figure he was most familiar with ran quickly on the street, and his lost soul finally found a place to rest. Mother! Sasuke smiled happily and walked to the middle of the street, wanting to open his arms to welcome his mother who was running towards him. He seemed to see a ray of light in the darkness. While running wildly, Mikoto saw little Sasuke. She was stunned for a moment, and her confused eyes suddenly melted like ice and snow, revealing endless tenderness. But she couldn't speak. Can't even control the body. Mom, what's wrong with you? Sasuke noticed something was wrong. Bang! Mikoto had already crashed into little Sasuke while attacking. The powerful impact knocked Sasuke to the street and he slammed heavily against the wall. He was dizzy and unconscious. Mom! Sasuke fell to the ground, closed his eyes and fainted. There were tears in Mikoto's eyes, but her beautiful and elegant face did not show any change in expression. She just kept running and running towards the forest outside the ninja village, but her originally dead heart was quietly lit up by Sasuke's word Mom just now. Mountain. Brother, when are we leaving? Tamao asked weakly. The other Uchiha performed simple hemostatic bandages on him, and his injuries were stabilized. However, without treatment by medical ninjas, he would still be at risk of infection and death. Yunya was about to answer. Words pop up in my mind. Side quest, save people. Condition. 1. Rescue people in the Uchiha clan's territory. Mission accomplished. Award. 100 cubic meters of storage space. Yunya was a little surprised. At this time, Mikoto's figure appeared behind the mountain and ran towards them. Uchiha Nanfan and Uchiha Quan subconsciously drew their swords to guard, but were waving his hand, he signaled that they should not be nervous. When everyone saw who was coming, they immediately exclaimed, Madam of the clan leader! Madam! They never thought that Uchiha Mikoto could survive the extermination of the clan. But when everyone saw Mikoto was silent, they immediately looked at Yunya, but they saw that the other party did not seem surprised, so they were shocked that this was also arranged by Yunya. Everyone is here, let's go. Yunya said calmly. Have we become rebel ninjas? Uchiha Izumi looked worried and looked up at the Uchiha clan land, which had long been turned into a messy battlefield with flames and smoke rising to the sky. Except for them, there are no Uchiha survivors. Other Uchiha also looked sad, and looked at Uchiha Mikoto with strange eyes from time to time. Mikoto's mind was blank at this moment. She didn't know why she was here, let alone how the Uchiha around her could survive. Suddenly, a choking sound sounded. Yunya looked up and saw Uchiha Nanfan and several team members crying bitterly. Their civilian families stayed in the Uchiha clan forever. After venting their revenge, sadness overwhelmed them like a tide. The 8 Uchiha stuck their ninja swords into the ground, bent down towards the clan, and bowed 90 degrees. Ha ha ha, cool. Tamao laughed and sighed, finally, we can leave this place. One of the Uchiha just cried and sucked back his snot because of Tamao's words. For a while, the other Uchiha didn't know what mood to face this mental patient. While everyone was digesting the sadness and pain, Yunya concentrated his mind and looked for the reward for completing the task. This 100 cubic meters of space is located deep in his mind, and he can enter it by concentrating his mind. This is a bright space about 7.4 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 2.7 meters high. Yunya felt that it should be no problem to clean up here and make a 1-bedroom and 1 living room single apartment. I just don't know if it can store living people. Thinking. Yunya stuffed all the scrolls on his body into the space, and then found that he could take and put the scrolls at will, which was very convenient. Glanced at the huge full moon hanging in the night sky. Yunya overlooked Konoha village. Shadow Rock is located on the opposite side of this mountain. The streets below are intricate. The most prosperous streets are still brightly lit and bustling at this time, exuding vitality for Konoha Ninja Village. The Uchiha clan land that turned into a battlefield and the core area of Konoha seemed to be 2 worlds, clearly separated. The battle in the forest is also coming to an end. This land is missing Uchiha. It seems to be harmless. Yunyu saw that the emotions of the Uchiha were gradually stabilizing, and scanned everyone. As he expected, the pupil power of these Uchiha had greatly improved. Some of them were originally only 2 megatama, but also broke through to 3 megatama. Goodbye, Konoha. Yunyu turned and left. Uchiha Izumi looked at Yunyu's back, and time seemed to go back to graduation, the first mission. That day, she stood at the gate of the ninja village, and looked at the back of this gentle and kind young man leading the team to leave the ninja village. She was stunned, and the other party seemed to have a special charm that attracted her. Izumi subconsciously followed him in small steps. Just like that day. It seems that with this gentle and kind captain, no matter how far away from the ninja village, the mission can be completed. The other Uchiha followed one after another, only Mikoto was still controlled by Yunyu to follow. The moonlight was bright at night. The edge of Konoha. Yunyu easily broke the barrier of the ninja village. Step out of the barrier. Leave Konoha. At this moment, the 9 Uchiha had a certain burden on their shoulders. They had a premonition in their hearts that as long as they could survive on the road, the next time they came back, they would flatten Konoha. Under the bright moonlight, only Tamao was carried by others, and the 11 Uchiha turned into black shadows and began to flee under the leadership of Yunyu. Yunyu led them to flee in the northwest direction. Leaving the land of fire from this direction, they can reach the most chaotic area in the ninja world, where there are the land of rain, the land of birds, the land of grass, and other small countries that make up the buffer zone during the war. This journey is destined to be extremely dangerous. Yunyu estimated that Konoha would send a ninja team to kill them before dawn. Before dawn, they must run as far as they can. In order to survive, Yunyu had already thought of a retreat, and all this took only a week. At the end of this road, someone will pick them up. Chapter 9 Yunyu is as gentle as ever. Uchiha clan land. The smoke of gunpowder is everywhere. The air was mixed with a sweet and fishy smell. In the distance, there was thick smoke from the explosion of the detonating talisman. The streets were littered with corpses, and broken arms and limbs and internal organs were scattered everywhere. The dungeon of the Uchiha police department. Inahiro leaned against the wall, dying. The screams from the clan seemed to be calling him, including the voices of his parents, brothers, and clan members. They seemed to be calling me to join them. Inahiro's pale, cracked lips moved, and the blood on his face had long dried. He began to lose consciousness. But he couldn't die yet. He had to hear the news of Uchiha Yunyu's death before he was willing to go to hell. The only 3 megatama he had left trembled as he stared at the fluctuations in the space in front of him, with a blank shock in his eyes. The space twisted clockwise. The masked man slowly stepping out, a kaleidoscope of divine power appeared in the holes of the mask. It's kaleidoscope again. Dao Huo's eyelids twitched. His spirit was on the verge of collapse, but at this moment he regained his concentration due to shock. The masked man glanced at the rooftop. It was a mess. He took a step forward, stepped over Inahuo, squatted on the ground, and checked the Uchiha corpse nearby. The masked man lifted the body, put it down, lifted it up, put it down, shook his head and sighed. He walked back around the entire dungeon. He frowned. These nearly 50 corpses of core members of the Uchiha police department have all lost their Sharingan. At this time, the sound of sticky footsteps sounded. Itaki walked up the steps to the rooftop and stepped over the corpses of countless clan members. He was covered in blood, and every step was bloody, as if he had just climbed out of a pile of dead people, and his murderous intention had not faded. Dahuo turned his face with difficulty, and when he saw Weasel, his face was filled with anger. He clenched his fists with both hands and asked hoarsely. The screams in the clan were caused by Yunyu killing the civilians in the clan? Uchiha Yunyu is a traitor to the clan. Itake, did you kill him? However, Weasel ignored the rice fire and did not answer. The masked man broke the silence. A single kaleidoscope bloomed with red light, looked at the rice fire, and asked calmly. Were all these members of the police department killed by that Uchiha Yenyu? The Sharingan was also taken away by him? He killed the entire police department by himself? Dao Huo's face turned pale, and memories came back to him. With a look of despair on his face, he tapped his chin. That's right, he first killed all my people, then left me, attracted more reinforcements from the police department, and then killed them. You are lying. Itaka looked suspicious and said indifferently, that Yayu is just an ordinary jounin and one of the captains of the police force. He does not have this kind of strength. He cannot do this alone. Itaka cooperates with the masked man. Why is he responsible for killing civilians, while the masked man is responsible for solving the core of Uchiha's power, the police department? It's not that Itaka can't do it, but it takes time. Viewed from the scene, the speed at which Yenyu killed these people was probably faster than the speed at which the masked man leveled the police department. Dao Huo said helplessly. But the truth is like this, you can go find him by yourself. There is no need to lie to Sister Cha. Itaka's pupils shrank, judging from Inahuo's tone, he wasn't lying. The masked man was also shocked and sneered. No wonder, there are only a few old guys left in the police department who can't even put together a pair of 3 megatama. It's really disappointing. But, it's really interesting. Since this Yenyu has collected all the Sharingan for me, I won't be polite. Weasel. I'll leave this guy to you. Help me take away his 3 megatama. I'll chase the escaped rats first. After saying that, the masked man couldn't wait to display his power. His body and space twisted simultaneously, and disappeared on the spot. Take away my 3 megatama. Dao Huo spoke blankly. He smelled a hint of murderous intent, and the remaining 3 megatama glared at Itaka. Itaka had no expression on his face, sighed, picked up his ninja sword, and walked towards the rice fire. Itaka, what do you want to do? Dao Huo's eyes widened. After questioning, combined with what Yenyu and Itaka did, he suddenly understood a lot of things. Inaba, stare at your remaining 3 megatama and see clearly what will happen to the Uchiha clan next. Yenyu's last words rang in Inari's mind. Dao Huo gradually understood everything. But the next second, blood splattered. I'm sorry, I killed all the people in my clan. Itaka's ninja sword penetrated Inari's heart, and the sword was stained with blood and penetrated from Inari's back. Dao Huo's face was distorted, and the fire of his life was quickly extinguished. The remaining 3 megatama stared at the white-eyed wolf in front of him with unwillingness, anger, and annoyance. Those who want to destroy Uchiha tonight. It's Uchiha Itaka. Dao Huo finally understood that Yenyu, as a traitor in prison, killed his fellow members of the police department and brought relief to his fellow members. If these people all died at the hands of Itaka, who they had placed their hope in, they would probably die just like him, and they would die with their eyes open. The distance between the Uchiha police department and the police department dungeon is not far, only a few hundred meters away. Before Yenyu deliberately went to jail, she had arranged the duty schedule for tonight's patrol. The patrol was far away from the clan area. He started to kill the Uchiha ninjas in the dungeon, attracted the ninjas from the police department, and then killed them together to seize the Sharingan. After attracting the patrol, Yenyu deliberately led them to pursue him, and then led them to escape from Konoha and escape this massacre. No wonder, he would say that as long as he is alive, Uchiha can continue with dignity in the ninja world. It turns out that Uchiha's fire has been prepared for a long time. Yenyu arranged the plan like a precision machine, with no deviations in time, place, or people. He is really many times stronger than me. Better than that useless patriarch. Better than that useless elder. Sooner or later, he will come back with a brand new Uchiha. Thinking of this, Dao Huo had a complicated expression. Thinking of not understanding Yenyu's intentions before, he felt that he really deserved to die. He sighed. Yin Yu is as gentle as ever. Neither killed the common people of the same race. Moreover, his knife is fast, accurate, and gives people pleasure, which cannot be compared to the white-eyed wolf in front of him. The thoughts are over. Dao Huo died. He couldn't close his eyes. Drinking in the moon, the 3 megatama he kept was picked off quickly and accurately by Itake. Itake stood up and left. As for the corpses of these clansmen, it is not important. The top priority is to deal with the defected Uchiha team. Otherwise, the top management of Konoha may not fulfill their promise to protect Suzuki. The edge of the Uchiha clan. Screaming incessantly. The small-scale war between the root organization and the Umbu came to an end. The Umbu won, but half of the ninjas were lost, and 80% of the root organization died. 20% of the remaining root members are currently on the ground covering their wounds, suffering pain, rolling on the ground, wailing and losing the ability to fight. The Umbu captains were frightened and fearful, so they led their people to temporarily evacuate the area. These captains did not expect that the enemy could use this method to catch them off guard. The second group of people who arrived in this area were not the Sandaime Hokage, but a few Jounin who were eager to advance. Woof woof woof. The impatient barking of the ninja dog echoed in the night sky, and the sound contained fear of some residual energy. 5 figures appeared. Hi, it's really tragic. Asuma blew out the smoke, looked around, and casually threw the half-smoked cigarette in his hand on the ground. He looked at the forest strewn with corpses and felt a chill go down his spine. But he was inexplicably excited inside. The root organization and Umbu suffered heavy losses. As long as he catches the person who caused all this, it will definitely be a great achievement. When the time comes, Asuma's reputation will skyrocket. In Konoha, Asuma felt that if he wanted to deny some of the old Gaihiru's and Sarutobi's practices, he should first accumulate enough fame. These are some of the political lessons he learned while guarding the daimyo. Thinking of this, young Asuma suddenly felt that he was not so scared anymore. The greater the storm, the greater the credit. Chapter 10 Red Rose. Asuma was accompanied by Kurane Ui, as well as a Jounin from the Hyuga branch, an Akimichi family, and an Inyazuka family. There is also a nervous white ninja dog. Asuma is the son of the Hokage, and these Jounin followed him, so they dared to approach the forest at this time. It's cold in the forest. Bodies everywhere. The place is filled with the atmosphere of ominousness and death. Yui Hong's beautiful red pupils trembled violently, and her little hands were clenched, feeling uneasy. In order to relieve her excessive vigilance, she glared at Asuma and said in a deep voice, "Crush it." Yui Kurane doesn't like Asuma smoking. But because Asuma's father, the third Hokage, was also addicted to smoking, he couldn't blame him too much. Asuma chuckled, revealing a few teeth that were slightly yellowed by smoke in the moonlight, and wanted to reach out and hug Yui Hong in his arms. "Don't be angry, it will go out on its own." "Somewhere." Yui Hong slapped Asuma's right hand away and said coldly, "Let's do business first." "Haha, okay, let's do business first, but falling in love seems to be my business." Asuma put his hands in his pockets and joked glibly. Yui Hong sighed, not wanting to talk to the shameless Asuma, but she still followed everyone silently. She obviously hasn't accepted this guy yet. "Let's get to work, everyone. Once this matter is solved, it will be a great achievement." Asuma snapped his fingers grandiosely. The fat ninjas of the Akimichi family guarded him, the Jounin of the Hyuga branch, and the Jounin of the Inyazuka family began to take action. One person opened his eyes and scanned the battlefield. One person let go of the ninja dog, but the ninja dog got free and ran away in the opposite direction. This made the Jounin of the Inyazuka family confused and hurriedly chased the ninja dog. Seeing this scene, Asuma's mouth twitched. There are casualties with minor root tissue injuries there. The Jounin of the Hyuga branch discovered the situation. After speaking, he walked quickly into the depths of the woods. Asuma turned around and led others to follow. The Jounin of the Hyuga branch completed the inquiry. The captain of the root organization lying on the ground lost part of his fingers, his thigh was pinned to the ground with a ninja sword, and he groaned in pain. It was Uchiha Yunyu, did it? He killed Danzo-sama. Then take 9 Uchihas to defect from the ninja village. Uchiha drinks the moon. Asuma frowned and slowly turned his face to look at Yui Kurane, whose beauty was pale. Yui Hong looked sideways at the ground, not daring to look directly at Asuma's questioning eyes. The moonlight shone on her fair and beautiful side face, revealing the panic hidden by the slightly curly long black hair on her forehead. Kurane Yui wears a red lining and a bandage-like dress. Under the outline of the fishing net and chain mail, there are clear ravines, peaks and mountains, jade, snow and ice muscles, looming. Under the skirt are white bandaged trousers, her legs are slender, round and graceful, and her calves are thin and smooth. Asuma couldn't bear to embarrass her, and withdrew his questioning gaze, with a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. There is only one member of the Uchiha clan named Yayu, and he should be our classmate from the ninja school at the same time. Yui Hong bit her red lips and denied. He's not that kind of person. Besides, how can Yayu be Shimura Danzo's opponent? The sunset is as beautiful as a red rose. She has grown up and has learned how to wear makeup at her most beautiful age. With her exquisite makeup and mature and beautiful appearance, she exudes the temperament of a royal sister in every word and deed. Red, you are right, I don't think he can kill Shimura Danzo either. Asuma's face gradually darkened. Would during the Leaf Ninja school period, Uchiha Yunyu was their classmate. He was gentle and kind, and was especially good at taking care of girls. At the beginning, half of the girls in the class liked the aloof Kakashi, and the other half liked the warm Yunyu. This Uchiha was as dazzling as Kakashi. Unfortunately, Yui Kurane, Shizune, and even the unloved Red Bean all had a great liking for Yunyu at that time. Fortunately, Yunyu had excellent grades and, like Kakashi, graduated from the ninja school early and participated in the war at the end of the Third Ninja World War. That's when Asuma had the opportunity to meet Hong. However, that was all in the past. He didn't plan to mention or expose this matter again. Asuma took a deep breath, calmed his gloomy mood, and looked at the root on the ground. Tell us all the ninjutsu exposed by the Uchiha. Captain Root, in unbearable pain, gritted his teeth and said. Control, that is an irresistible control type of eye technique. The leader Uchiha Yunyu opened the Mangekyo Sharinan. Asuma and the other 5 were shocked and looked at each other, and the senior ninja of the Inyazuka family wanted to retreat. They had never fought with the Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharinan, but they had heard of the terrifying destructive power of the Uchiha ninja with such eyes on the battlefield. Those are eyes that symbolize death and curse. Each pair has a god-given power. Please, send me to Konoha Hospital. The captain of the root organization begged painfully. Asuma glanced at him and said lightly, hold on for another 5 minutes, someone will send you for treatment. After that, Asuma led his companions and walked towards the depths of the forest. Asuma. I say, why don't we give up this credit? The Inyazuka Jonin suggested with a guilty conscience. He was trying his best to control the ninja dog he was leading. As a dog trainer, he could directly feel the dog's irritability and fear in his pupils when he resisted entering the forest. Asuma shook his head and said, go forward and collect more information before making a decision. But the 5 people didn't take a few steps. They were surprised to find that the clearing in the forest ahead was occupied by a huge pale tree. There was a knife handle inserted in the tree, and in the dark depression above, an old face with no vitality was hanging down, and his body was wrapped in the tree. Shimura Danzo. Asuma recognized the old face with the help of the moonlight and exclaimed. Yui Kurane and others also saw the old face that was usually high and mighty, and their pupils trembled and their breathing became heavy. But the face could not be raised, and it was quietly hanging down in the tree hole. Is this really Uchiha Yunyu's doing? the senior ninja said in a deep voice. That's the dark ninja. Shimura Danzo. He was tortured like this by Uchiha. It seems that he is most likely dead, and died miserably. Is it really Yunyu's doing? Yui Kurene's face flushed, and her heart was surging. Has the boy she loved at the beginning grown to this height now? How is this possible? Asuma's face turned pale. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth, his hands trembling slightly, and took out a lighter. Uchiha Yunya really killed Shimura Danzo. Pa pa pa. Sparks flew everywhere. Asuma's eyes were wooden, and he used the lighter to light the fire several times until the flames jumped up, then he lit the cigarette, took a deep puff, and calmed the turbulent waves in his heart. What should we do now? The fat jonin of the Akimichi clan looked at Asuma. The Akimichi clan only needed to obey orders when carrying out the mission. Asuma raised his hand and rubbed his temple, calmed down, looked at the corpses of the root organization and the umbu all over the ground, and then looked at the lifeless Danzo, and his thoughts gradually became clear. Uchiha Yunya should have really opened the Mangekyo, otherwise he would not have risked assassinating Danzo. But even so, Yunya solved so many root members and umbu, as well as Danzo, he might have reached the end of his rope. Asuma smiled, the cigarette in his hand had burned out. He shook the ash, threw the cigarette on the ground and stamped it out. Uchiha Yunya killed the Hokage's assistant and killed so many members of the root and umbu. He must be exhausted. He is in a desperate situation. His bounty is either. His status as a traitor is either. After what happened tonight, it is probably no less than that of Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas who defected from Konoha. If we can seize the opportunity, catch him alive, or bring back his body. Everyone. The sister Qian who has this achievement will definitely become a core member of the family. So, I propose. Go after this Uchiha traitor ninja. Chapter 11 Furious Sarutobi Hiruzen. The eyes of the Hyuga branch's senior ninja showed a touch of greed. He was originally unsuccessful in the family and was still a member of the branch family. He really needed dazzling achievements to prove himself. The senior ninjas of the Inyazuka family and the Akimichi family also had bright eyes. They also have this ambition. After listening to Asuma's analysis, even the Inyazuka family's senior ninja who wanted to retreat was ready to make a move. Only Yui Kurene was secretly worried about Yunyu. She wanted to ask Yunyu in person about the purpose of doing this. Everyone, don't worry. There are only more than 10 Uchiha in their team. Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Asuma smiled confidently. After hearing this, the worries of the other senior ninjas disappeared completely. Yui Kurene's worries became stronger and stronger. She must go with them this time, even if she couldn't save them. Yenyu, he can't be humiliated to death. She has no feelings for Danzo. She has even less good feelings for Umbu and Root. These people, if they die, they die. She just doesn't believe it. Yenyu will betray the ninja village. The 5 people turned into black shadows and disappeared into the night. 2 senior ninjas from the Hyuga branch and the Inyazuka family began to search. It was late at night, and the time came to midnight. The busiest and most prosperous street in Konoha began to gradually quiet down. Hokage Building. The main gate. 2 rows of elite Umbu elites were ready to go. They stood straight, carrying ninja swords on their backs, and with the blessing of various animal masks, they were full of murderous aura. Just from the momentum, these Umbu elites were stronger than the Umbu vanguard. In the night, Yuta and Ikoharu and Mitomon paced back and forth, waiting for the vanguard to send back information. Like Danzo, the 2 were assistants and consultants of the Hokage, and they were both generous and skillful. But at this moment, the solemnity and anxiety on their faces were engraved on their old faces, becoming more and more intense. Why hasn't the news come back yet? Mitomon Yan's face was gloomy, his forehead wrinkled, and he was worried. Tenkin Koharu comforted. Don't panic, the Uchiha clan must be destroyed tonight. They don't want to die, we can help them to be decent. Midaman Yan pondered and said, please ask Hiruzen to come out. It's about time. It's time for us to clean up the mess. They played a pivotal role in the Uchiha clan extermination operation proposed by Danzo, and the two agreed with this plan. Since Uchiha has the intention of rebellion, then it must be nipped in the bud. They are unable to resolve the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha, so they will resolve Uchiha. At this time, an injured Umbu came from a distance and squatted in front of the two Hokage assistants. Kawahara Yudatan and Enmai Mitokato were immediately uneasy when they saw the visitor in such a mess. The situation seemed to be beyond their imagination. Is it the Uchiha clan who rose up to resist? The two Hokage assistants looked gloomy. The Umbu hurriedly told everything that happened in the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Kawahara Yudatan and Enmai Mitokato's pupils suddenly dilated, and their bodies trembled. The uneasiness on their faces turned into shock and disbelief. The two of them looked ashen, as if they had eaten a dead mouse, and walked side by side towards the Hokage's office. The Uchiha clan was destroyed as planned. But Danzo died, and the root organization, the Umbu Vanguard, suffered heavy losses. Senior, what happened? In the Umbu team, Yamato whispered to the fox-faced Umbu beside him. Kakashi said bluntly, I didn't hear it clearly, anyway. Crack! In the brightly lit Hokage office, there was a sound of a cup hitting the ground and breaking into pieces, followed by the roar of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The bodies of the Umbu and others were shocked. It had been a long time since their kind-looking third Hokage had been so angry. It seemed that something big had happened in the ninja village. Kakashi shut up immediately. Yamato didn't dare to ask more. The forest of the Uchiha clan. A large number of Umbu once again infiltrated the area that had just experienced a brief battle. The leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had a gloomy old face. He wore a Hokage hat and a white divine robe draped over his body. He led the way and walked into the forest. Two Hokage advisors and elite Umbu quickly followed the Hokage, and some Umbu members occupied the high ground in this area. Smelling the blood in the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes showed a solemn look, his fists behind his back clenched, and he casually glanced at the corpses on the ground. He deduced in his mind that the Umbu vanguard was careless and entered the forest and was ambushed by the root organization. The root organization suffered more than 80% casualties. This time, more than half of the Umbu vanguard was lost. That old guy Danzo really deserves to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest was filled with a breath that he couldn't spit out or swallow. He immediately waved his hand and said, take away all the wounded and collect the bodies. The Umbu captains nodded one after another and started to clean the floor with their subordinates. This is the daily work of the Umbu, killing, cleaning the floor, and setting fires. Kakashi and Yamato, as the Hokage's personal guards, don't have to leave the Hokage. Seeing such a tragic situation, Kakashi and Yamato sighed in their hearts. Konoha suffered heavy losses in this operation. It is unknown how many years it would take to cultivate these dead elite root and Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a dark face and walked quickly into the depths of the forest. Everyone saw the giant tree. Two Hokage assistants were stunned in front of a sunken tree hole, staring at the familiar old face embedded in the tree hole. Danzo. Mitokato raised his black-framed glasses, the wrinkles on his forehead twisted into a ball, and walked quickly to the tree hole, stretched out his fingers and placed them under Danzo's nose, and then put his fingers on his neck artery. A moment. Mitokato lowered his head and turned around, his face gloomy, shook his head, indicating that Danzo had cut off all life. Yudatan Koharu had a solemn expression, walked forward, took out some medical instruments from the storage scroll, and checked Danzo's life signs. She was good at medical ninjutsu. When she was young, she belonged to the elite guard unit of the second-generation Hokage and was a medical ninja. The electronic medical equipment did not respond. Yudatan Koharu's heart was completely chilled, shook his head and said, there is no sign of life. Biologically speaking, he is dead. Danzo's death had a huge impact on Konoha. First of all, the intelligence department will face an earthquake, and those dark objects scattered outside Konoha may not be able to be recovered. Secondly, the loss of Konoha's roots is equivalent to the loss of a sharp knife that controls the internal balance. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils widened, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was so angry that his throat felt sweet. He forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth and stepped forward to check on Danzo himself. Looking at the familiar old face in the tree hole, Sarutobi Hiruzen focused his gaze on the hilt of the ninja sword that struck Danzo's heart accurately. That is Uchiha's ninja sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts were chaotic, like thousands of detonating symbols exploding in his mind. Danzo has been living as a dog all these years? Even an ordinary Uchiha couldn't deal with it, and the roots and Umbu suffered such heavy losses before his death. He really deserves to die. Danzo was really killed by that man named Uchiha Yenyu. Hiruzen Sarutobi pulled out his ninja sword from the big tree. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He spit out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps. Hiruzen. After moving to bed, Koharu and Mito Kaden immediately stepped forward to help, fixing Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure in place. Don't worry about me, let someone take his body back. These would-escape derivatives on his body contain the cells of the first generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his eyes, threw his ninja sword on the ground, forced himself to stand up straight, looked in the direction of the Uchiha clan, and continued. Go to the Uchiha clan first. The full moon sets in the west. The night is over and the day is dawning. With Konoha as the center, 80 miles to the northwest, there is the primeval forest of the abandoned training ground No. 007. Yunya led the team to continue heading northwest. Under the operation of the chakra in their bodies, it only took them 2 hours to cover the distance that an ordinary army would march on foot for a day in Yunya's previous life. No one spoke on the road. Just when passing by a ruined camp, an Uchiha young man carrying Tamao on his back exclaimed, "Captain Yenyu, Tamas Yang fainted." Yenyu stopped, looked back, and words suddenly popped up in her mind. Side mission, heal teammates. Options. 1. Heal teammates. Reward, green medicine. Chapter 12 Familiar Scapegoating Tactics. Green medicine, has no instructions for use. It has such an unpretentious name. This reward is linked to treatment, and it is most likely a medicine used for treatment. Yunya gathered her thoughts and walked towards the back of the team, becoming more and more curious about this reward item. The mission system has always been like this. The promulgation of tasks is very casual. The rewards are also relatively abstract. Yunya glanced at the task list and focused on the main task. Whether it is a main task or a side task, once it is released, it can be stored in his mental consciousness in the form of text. Main mission, Night of Genocide. Options. 1. Kill all other Uchiha. 2. Successfully escaped from Konoha village. Reward, plunder, seize other people's kaleidoscope, you can absorb their pupil power, and gain the kaleidoscope ability. They have fled Konoha. But the mission was not completed. Yenyu guessed correctly. The system determined that they had not yet succeeded in escaping. I want to complete this main line. Yenyu estimates. It may be necessary for the Uchiha rebel ninja team to be completely safe, or it may be necessary to kill all the chasing teams and stay away from the land of fire. Captain. Many wounds on Tamao's body began to bleed profusely. The young Uchiha looked anxious, with sweat on his forehead, and looked back from time to time. Tamao lay quietly on his back, head, chest, and limbs, all wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, like a mummy soaked in blood. Tamao lost consciousness, closed his eyes tightly, and his breath was visibly weak. The Uchihas stopped one after another and looked at Tamao eagerly, recalling Danzo's oppressive advanced wind release ninjutsu, and feeling lingering fear in their hearts. Except for his back, there was no intact skin on his front, as if he had been cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. The clear eyes of Uchiha Quan Shui showed concern for her fellow tribesmen. She hated herself for not learning medical ninjutsu in Konoha. The Uchiha people know it in their hearts. No one will help them right now, and it is impossible to encounter medical ninjas along the way. There is a high probability that Tamayo will die on the road. Yunya frowned slightly, gathered her energy, and stretched out her hand to explore the void. His actions left others confused. For a moment, everyone watched in surprise as two items appeared out of thin air in Yunya's hand, as if she had cast a mysterious space ninjutsu. Drinking the moon is really not easy at all. Uchiha Nanfan raised his hand, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, and muttered in his heart. This scene made Uchiha Mikoto look surprised, even though she was still controlled by the 8,000 spears. Yunya took out a small black porcelain bottle from the storage space and the Bingliang pills wrapped in yellow paper, poured out a pill each, and stuffed it into Tamaxion's mouth. The small black porcelain bottle contains a medical pill that can actively activate chakra in the body. He handed the two medicines to the Uchiha young man who was carrying Taimao on his back, and told him, feed him one pill every hour. The Uchiha took the medicine bottle, and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but then looked worried again. The purpose of drinking the moon is to fill the chakra in Taimao's body. This folk method was popular during the Ninja World War. If there were no medical conditions during the war, forcibly feeding the dying wounded soldiers Bingliangwan to enhance the chakra in the wounded's body would allow them to live longer. Everything has a price. 1 week at most. If the dying wounded cannot receive medical ninjutsu treatment, the chakra meridians stimulated to the limit by the drugs will be completely damaged. The wounded will also die suddenly. He won't die for the time being, keep on going, the pursuers may be on the way, if you don't want to die, run faster. Yen Yu looked calm, turned back to the front of the team, and continued to lead the team to escape. He did everything he should do, whether Taimao can survive depends on God's will. You take a rest, I'll carry him. Uchiha Nanfan took the two kinds of medicine from the exhausted Uchiha youth, and carried Taimao on his back. The back of the Uchiha youth was stained with blood. He quickly thanked, "Thank you, Captain Nanfan." Nanfan reminded, "Change your clothes and put them away. The blood will leave traces." The Uchiha youth nodded and was grateful. This youth was a subordinate of Taimao. He thought Yunya would abandon their captain. After all, they were on the run, and Yunya did not do that. This made him feel much more at ease. And Captain Nanfan, who had a rift with Captain Taimao, also let go of the past grudges. These Uchiha didn't know where they would flee to, but the atmosphere in the team was quietly undergoing some subtle changes. The periphery of the Uchiha clan. Crows circled in the night sky, and their hoarse cries were endless, adding a bit of weird death to this ominous land. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utanen Koharu and Mito Kato walked side by side towards the Uchiha clan. The Umbu were stationed at the entrance and exit of the street. The three people looked gloomy, thinking about the follow-up plan for tonight's events. Hiruzen, I think the Uchiha clan was exterminated by that Uchiha rebel ninja team. Koharu Utanen whispered slowly. While speaking, her dim old eyes did not contain any emotion, and she thought that things should be done this way. Mito Kato's eyes lit up. He felt that this plan was feasible. Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt that this blame-shifting operation was very familiar. He just looked at Koharu Utanen and did not express his opinion. Utane Koharu added slowly. After the Uchiha clan was annihilated by the defecting Uchiha team, Uchiha Itaka tried his best to stop the annihilation but failed. He is now the hero ninja of Konoha, Hiruzen. Once Danzo died, Konoha was in urgent need of people. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, if Itaka doesn't agree to be the hero, we can use Suzuki to keep Itaka. Utane Koharu smiled with narrowed eyes and nodded slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen flicked his sleeves and said coldly. With Itaka's personality, he will not agree to be the hero of Konoha in this way, even if he is threatened by Suzuki. Utane Koharu raised the corner of his mouth, and in front of Mito Kato N, he leaned close to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear and whispered a few words. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows gradually frowned, and he fell into deep thought. Faced with a dilemma, he began to hesitate. As the sky gradually brightened, at the headquarters of the Root organization, a group of 6 elite Root members quietly left Konoha. They are Danzo's confidants. After learning that Danzo died at the hands of the Uchiha defector team, they organized themselves to carry out revenge and hunting. The leaders are Yamanaka Fu and Aberme Tone. Uchiha clan land. The bodies of civilians were lying in the streets, and blood gathered in the low-lying areas. Crows lined up on the wall, their pupils were scarlet, quietly watching the surroundings, waiting for something to come. Until Itaki walked slowly. Wow! The crows spread their wings and scattered around, dropping a lot of black feathers. Itaki found the target after a few steps. He found Suzuki with his head down, sitting against the wall of the wooden house, so he opened the kaleidoscope. "I'm stupid." Suzuki was motionless, his eyes closed. Itaki frowned and raised his hand to rub his eyes. At this time, his eyes were hazy, as if there was mist. The vision was clear. Itaki was shocked to find that Suzuki was in a coma. Chapter 13 The new leader of the Root organization. The sky was pale, and the first ray of sunlight at dawn penetrated the clouds, illuminating the streets of Konoha, a prosperous ninja village, and dispelling the darkness. For ordinary people, it was just another ordinary day. The Umbu had cleaned up the battlefield near the Uchiha clan's territory and set up a cordon outside the Uchiha clan's territory. No orders were received from the top. The Umbu could not clean up the Uchiha clan's territory yet, but some Umbu had infiltrated the Uchiha clan's territory, standing on the roof of the wooden house, surveying the scene, and making strict defenses. On the main street of the Uchiha clan's territory, Itaka carried Suzuki on his back and walked towards the exit of the clan's territory, but the elite of the Umbu turned a blind eye to them. Itaka looked dazed, trying to make up excuses to deceive Suzuki one after another, but he denied them all in his heart. According to his plan, Suzuki should not have fainted in advance. "Stop!" A familiar voice came. Itaka looked up and saw a fox mask and 2 familiar figures. 2 Umbu stopped him. Down. Itaka looked behind the 2 of them. The 3 of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen, were walking towards where Itaki was. Their eyes were indifferent, exuding the aura of those in high positions, and they turned a blind eye to the corpses of Uchiha civilians on the street. "Back off!" Hiruzen Sarutobi said indifferently to the 2 Umbu who stopped Itaki. Before the fox-faced Umbu left, Itaki reached out to stop him and handed the sleeping Suzuki over. "Kakashi-senpai, please help me take care of Suzuki for a while." Kakashi was stunned, sighed softly, reached out to take Suzuki, and retreated with Yamato next to him. There were only 4 people left in the entire street. Xiao-chun went to bed and got straight to the point. He took a step forward and said slowly, "Uchiha Yanyu destroyed the Uchiha clan and fled Konoha with a group of Uchiha rebellious ninjas. Itaki, you don't need to leave the ninja village." Itaka's dazed thoughts gradually converged into a thread, and he raised his head to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen beside the old woman. He instantly understood what the other party meant. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked calmly, looked directly into Itaka's questioning eyes, and sighed. "Sorry, Itaki, in the end I couldn't find a better solution. About staying in Konoha. What do you think?" In the opinion of these 3 people at the top of Konoha, the Uchiha clan could be destroyed by Itaki or Yuyu. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is more inclined to believe that this was the defected Uchiha who swallowed the moon. The 2 Hokage assistants have the right idea. Konoha is in urgent need of people now. When Xiao-chun went to bed and saw Itaki was silent, he said bluntly, "Only the 3 of us, you and the dead Danzo, know the truth tonight." "Danzo is dead." Itaki raised his head suddenly, his bloodshot black eyes staring straight at Xiao-chun who was sleeping, and the news exploded in his mind. Shimura Danzo, who pushed for the genocide of the Uchiha clan, is dead. How did he die? Itaki immediately thought of an unrealistic answer. Uchiha was killed by drinking the moon. After turning to bed, Zio-kun's eyes narrowed slightly, her breathing stagnated, and her body trembled slightly. The eyes of the Uchiha boy in front of her seemed to contain kunao condensed with murderous intent, and at that moment, he gave her a fatal stab. After turning to bed, Koharu nodded, not hiding anything. Uchiha was killed by drinking the moon. Hearing this, Itake's pupils shrank and his thoughts became confused again. He took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and mentally reassessed the danger of Uchiha drinking the moon. Itake looked up at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said word by word with a weak and trembling voice. The Uchiha police department was solved by Uchiha Yenyu before I took action. As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Koharu, and Mito Kaden were all in trouble again. In other words, after Uchiha Yayu destroyed the Uchiha police department in the clan, he returned and killed Danzo. One person can kill the entire Uchiha police department. Plus Uchiha who assassinated Danzo. Definitely qualified to be rated as an S-class traitor. The last rebellious ninja of this level in Konoha was Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. After sleeping, Zio-kun's pupils trembled, she swallowed the words as they reached her lips. This is simply a fantasy. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to calm down. He calculated that among the ninjas in the entire Konoha ninja village, only his 3 apprentices could do this. Uchiha drinks the moon, even if he turns on the kaleidoscope, he can't commit the crime. Destroy an Uchiha police department. Chakra must be exhausted. Not to mention the follow-up assassination of Danzo. Others don't understand Danzo's strength, but the 3 of them know it best. Even if the Konoha Sunin join forces, they can't kill Danzo instantly. The scene fell into dead silence. Itake broke the deadlock. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, for Suzuki, I can't stay in Konoha. I will find a way to solve the Uchiha rebel ninja team for the ninja village. Suzuki, please take care of it. The 3 senior officials of Konoha gathered their thoughts. The 3 of them deserved to have held high positions for many years, and their thoughts were immediately drawn away from the matter of Yenyu destroying the police department and then assassinating Danzo. What they have to do now? It's to save Weasel. The Uchiha clan is gone. Now that an Uchiha rebel ninja team is taking the blame, Itake does not need to leave Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised by Itake's answer, and then he narrowed his eyes and looked at Koharu who was sleeping. The 2 completed the exchange with brief glances. Xiao-chun went to bed and continued to persuade. Weasel, we understand that you can listen to our terms first. Danzo is dead. Konoha's underground intelligence department and the root organization of the Umbu training department are now in urgent need of manpower to take over. This position is occupied by you now. The most suitable. As long as you stay in Konoha, you can take care of Suzuki and raise him as an adult. Itake, think more about your brother. Certainly. If you insist on leaving the village, we will keep our promise and take good care of Suzuki for you. Uchiha Itake quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind and slowly raised his head to look at the Sandaime Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. We all don't want to see something like this happen to Uchiha, but time is right and the situation is right. Once we get involved, the situation will force people to make a choice. What Itake said next might be harsh. But you implemented the will of fire and indeed made an outstanding contribution to the peace of Konoha. Sien, you are the hero of Konoha. You shouldn't live in darkness. Itake, stay, I beg you in the name of Hokage. 2 days after fleeing. The border of the land of fire. Platikadon Mountain. The creek is like a silver satin, winding in the middle of the valley with the bleak autumn wind, flowing quietly outward. Wow! Yenyu stood on the upper stream of the stream, bent down, held a pool of living water in both hands, washed away the blood on her face, and stepped on the crystal-clear river bed up to her ankles with her feet. The stream in late autumn is bone-chillingly cold. Under the sunlight, the water surface reflects the appearance of Yin Yu, with short and scattered hair, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, clear facial contours, dressed in white, and elegant posture. Other Uchihas were also near the stream, cleaning the dirt off their bodies. They had long since changed into ordinary clothes. Now it looks like a group of aboriginal residents living in nearby mountain villages, but their appearance is particularly outstanding. At this time, Uchiha Izumi frowned, holding ninja shoes in his right hand, walking across the water from the downstream. On behalf of the other Uchiha, she came to Yayu, who had not spoken to them for 2 days, and asked softly, "Yin. Captain Yunyu, next, we will take the water route and bypass the Platycadon Mountain. Or enter Platycadon Mountain and pass through Platycadon City. My personal opinion. Although taking the water route is a bit further, it can eliminate our traces. P.S. 2 chapters tomorrow, very exciting. Chapter 14 is the sister-in-law Mikoto? Uchiha Izumi was wearing a purple dress, with her trouser legs rolled up, and her white feet stepping on the clear stream. Her green toes rubbed against the pebbles beneath her feet. Her big, watery eyes that seemed to be able to speak squinted at the stream, showing anxiety and uneasiness, fearing that Yin Yu would ignore her. "Do you still remember the advice you gave me when I was on a mission for the first time and faced the same path choice?" Yin Yu asked in a calm tone. While speaking, he looked into Quan's eyes. Quan turned his face to avoid looking at her, memories flashed through his mind, embarrassing things reappeared in his mind, and his face turned red instantly. The first time she was injured on a mission was when she was faced with the problem of choosing a path. She had promised to propose to Yunya with her chest beat, but the result was that the team fell into an ambush. Since then, it was as if Quan had some kind of curse on him. Every time he encountered a multiple-choice question, he would always choose the wrong one. "But I was able to escape from the ninja village this time, isn't it because I chose to chase you?" Quan lowered her head with an embarrassed look on her face, her eyes wandering, her hands behind her back, and her toes kept digging into the big stone under her feet, making it smooth and shiny. "It's the choice I made for you," Yin Yu said without pretense. "Take the mountain road, cross the Platycadon city, look for the medical ninja on the way, tell the others, rest for 5 minutes, eat some food, and get ready to go." His tone was calm, but no one could question it. "Yes." Quan blushed and replied sonorously. He subconsciously stood at attention, but his feet suddenly slipped and he fell backwards. "Ah!" Panic flashed through Quan's eyes, and he opened his mouth to scream. He hurriedly saved himself and fell in front of the cold stream. He threw away his ninja shoes with both hands and grabbed the palm of Yunyu's right hand to steady his body. "Call!" Quan's breath was like orchid, her beautiful big eyes showed fear, and her eyebrows were slightly frowned, looking pitiful. She lowered her head and saw the big pebble that was polished by her toes, and she felt lingering fear. Yin Yu glanced at Quan. She was like a frightened deer at the moment, with her mind at a loss. Yin Yu didn't think much, so she took her hand and led her to the shore. The 2 palms holding him were as delicate as jade. Yin Yu thinks it feels okay. Stepping on the dry pebbles of the river bank, the touch of dry gravel came from the soles of his feet. Quan came back to his senses, suddenly let go of his hands, and his cheeks were as red as flying clouds. At this time, other Uchiha were attracted by Quan's startled breath and looked towards the stream. Quan's face was as red as an apple, and she went to pick up her shoes in a panic. Yin Yu didn't care about this. Quan felt uneasy in her heart, but she also felt that while she was holding Yin Yu's hand, the air around her turned into a sense of security. "I don't know why." She suddenly felt guilty. She originally favored Itake, but the things Itake did to the common people in the clan were really hard for her to accept. Compare Weasel to Yin Yu. She recalled what Tamas Yang had said. Captain Yin Yu did what he did to free his clansmen. He exchanged the lives of his mortal clansmen for the lives of himself and others. Itaka swung his butcher knife at innocent civilians. Quan looked sad, shook his little head, collected his emotions, temporarily put down the multiple-choice question, and quickly followed Yin Yu. The temporary camp is located by the creek. The other Uchiha gathered around a small fire. 2 hares were roasting on the fire rack. The meat was fragrant, and the oil dripped into the fire and made a sizzling sound. This is the prey that Nanfan and his 2 team members hunted nearby. The survival ability of ninjas in the wild is better than that of ordinary people. Even if a genin is thrown into the wilderness, he will not starve to death due to lack of food. Captain Yin Yu, this hare is roasted, you can eat it first. Nanfan handed the whole rabbit to Yin Yu. This is the fattest rabbit. The meat is so succulent, the fat is roasted until it drips with oil, and the skin is golden and crispy. Yin Yu nodded to Nanfan and took the rabbit. Nanfan returned to his seat honestly. Seeing this, the other 8 Uchihas shared the food, leaving only 1 hare. In the blink of an eye, not even a rabbit skeleton was left on the fire rack. Everyone's lips are stained with grease. Eat a lot of meat. After being hungry for a long time, a few mouthfuls of roasted hare meat seemed to make them temporarily forget the pain of genocide. Hey, except brother Yunyu. Look at my sister Qian Yunbo, she looks like she has never seen the world. Why did you just give me a rabbit head and a rabbit butt? Uchiha Nanfan, please leave some for me. Tamas Yang said anxiously. He was lying flat on the ground, wrapped in a changed bandage, still weak but awake. Everyone ignored Tamas Yang. Only 2 of Tamao's subordinates were ready to feed their captain meat. Fire corner. Uchiha Mikoto looked at this scene blankly, with no emotion on her face. She didn't get any food, and the other Uchiha deliberately excluded her. The Uchiha clan was exterminated. There is indeed nothing wrong with Mikoto herself. She has been a housewife since she married Fugaku. He is only responsible for the family's daily life and food, and cannot interfere in family affairs. But in the eyes of these Uchiha, Mikoto was wrong because she was the wife of a weak clan leader and the mother of the perpetrator. In the past 2 days, Mikoto did not eat or even drink water. During the escape, she remained silent and looked haggard. You're all eating for yourself, give some food and water to your sister-in-law. Tamas Yang gnawed the rabbit meat and suddenly howled. The 2 subordinates who were feeding him looked at each other with surprise on their faces. They didn't understand who the captain was talking about. Who is your sister-in-law? Uchiha Nanfan frowned slightly, and he began to think honestly, but he couldn't think of a reason. But the Uchiha's mind was quick, and he immediately looked at Uchiha Spring. They all know that Tamao only has 1 eldest brother, and that is Captain Yin Yu. But what happened to my sister-in-law? There are only 2 women in the team. Uchiha Izumi is the same age as Itaki and is still young. She also has rabbit meat in her hands. She is definitely not suitable to be a sister-in-law. Uchiha Izumi felt that he was being watched by all his companions, as if he was standing at the center of the stage, being focused by a spotlight. Her cheeks turned red again, she lowered her head and said nothing, chewing the rabbit meat slowly. But the next moment, except for the slow-reacting Uchiha Nanfan, the Uchiha people all looked at Uchiha Mikoto. When they suddenly understood, they almost dropped the rabbit meat in their mouths to the ground in shock. Everyone looked at Uchiha Mikoto carefully. I was surprised to find that the patriarch's wife, who usually lives deep in the patriarch's mansion, is indeed beautiful. Mikan has a natural advantage compared to the green and budding spring, and has the temperament of a mature and beautiful woman. She was wearing a long dark dress at home, her black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, her face was cold and charming, and she was barefaced. She was elegant and beautiful even if she didn't dress up. The lotus root arms exposed from the cuffs are smooth and white. The hands are delicate and soft. Refers to the jade bamboo shoots. The curves of the feet covered by the skirt are beautiful. Mikoto looked directly at the younger members of the clan with a blank expression, maintaining the elegant temperament of the clan leader's wife. Everyone quickly looked away. Don't dare to blaspheme each other. They could feel Mikato's substantive aura, and they all showed timidity in their hearts, not daring to look directly at this noble figure from the clan before they were exterminated. Uchiha Nanfan asked blankly. Who is your sister-in-law? Although Tamao was weak, he could still shout loudly, Uchiha Mikato. Chapter 15 Mikato, I don't eat rabbit meat. Chapter 15 Mikato, I don't eat rabbit meat, well. These words were like thunder on the ground, causing everyone to forget the remaining grief of the genocide. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Although they guessed that this mentally ill person would most likely say this answer, they still felt it was too fantastical when they actually heard it. Could it be that Captain Yunyu has long been plotting against the clan leader's wife? This makes sense. Otherwise, why would Captain Yunyu save Mrs. Mikan? When Izumi Uchiha heard this, her eyebrows stood up, and she suddenly felt uncomfortable. She lowered her head silently, buried her head in her knees, and added branches to the fire. She didn't dare to look at Yunyu sitting next to her. The corner that no one pays attention to. Mikato's cold face was full of anger. She could tolerate these tribesmen rejecting her. After all, her family was not worthy of the Uchiha. But she couldn't bear others insulting her reputation and innocence as the patriarch's wife. Crackling, the flames burst into flames. Yunyu frowned slightly, feeling that the direction of development was a bit strange. Uchiha Nanfan said dully, how come the patriarch's wife becomes Captain Yunyu? No, how come she becomes your sister-in-law? This question was the voice of everyone present. Uchiha Izumi followed everyone and looked up at Tamayu. Everyone wanted to hear what this crazy friend could say. Tamao said naggingly. Can you please use your own brains more and stop bullying me and letting a mentally ill person think about problems? Think about it. Uchiha Mikato is the clan leader's wife. Fugaku is probably dead. We are the only Uchiha left. The new patriarch is not my eldest brother Yunyu, is he still my younger sister Qinhao? So. The eldest brother is the clan leader, and as the clan leader's wife, Uchiha Mikato is naturally the elder sister-in-law. Everyone frowned, speechless at the mental circuitry of their insane companion. In Tamao's cognition, is the patriarch's wife a position? Uchiha Nanfan adjusted the frame of the mirror and retorted. I'm not a coward. Everyone looked at Nanfan, who was usually honest and kind, and suddenly complained in their hearts, Captain Nanfan, what you are paying attention to is a bit crooked. Everyone finally understood why Nanfan and Tamao had the most conflicts on weekdays. Tamao said unhappily. Who cares if you're a coward or not? What are you still standing there for? Feed your sister-in-law the rabbit meat. Everyone looked at each other. That's what I said. Knowing that Yunyu had feelings for the widow, other Uchiha people did not dare to provoke the former clan leader's wife and current eldest sister-in-law. These Uchiha have a lot of complaints in their hearts but have no place to vent them. No, the Uchiha have all been destroyed once. The eldest brother has also been replaced, but why is the clan leader's wife still Uchiha Mikato? After hearing Tamao's serious nonsense, Uchiha Mikato's spirit that she had cultivated for many years was instantly destroyed. She stretched out her pink neck, her fair cheeks were rosy, her big dark eyes sparkled under her curved eyelashes, and she stared straight at Yunyu. As if angrily saying, control your subordinates. Everyone was silent and thinking. Yunyu suddenly stood up, tore off a rabbit leg, and came to Mikato. He doesn't care what others think. But before getting rid of Atake, Mikato cannot die. When everyone saw Yunyu's actions, they immediately felt that Domo Xiang was truly a genius. His inherent mental illness allowed him to see through these inside stories in advance. Watching Yunyu coming over, Mikato stretched out her snow-white neck and stared at her, like a shy, ashamed, and alert white swan. Silence for a moment. Uchiha Mikoto looked at the roasted rabbit leg that was handed to her mouth and chose to resist this humiliation in her own way. She said loudly and proudly, "I don't eat rabbit meat, As soon as Mikoto opened her mouth, Yunya controlled her with the 8,000 spears, and then stuffed a delicious roasted rabbit leg that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside into her mouth. Mmm. 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 Mikoto's eyes were wide open, she held the roasted rabbit leg in her mouth, gasping for breath in protest, and stared at the handsome young man in front of her in disbelief. How dare this young generation of the clan be so rude to me? Mikoto was furious, and her noble and elegant temperament as the clan leader's wife collapsed in an instant. Eat it! Yunya had a blank expression on his face, his eyes were like a deep ancient well, and he was not afraid to look at Mikoto. Their eyes met. Mikoto sat sideways with her legs on the ground, looking up at the towering figure in Yunya Pavilion. She felt at a disadvantage. The other Uchiha were stunned. They knew that Yunya's temperament had changed drastically and he was now a ruthless person, but they didn't expect that Yunya was so cruel. This is tantamount to trampling on the self-esteem of the clan leader's wife. A role model for our generation. Under the gaze of the Uchiha, Yunya did not stay beside Mikoto. He walked to the lying Taimao, then used a kunao to cut off the butt of the roasted rabbit and stuffed it into Taimao's mouth. Taimao realized what he had said, and immediately grinned foolishly, with an innocent expression on his baby face. "Eat meat," Yunya said calmly and returned to Quan. He left one roasted rabbit leg and stuffed the rest of the roasted rabbit into Quan's hand, motioning her to finish it for him. In the team, Quan is the youngest. She helped her teammates many times along the way and changed Taimao's bandages, performing very well. Apart from the honest Nanfan, the person Yunya is most at ease with is Uchiha Izumi. Captain Yin. Captain Yin Yu. Quan felt warm at heart as he held the roasted rabbit. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice and wanted to share the rabbit meat with his companions. Yunya reminded, "You are still growing, eat more. They are all adults and won't starve to death." The Uchiha people restrained their expressions and dared not say a word. "Okay, okay." Quan gave up the idea of sharing food and enjoyed the food that Yunya gave her alone. Quan was eating rabbit meat with a lot of thoughts in his mind. In short, she didn't believe what Taimao said, not even a single punctuation mark. Although Itaka's mother is beautiful and well-maintained, she is 7 or 8 years older than Captain Yunya after all. Well, he and she are not suitable. In his heart, Quan sentenced himself to being a wifeless person for the future of Yunya and Mikoto. The other Uchiha were filled with emotion. "I didn't expect that, Captain Yunya. You look gentle as jade, with a cold temperament like the chill wind blowing through the snowy forest, but behind the scenes, you are actually such a captain. Is it appropriate to think about a widow?" But several Uchiha were quickly relieved by this, and the remaining Uchiha naturally had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of restoring the glory of Uchiha. Mrs. Mikoto has a curvy figure and is obviously a woman who is good at bearing children. Captain Yunya makes full use of her and helps her give birth to several talented boys for the Uchiha clan. As long as guys like Itaki are not born, this can be regarded as contributing to the great cause of restoring the glory of Uchiha. Thinking of this, many Uchiha were no longer as repulsive to Mikoto as before, and some even looked at the new sister-in-law with acceptance, meaning and respect. Mikoto ate the roasted rabbit leg ravenously. She was being controlled by 8,000 spears. Eat or not eat? She has no say. Mmm. Mmm. Woo. Mikoto swallowed the chewy roasted rabbit meat, still trying to protest by whimpering. She felt the change in the tribesmen's attitude towards her, but she thought that rather than being misunderstood, they would rather continue to exclude her. An inexplicable feeling of humiliation spread throughout her body. Mikoto was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes, but she never stopped biting, chewing, and swallowing the roasted rabbit leg. The peaks of Jijin Mountain are staggered. Prologue. The dark night gradually fell, covering the entire mountain area. The center of the mountain range is low. The Kikyo Castle is located here. It is protected by old city walls. Under the night, thousands of houses are brightly lit, and the main street is quite prosperous. The surface of the river upstream of the city. 5 people and a dog came on the water. This is the only way out of the city. We will wait for reinforcements here and set traps by the way, waiting for Uchiha Yunyu and others to fall into the trap. Asuma said to Zihihong and others around him with a serious expression. No one objected. When a renegade ninja flees, knowing that there are ninjas chasing him, the first choice is definitely the waterway that will not leave any traces. Asuma and his ninja dogs with a keen sense of smell discovered the whereabouts of the Uchiha defection team this morning. Chapter 16 Attack. The night curtain fell, the bright full moon rose into the sky, the river reflected the stars, and occasionally a few egrets were startled and flew away. Uihong half crouched in the bushes by the river. Asuma and others stood on the branches. 5 people and 1 dog, meticulously observing the upstream of this not too wide river. The river breeze teased the slightly curly black hair hanging from Uihong's forehead. Her graceful figure floated on the water surface under her snow-white feet, graceful and moving, swaying with the waves. Just a few minutes ago, Asuma led the team to set up detonating talisman traps on the river surface. Ordinary ninjas, even senior ninjas, would be killed if they stepped into the minefield without warning. Uihong's almond eyes revealed worry. She was afraid that Yanyu would come, but she was also afraid that Yanyu would not come. Her breathing was rapid and her heart was beating wildly. What if Yanyu came? She had to save him as soon as possible. As for the Uchiha, she didn't need to worry about it. Uihong's pupils trembled slightly, and she made a decision in her heart. She never liked to drag her feet. Once she decided to do it, she would not hesitate. Developed this heroic character. Blame it on the night of the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion. His father, Uishinku, was a Chunin and Genin instructor of Konoha. When the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion occurred, he was responsible for protecting and dispersing the Genin who graduated from the same ninja school as Uishinku. He was treated as a child by his father. At that time, Uishinku stood up against his father's pressure and said that as Konoha ninjas, even if they could not fight, they should also participate in the rescue mission. That night, Hong confided in her classmates, Might Guy, Kakashi, and others. She received the approval of Uishinku and was entrusted by her father to the Will of Fire. But no one knew. The person who encouraged Hong to express herself bravely was Uchiha Yunyu, who stood by her at the time, constantly encouraging and comforting her. She was hesitating. Yunyu pushed her. That was that night. Hong watched her father and other jonin sacrifice themselves at the claws of the nine-tailed fox. If it weren't for Yunyu who encouraged her to express herself, the genin of the same period might have been protected and dismissed. She would never be able to stay by her father's side when he was seriously injured and dying, calling her name before he died, and let him rest in peace. Hong, what are you thinking about? Asuma saw that Hong's eyes were dull, and immediately jumped down from the tree and asked curiously. Hong came to her senses, took a half step back, deliberately kept a little distance from Asuma, and shook his head and said, "Nothing." Asuma frowned, smiled bitterly, and then jumped back to the tree. On the side of Kikyo Mountain. The trees are lush. The Uchiha defection team entered the mountain road, and the brightly lit Kikyo city and the mercury-like river were located to their east. Achoo! Yunyu sneezed, raised her hand to blow her nose, and her cold and arrogant face returned to normal, leading the team to continue jumping on the tree. His eyes were sharp, and he could tell the direction even at night with the help of the faint moonlight. During the journey, Yunyu kept thinking about problems, checking for loopholes in his plan of defection, and looking forward to the current ninja world. Before and after the night of extermination, the ninja world was calm on the surface, and there was no undercurrent behind it. In short, no particularly major events happened. Since there is nothing, let it happen. Yunyu thought in his heart. Only when the ninja world is more chaotic, it will be safe for him, and he can fish in troubled waters. Otherwise, the 5 major ninja villages will stare at their Uchiha defection team nakedly. Even if Yunyu has 8,000 spears and Kota Amatsukami, he can't survive safely in the ninja world. However, he already had a plan for disrupting the situation, and their escape was also part of the plan. After the battle with Danzo, Yunyu has explored the limit of the 8,000 spears Mangekyo, with 100% full Mangekyo Yintun Chakra, and can control about 120 elite middle and upper ninjas like the Root organization. This is directly related to his weak pupil power. The pupil power of Uchiha comes from the transformation from love to hatred. The stronger the hatred, the stronger the pupil power. In addition, it is linked to the strength of mental power and chakra. Yunyu has no way to quickly improve it for the time being, and can only slowly temper his spirit over time, perfectly refine and control chakra. It has been almost 3 days since the night of the genocide, and my 8,000 spears Mangekyo Yintun chakra has only recovered to 30%, and the Kota Amatsukami has cooled down, but this is enough. Yunyu felt much more at ease. The original owner was born as the captain of the Uchiha police force with 3 megatama, and was proficient in Uchiha swordsmanship, fire escape, and close combat physical skills. But even so, on the way of defection, if Yunyu only a pair of 8,000 spear kaleidoscopes with a single ability, without the most powerful illusion beyond God, the pressure to escape will inevitably increase. As for Susanoo, he is still exploring. This is why Yunyu must kill Danzo and take great risks to take away the kaleidoscope of other gods. Just as the team passed over a mountain. Swish swish swish. 5 dark figures stood up from the bushes that were half a man tall. They blocked the Uchiha defecting team. Under the moonlight, it can be clearly seen that the 5 people are wearing forehead protectors on their heads and holding weapons in their hands. Uchiha Yunyu was the first to stop, half-crouched on a branch, opened the 3 megatama, looked straight at the situation in front, and raised his hand to wave backward. At this moment, except for Nanfan who was carrying Taimao on his back, and Izumi who was looking after Mikoto, the other Uchiha suddenly dodged and dispersed towards the hidden place in the dark night forest. Act quickly and have a tacit understanding. Mikoto's dark and beautiful eyes twitched, showing a little shock. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan do have such excellent ability to respond to situations. But as a holder of 3 megatama, Mikoto, who is also a jounin of Konoha, also knows this. No matter how strong the team members are when fighting alone, the team lacks a backbone. It is absolutely impossible to respond immediately, cooperate tacitly, and fight together. What has he done to make you so awe-inspiring and at the same time sincerely trust him? Mikoto's eyes flashed with confusion and she looked at Quan. Izumi rolled her eyes at Mikoto angrily, clenched the ninja sword in her hand, and readied herself, without responding. Quan is still thinking about whether this old woman and Captain Yunyu are suitable for each other. So what if she is Itaka's mother? Can the ferret's mother eat tender grass? Quan's cheeks were bulging with anger, and he was holding his ninja sword tightly. If it weren't for taking care of the woman next to him, she would be fighting alongside Captain Yunyu now. Regarding Quan's malice, Mikoto's eyes showed confusion, mistakenly believing that this girl was still ostracizing her. Mikoto didn't know about the night of genocide, when her eldest son slaughtered civilians. Yunyu took these Uchiha by surprise, assassinated the core leaders of Konoha, killed Shimura Danzo, and avenged Uchiha. Quan suddenly sighed, well, it seems Captain Yunyu may not have made the right choice. He chose the mountain road, and ended up encountering a chasing ninja team. If he had chosen the water route, the situation might have been different. Mikoto didn't pay attention to Quan's thoughts. She naturally remained gentle and quiet, her beautiful eyes staring at Yunyu's straight back. The front of the team. Yunyu narrowed her eyes slightly and analyzed the situation in her mind. In the next moment, she decisively drew out her ninja sword from behind and rushed towards the 5 black figures in front of her. Only for a moment. Mikato's eyes widened, feeling blurred until she could see the situation clearly again. Not only Yin-Yu, but also other Uchiha who had left before appeared together. They surrounded the 5 black shadows, and the ninja swords in their hands were pressed against the necks of the 5 people. The 5 people were caught off guard. The scene fell into dead silence. Yin-Yu's ninja sword was pressed against a person's throat, and the sharp blade was embedded in the skin, causing blood to flow out. With the help of the moonlight, he squinted and saw the face clearly. The opponent was a young man with a slender face, wearing a Kirigakuer ninja forehead protector. His forehead was sweating, but his eyes showed fierceness, and he held the bow and arrow in his hand tightly. The thin young man was also looking at Yu. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he exclaimed happily. "Captain Drinking Moon! It's me! Jaeger! You have saved us before!" Chapter 17 A Life on Thin Ice. Platikadon Mountain, on the mountainside, is an Aryan village. The wooden house is simple. The lights are dim. In a moment, the hall was filled with more than 10 people. Next to the round table, a wounded mummy lay. "Ha ha ha, Captain Yin-Yu, sit down. You save us from a distance. This has been the past 5 years. Time flies so fast." Jaeger looked excited, holding the teapot, flipping the teacups, pouring tea for the Uchiha sitting at the table, and letting Yin-Yu take the main seat. Yin-Yu sat down, and Mikoto beside him looked at his side face with strange eyes. Mikan evaluates Yu in her heart. When in the woods, the Uchiha team could deal with these 5 traitorous ninjas, but Yin-Yu didn't take action because he knew them. On the way to escape, exposing your whereabouts is basically equivalent to causing great trouble. The best solution. This group of people should be killed, their bodies disposed of, and they should leave quietly. He is still a man with a bottom line. Mikan noticed that Yin-Yu suddenly turned her head and looked over. She calmly withdrew her gaze, confidently and calmly, maintaining the temperament of a lady, and picked up the tea cup to drink tea. "Hiss, hot." Mikan's jade fingers touched the teacup and quickly retracted. In Yin-Yu's eyes, most of her ladylike temperament disappeared. Since being force-fed by Yin-Yu, what was left of her dignity was trampled on. Mikoto seemed to have returned to her youthful days after graduating from the ninja school. She didn't know what state of mind and attitude she should adopt when getting along with a member of the opposite sex who ignored her pride and even had a cold and arrogant personality that surpassed hers. "He is obviously younger than me." Under the misunderstanding and strange attitude of other Uchiha, Mikoto would not be able to control herself and subconsciously pay attention to this man. It was obvious that Fugaku had just died. Mikoto lowered her eyebrows with a sad expression. She tugged at the hem of her skirt with her slender fingers, and then at a loss. Yin-Yu withdrew her gaze and realized that the other Uchiha were staring at her. The Uchiha all looked back, and they were all curious about the story of Captain Yin-Yu, the clan leader's wife, and the Kirigakuer rebel ninja. He. Jaeger grinned innocently. Yin-Yu looked at Jaeger with calm eyes. Memories emerge. This group of rebellious ninja are actually ordinary refugees who escaped from the Land of Frost during the Third Ninja War. Their homes were destroyed by the wars that broke out among the 5 major nations, and their food was forcibly confiscated by the Konoha ninja village that captured the Frost Kingdom. The farmland was trampled in turn by the ninja teams from the major ninja villages. After the autumn, there was no harvest. Jaeger's family of 5, only Jaeger survived. The winter of 5 years ago, he fled to the border of the country of fire. Gather more than 10 people. These people, headed by Jaeger, could not survive due to the war and wanted to band together to rob other refugees. That year, there were so many rebellious ninjas on the border of the fire country that even the police captain was sent to the border by Konoha's top management to carry out the task of wiping out the rebellious ninjas. Unfortunately, That was also the first time Jaeger led ordinary refugees to pretend to be rebels and commit a crime. They met Yu, who was wearing plain clothes and was actually the captain of the police force. Yunyu did not kill them, but patiently listened to the stories behind these people. Take Jaeger for example. When this guy first escaped, he had money on him, but when he went out, he was tricked by the big brother next door into investing in financial products issued by the Kirigakure Bank, hoping to make war fortune, but it turned out to be a financial fraud in the ninja world. The eldest brother absconded with the money. He was completely reduced to a refugee. At that time, Jaeger, who hated the rich, wanted to rob wealthy businessmen and become a bandit. Kei Zhengzhen rushed into a store with a kitchen knife, only to see a dirty, thin mother breastfeeding a baby the size of a monkey. Jaeger gritted his teeth, picked up a kitchen knife, sadly caught a mouse, cooked a pot of rat broth for the mother and son, and left cruelly. After that, Jaeger fled to the border of the Land of Fire, thinking that as long as he robbed people from other countries, there would be no psychological burden. Just as he was about to become bigger and stronger, he met Yu and his group. "Are you still the same as before?" Yunyu was silent for a long time and then asked. Jaeger placed the Kirigakure ninja forward protector on his head on the table and said with a hearty smile, "How can this be possible, Captain Yunyu? Since I was inspired by you. We did as you said, came to this mountain, became hunters and made a living by hunting every day. It is extremely rich here. There are many animals in the mountains. So we are living a very prosperous life now. This is all thanks to your advice. It was you who saved us." "Wait a minute, Mr. Jaeger, you'd better tell me what happened back then. We can't understand what you're talking about." Quan muttered, but stopped talking. The other Uchiha also nodded. "This is Kirigakure's traitorous forward protector again. This is the forest hunter again." Too winding and winding. Quan did not dare to ask Yunyu, but Quan knew that Yunyu would not care about her asking Jaeger. "Okay, then I'll start from the beginning." Jaeger became interested, recalled for a moment, and then conceived the beginning and told everyone. During this period, Yunyu ordered Nanfan to take 2 team members into Platycadon City and invite a doctor before it was late at night. "By the way, I bought some medicines, easily stored food, necessities for everyone on the escape route, and a map of the mountains on the border of the Land of Fire." Nanfan originally wanted to hear the story, but he had a mission, so he could only leave with his team members reluctantly. A cup of tea. After Jaeger finished telling the story, he felt very proud and felt that he was quite capable of directing movies and writing scripts. Only then did everyone in Uchiha understand that this Jaeger was poor, had difficulty starting a business, was walking on thin ice, and had a tragic and unlucky life. Mikan glanced at the side of Yunyu's face with her peripheral vision, and made one more comment about Yunyu in her heart. Kind. The other Uchiha also felt that Jaeger was really lucky to meet Yunyu. If it were them or other Konoha ninjas, regardless of Jaeger's past, they would have been killed as traitorous ninjas long ago. Complete the task and you can exchange it for a task reward. So, Captain Yunyu is really gentle and kind. Emotions, Sister Kinana's forward protector were all picked up from the battlefield? No, you are so unlucky, why are you so proud? Quan Lu raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling that this guy made a mistake with him in the multiple choice questions, so he had to fight. Always at the critical moment. Make the worst choice. Until I met Yunyu. Captain Yunyu, are you going to leave later? Jaeger looked at Yunyu, calmed his expression, and said sincerely, "It's so dark, so stay here tonight. I'll make dinner for you. We'll meet again tomorrow morning. Let's go." Yunyu glanced at the people around the table. The Uchihas were tired and sleepless, running away for nearly 3 days in a row. Their eyes showed fatigue, as if they were eager to rest here for a night. "Thanks, we have to leave right away." Yunyu looked at Jaeger and spoke calmly. The desire in the Uchiha's eyes suddenly extinguished, but no one said anything. They are on the run. Not on an outing. If you don't leave, there will be trouble here and the refugee hunters here will be affected. What's more, I'm already very unlucky. Yunyu also hated bringing trouble to others. Originally in the forest, he planned to lead the team directly to separate from Jaeger. But I couldn't stand Jaeger's warm invitation. Moreover, they really need a resting place. Hurry up and rest. When Nanfan and the others come back, we can continue our journey. Yunyu said calmly. Okay, I'll prepare some food for you. Jaeger smiled with relief and planned to go to the kitchen inside the wooden house. Quan suddenly asked. Mr. Jaeger, when you go out hunting, why are you wearing the forehead protector of the Kirigaku rebel? At this time, Tamas Yang, who was lying on the ground, said weakly, what else could it be for? It must be to frighten the enemy. Hearing this, all the Uchiha turned their heads and looked at Tamao, who was lying on the ground unnoticed. They almost forgot about this guy. Jaeger laughed and said. My lord is right. There are many ferocious war refugees nearby. If we don't pretend to be rebels, we won't be able to scare them if we encounter them on the road. After Jaeger finished speaking, he entered the inner room. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Suddenly, a high-pitched and loud cry of a baby broke the tranquility of the night and echoed in the wooden house. The Uchiha were shocked. Mikoto heard the cry of the baby, and a certain memory switch was pressed. She suddenly raised her head and looked towards the bedroom. During the trance, the sadness on her face became more intense. She missed Suzuki. Quan frowned. Drinking the moon, motionless as a mountain, he drank tea quietly. From the moment he entered the house, he judged from the shoes, styles, furniture and baby cushions in the wooden house that this was where a family of 3 lived. Sorry. Afraid of scaring the guests, Jaeger immediately led a woman from the bedroom to the hall. The woman has a delicate face, wearing a red scarf, with waist-length black hair covering her clean cheeks, anxiously coaxing the infant in her arms. Captain Yunyu, this is my wife Sanli, whom I married last year. The child hasn't been named yet, it's a boy. Jaeger looked happy and introduced his family. Yunyu smiled back at the family. Haha, you are so unlucky and miserable, but you can still marry a wife and give birth to children. I proposed to a nurse from the Hyaga family at Konoha Hospital, but she ignored me and told me to get out. Is it because I am mentally ill? Who are you looking down on? Uchiha Tamao cursed. Chapter 18 Doctors cannot heal themselves. The candlelight in the wooden house is dim. The atmosphere was awkward. The Uchihas wanted to explain that they were not familiar with this guy on the ground. Tamao felt good and continued to chatter. Drink the moon and drink tea calmly. Not surprised by this. He squinted at Mikoto and saw that she was staring directly at the infant in Jaeger's wife's arms. This gentleman is really good at joking. Jaeger smiled awkwardly and broke the deadlock. Quan's eyes shone, and he suddenly stood up, came to Jaeger's wife, and said excitedly. Can I hold the baby? Jaeger's wife looked at her husband. Jaeger smiled and nodded. Only then did she carefully put the child into the arms of the beautiful girl with the mole in front of her. Quan took the child, with a smile on his face and eyes shining. He held the child and rocked it gently, trying his best to comfort the crying, cute baby. Izumi's parents were commoners of the Uchiha clan and died in the Nine-Tails Rebellion. Since then, Quan likes children very much. She feels that newborn babies have the purest souls in the world, which makes her feel particularly close. Ouch! However, the baby didn't buy it. After Quan comforted her for a long time, the baby cried even more intensely. Quan Liame frowned slightly and felt at a loss. The baby didn't seem to like her. This scene seemed so similar that it made Quan feel frustrated. She subconsciously looked at Yunyu, but Yunyu looked calm and didn't care about the baby's crying. Quan suddenly couldn't get off the tiger. I'll do it. Mikoto took the swaddling clothes from Izumi's arms, and Izumi didn't refuse, just went down the steps. Everyone else looked at Mikoto. The beautiful patriarch's wife, driven by maternal instinct, began to examine the baby and massage various parts of the baby's body with skillful, patient, and meticulous techniques. The baby's cry was indeed much quieter. All the Uchiha felt that. Compared to Quan's childish rocking technique, Mikoto looked more natural holding the baby, as if she should be such a gentle and virtuous mother. Quan curled his lips, feeling aggrieved. After a while, the baby was still crying, which Mikoto found strange. Jaeger's wife frowned, with a hint of worry between her brows, worried that something bad would happen. Quan smiled secretly. Mikoto pursed her lips. She returned to her seat with the baby in her arms, trying to show off her unique skill in coaxing baby Suzuki to sleep. But as soon as you return to your seat, the wooden house suddenly became quiet. The baby's cry seemed to be just an auditory hallucination. Everyone looked at Mikoto. I couldn't help but secretly sigh, she is indeed the patriarch's wife. Mikoto looked surprised and looked down at the baby. Her red lips suddenly opened slightly and her brows furrowed. I saw that Yunya was looking at the crying baby in the swaddling clothes. Just in time, the baby felt someone watching, opened its little eyes, and stuck out its tongue. Big eyes stare at small eyes. A dash! The baby suddenly narrowed his eyes, grinned, smiled, and happily waved his pink little hands, performing a face-changing trick for everyone in the room. This child is asking for a hug from Yunyu. What's going on? They Uchiha looked at each other in bewilderment. Mikoto was stunned, her eyebrows slightly raised, her eyes rolling. She couldn't understand why her usual method of coaxing the baby to sleep was not as good as Yunyu's eyes. She was the mother of 2 children. She could see that the child was not hungry, his stomach was not uncomfortable, and he was not frightened. He was just making a fuss. This. Jaeger and his wife didn't quite understand, but they could feel that compared to the little girl with tear mole and the elegant lady, their child seemed to be willing to get close to Yunyu. Quan opened his lips slightly, thinking of something, and murmured, Grandma once said that babies will subconsciously get closer to gentle, kind, and pure-hearted people. As soon as these words came out, all the Uchiha present had strange expressions. If you say that Captain Yunya was gentle and kind before, that's true, but if you say that the captain has a pure heart, not to mention Captain Yunyu's life in exchange for his life. After all, they are also beneficiaries. There is an Uchiha who wants to ask. Can the heart of a person who cares about a widow be pure? Misaka frowned slightly and handed the swaddling clothes to Yunyu. Yunyu was stunned and hesitated for a moment, then chose to reach out and take the baby. He has lived 2 lives. It was his first time holding a child. He was a little at a loss. He was afraid that he would use too much force and make the baby uncomfortable. However, Yunyu quickly mastered the strength. He did not notice that Misaka's eyes gradually softened when he saw him holding the child. The baby seemed to follow him back to the bed, wrapped in a sense of security, lying quietly in Yunyu's arms, motionless, closing his eyes, and falling asleep. Everyone looked at Yunyu, who was holding the baby, gentle as water, and recalled the scene of him killing Danzo with a hideous face. I always feel. The contrast of the picture is huge. Mikoto was half believing and half doubting what Quan said, but it did not affect her labeling Yunyu in her heart. Welcome by the baby. Yunyu's eyes gradually became calm. He quietly held the baby and waited for Nanfan and others to come back with everyone. During this period, Jaeger tried to ask Yunyu to stay overnight, but was rejected by Yunyu. About an hour later. Bang! The door of the wooden house opened. Captain Yunyu, let's go back. Nanfan came back with 2 team members. As soon as he entered the door, he stepped half a foot into the threshold and glanced inside the house. He was shocked and stunned. At the wooden table, Yunyu held the baby and Mikoto sat beside him. The scene was easygoing and peaceful, happy and warm. No. I just went out for a while, how come we even have a child? Nanfan's scalp was numb, holding his glasses, he couldn't speak clearly, staring blankly at Yunyu and Mikoto, honestly wanting to get an explanation from them. The three were a little afraid that Mikoto would smile and say, "Yes, we have a child." What a shocking thing that would be! Yunyu and Mikoto looked out the door at the same time. Nanfan and the other two were holding a rope, and the end of the rope was tied to a middle-aged man wearing red shorts and with thicker leg hair than the Mediterranean. The middle-aged man's eyes were evasive, his nose and face were swollen, he was timid, lowered his head, dared not see anyone, hid behind Nanfan, trembling. Yunyu looked puzzled. The other Uchiha, including Jaeger, had as weird expressions as they could be. Jaeger seemed to know the other party, but it was better not to be familiar with the scene at the moment. "What's going on?" Quan couldn't bear to look at the eye-catching scene and asked hurriedly. Nanfan woke up and replied, "This is the most famous doctor in Kikyo City. When we found him, he was saving people." Everyone immediately felt that it was unreliable. "How can you take off your pants to save people?" Quan said contemptuously. Nanfan said bluntly, "Oh, he was in the VIP room of Kabukiko at that time, and there were many women inside. When we found him, he didn't want to come. We beat him up and asked him what he was doing there. He said he was saving these poor women." Yunyu heard this and handed the sleeping baby in his arms back to Jaeger's wife. "Go back to the bedroom, it's not suitable for children." Jaeger's wife blushed, rolled her eyes at the dishonest doctor outside the door, and hurried back to the room. Misaki's face flushed instantly, feeling embarrassed, and at the same time sighed in her heart, how could Nanfan and the others catch such a person back? Yunyu came to the wretched doctor, saw the clue, and said coldly, "Medical ninja." The Mediterranean man nodded, weak, and said, "I participated in the Third Ninja World War and was assigned to the border by Konoha Hospital." Yunyu stretched out his right hand, grabbed his canvas collar, and lifted him to the side of the mummy Taimao like a chicken, and said calmly, "Do your best to treat him." The seemingly wretched doctor looked up at Yunyu, his shrinking eyes seemed to be pierced by 1,000 books, and he dared not look directly at the sharp-eyed young man. Okay, I'll help save people, save them and let me go." The doctor tried. He had been asked by rebel ninjas to save people before, but those rebel ninjas were all polite to him. Since becoming a medical ninja, he has never met such a rude and domineering group of people. Yet, Yunyu threw the doctor to Taimao and said no more. Taimao opened his eyes weakly and glared at the doctor. At one glance, he said with disdain, "Brother, this doctor can tell that he is in the late stage of kidney deficiency. He is not very reliable. This doctor has a free and easy personality." After getting Yunyu's promise, he squatted beside Taimao and said happily, "Doctors cannot treat themselves. Chapter 19 Can't save, no hope, wait to die." Yunyu's face changed slightly. It was the first time he saw a doctor talk about kidney deficiency so fresh and refined. Everyone in the wooden house thought that this guy was unreliable and was afraid that he was a fake doctor. But the next move of the wretched doctor made them all shut up. The middle-aged doctor examined Taimao's wound, instantly restrained his wretched expression, and with a serious face, he systematically tore off Taimao's bandage. At this moment, he gave people the same feeling as those stereotyped medical ninjas. "Muti." The doctor was stunned, then looked at everyone in the room and asked, "Who tied the bow on the bandage?" Everyone was stunned. Izumi smiled innocently, showing his little tiger teeth, and raised his right hand, "I. This bandaging method is unscientific. Forget it. I'll teach you some scientific bandaging techniques after I save him." The doctor sighed and continued to remove the bandage. Izumi frowned and lowered her head. She thought she was going to be praised, but it turned out to be nothing. Izumi said proudly, "I won't learn." "Why?" "For free." The doctor asked back, but the work in his hands never stopped. "You are not serious." "But my technique is serious. If you don't want to learn, you don't want to learn." Izumi regretted it after he said it angrily. Their team really lacks someone who knows medical skills. Think for a moment. For the team. Izumi immediately reconciled with himself and said weakly, okay, I'll learn. The doctor nodded and focused on removing the bandage. Mikoto wanted to laugh, but she forced herself to hold it back, but she couldn't help it, so she could only think of her dead ghost, and her mood suddenly became depressed. Mikoto suddenly felt that this escape journey had not lasted 2 days, and the taste was starting to get off. Where did Yunya find these weirdos? Hiss, be gentle, it hurts. Even Taimao couldn't stand the pain of the bandage being separated from the wound. Ha, you were still very tough just now, I only heard this from the girls I saved. The middle-aged doctor didn't stop. Taimao clenched his teeth, endured the pain, and suddenly laughed, is it possible that they are probably lying to you? The doctor's expression froze, his hand stopped, his face fell, and the bandage was completely untied. He ignored Taimao's nonsense and looked at the wound on the front of the young man seriously. His eyebrows gradually frowned, his face was solemn, and he took a breath of cold air. This wound was not 1 or 2. It was the kind of bloody mess on the front, and the whole person's surface was like a steak that was roasted and cut into pieces. This man is still alive. It's a medical miracle. The doctor muttered inwardly, his face solemn, his hands condensed fluorescent green chakra and passed it over every wound of Taimao. Seeing the medical ninjutsu chakra, the Uchiha were relieved and no longer doubted the doctor. Yunyu also slightly expected the reward of the side quest. A cup of tea. The doctor stopped performing the medical ninjutsu he had just started, shook his head and smacked his lips. It's impossible to save him, there's no hope, just wait to die. The hope that had just risen in everyone's hearts was immediately shattered by this sentence. The doctor's expression was calm this time. He looked directly at Yunyu and explained seriously. He was hit by a wind-style ninjutsu that caused widespread damage. It seems that you are also ninjas. You must know the horror of wind attribute chakra. After cutting open the human body, wind attribute chakra can even penetrate into cells and cause large-scale damage to cells near the wound. The powerful wind attribute chakra's penetration and destructive power on the human body is even comparable to poison. 10 years ago, when I was at my peak, I had the strongest control over medical ninjutsu chakra, and I might have been able to treat injuries caused by wind attribute chakra. It's a pity. Now I don't have that strength, I can only treat injuries caused by fire attribute chakra and water attribute chakra. Uchiha Nanfan said anxiously. Is there no other way? The doctor looked at the person who had captured him and replied. Yes, we can find a medical ninja who is better at medical ninjutsu than me. But I can't do it. Fortunately, he has a strong blood and a strong physique. You used the wartime folk method to prolong his life in time, mainly using the soldier's grain pills to activate the chakra to resist the continuous damage of the wind attribute chakra. Otherwise, he should have died yesterday. Tamas Yang said contemptuously, you are kidding, I exercise every day in the hospital, how can my physique not be strong? Uchiha Nanfan's mouth twitched, and he sighed secretly, is this the reason why you, Tamas Yang, can resist Danzo's wind escape with your physical body? Yunya fell into deep thought. The doctor ignored Taimao and squatted back beside him, releasing medical ninjutsu again, seemingly doing useless work to continue treating the injury, then looked up at Yunyu. I can only try to reduce the pain of his injury, so that he will not suffer so much when he dies. Taimao murmured, you have a good medical ethics. Didn't you do your best to treat him? An Uchiha asked. Other Uchiha echoed and questioned one after another. The wooden house suddenly became lively. Tap tap. As Yunyu tapped her fingers lightly on the tabletop, the wooden house suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Yunyu with sad faces. How long will it take? Yunyu looked at the doctor. The doctor replied neatly, 10 minutes. Yunyu nodded, then looked at the others and said in a deep voice, pack your things and set off in 10 minutes. As he spoke, the Uchihas looked sad. If they went northwest, they would have to leave the border of the Land of Fire. It was basically impossible to find medical ninjas. This means that Tamao will really become the first tribesman to die on their way to escape. Nowadays, there are only so many Uchiha people left. One less. Even the south wind feels unbearable. Two of Tamao's team members suddenly had tears in their eyes. They lowered their heads and clenched their fists, feeling desperate and powerless in their hearts. Oh, by the way, if you want him to die more comfortably, don't carry him on your back. Little girl, come here, let me show you how to bandage the wound correctly. Look carefully, I will only do it once. In the doctor's instructions. The wooden house fell into dead silence. The Uchiha looked sad, and even Mikoto didn't want to see this happen to the only remaining members of the same race. Mikoto felt that she was the one who should die. The harmonious atmosphere disappeared. Jaeger, who had also been silent for a long time, could clearly feel the helplessness, despair, and helplessness of these people. This was also the case when his family was ruined, so he knew how it felt. Fortunately, Jaeger met Yayu, who showed him a clear path. Ask him to bring people to Platycodon Mountain. Early last year, when Jaeger went out hunting to cut firewood, he met his current wife under a tree. In other words, he can have a happy family because of Yin Yu. Therefore, Jaeger believes that he should do something, even if it goes against his own credibility. There are some things that are really worth doing even if he goes against his credibility. There are always some things above all else. Dr. Nake, do you still know me? Some time ago, my wife and I took our children to see you. Jaeger walked out of the crowd. Everyone looked at him in confusion. The doctor also looked back at Jaeger, withdrew his gaze, shook his head and said, "Sorry, I have no impression. There are too many people coming to me for medical treatment in Platycodon City. I have to save those poor women every night. My memory is not very good." With embarrassment and determination, Jaeger said, "Neonatal respiratory distress syndrome." The middle-aged bald Dr. Nake looked back at Jaeger again, seeming to remember something, and asked, "Is your son, the newborn baby, dead?" Take hepatoenterologists as an example. As doctors, they may not recognize human faces. But you raise your butt and let him take a look at the hemorrhoid wound after surgery. He will definitely immediately clap his hands excitedly. "I performed this hemorrhoidectomy last year. How is it, young man, are you satisfied with my technique? Remember to lift the anus every day." Jaeger smiled and said, "He is not dead, he has recovered now." Nake's pupils shrank suddenly and his face trembled slightly. Neonatal respiratory distress syndrome is one of the diseases most likely to cause neonatal death. It can easily cause hypoxemia and alveolar collapse in babies, leading to a series of complications. He couldn't cure the disease, but he was deeply impressed by the fact that a baby had this disease some time ago. At this time, Tamas Yong hit the last knife. "You are really miserable." Jaeger was at a loss for words and walked to Yunyu and explained, "Captain Yunyu, the evening before yesterday, a woman with yellow hair, round-rimmed glasses, and black and white wizard robes, who looked like a witch, moved into our cottage. It was she who cured my son's illness. But she told us not to tell anyone about this." Chapter 20 The Wandering Witch. A woman dressed as a witch. Yin Yu's eyes lit up. Dr. Nake's face was solemn and he sighed in a deep voice. "That woman can even cure that difficult baby disease, which shows that she has meticulous control over the medical ninjutsu chakra. If she is invited, she might be able to save this guy." The expressions of the Uchihas changed slightly, and the hopes that had been shattered before were reunited. Everyone looked at Yin Yu. But Jaeger's face suddenly changed, with fear in his brows, and he hesitated and spoke. "It's just that she's a little scary." Nanfan asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Jaeger took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and replied. "When that woman went up the mountain, her Miko robe was stained red with blood, and she was holding a lot of rebel ninja forehead protectors in her hand. I guess she must have really wiped out the rebel ninjas nearby. The Uchiha were about to ask, but was interrupted by Yunyu's squinting eyes, and he motioned for Jaeger to continue. Jaeger's pupils shrank, and he suddenly shuddered as he recalled his first meeting with that woman. After she went up the mountain, she walked to our door and knocked on the door very politely. I opened the door. Bloody and pungent. Seeing clearly her appearance under the white hood, she was very pretty, but her lenses were stained with blood, her eyes were squinted, there was a gentle smile on her lips, and she was holding several white packages dripping with blood in her hands. She spoke softly and said she wanted to stay overnight. She also gave me a lot of money and asked me to be responsible for her food. I want to refuse. But reason tells me, don't be impulsive. My intuition tells me that she really has no ill intentions and just wants to stay overnight. So, I suppressed my fear and took her to the unused wooden house on the right side of my house. In the middle of the night, she heard my child's painful cry and took the initiative to come over and help us cure the child. It can be seen from this that she should be a good person. So, tonight I took someone out hunting, and wanted to help her catch some game in return, otherwise we wouldn't go out hunting at night. Captain Drinking Moon. You can't tell her that I told you these things. Yunyu nodded and asked, is it the wooden house with lights on, 100 meters away, on the right side of the door? The Uchiha's eyes trembled slightly. Unexpectedly, when Captain Yunyu came, he would keep the nearby topography in mind. Mikoto, who has always been careful, couldn't help but cast a surprised look at Yunyu. She had never been so careful during her full-time ninja days. Quan secretly smacked his tongue, feeling scared. It was dark night, the blonde beauty was covered in blood, and she was holding a human head in her hand. This looked like the unfolding of a ghost story. Yes. Geyer nodded, with a solemn expression, as if he was risking his life. Nanfan brings people with me, Quan, you stay here. Yunyu made a brief arrangement. He neatly led the people out of the wooden house, went out and looked towards the rugged mountain road, only to see candles still burning in the paper windows of the wooden house. The four people turned into black shadows. Come to the door of the wooden house. Bang! Nanfeng kicked open the wooden door, and the two subordinates behind him had black lines on their heads. They sighed inwardly that their captain was still so direct and decisive in handling matters. Yunyu looked strange, looked at Nanfan, and said calmly, we are here to invite someone. Sorry. Nanfan looked apologetic and even planned to reach out and pull the door open and try again. But the subordinates had already followed Yunyu into the house. There is a wooden bathtub placed in the hall, the water is covered with pink petals, and hot mist is rising out. There were water stains scattered on the floor. There is a bed with clean bedding inside. Stacked next to the bed were a blood-stained black and white witch robe, and 2 pieces of purple lace, embroidered with classical patterns, and hollowed-out underwear. The fragrance inside the house is like an orchid. Obviously, there was a woman taking a bath here before, but when she heard the noise, she left in a panic, without even having to put on her clothes. Yunyu glanced at the wooden house with no other objects, glanced at the woman's clothes, and made an evaluation in her heart. The appearance is solemn. Feeling depressed inside. He is good at pretending to be kind, and his methods are no different from those of a ninja. Where are the people? Uchiha Nanfan looked around at the wooden house and said anxiously. One of the Uchiha team members sighed, even if there are some people, they will be fawned over and forgiven by Captain Nanfan. Nanfeng suddenly looked embarrassed and stopped talking, silently looking at the expressionless Yi Yu. Wow! Yin Yu's right hand caressed the water in the bathtub, and the petals spread to both sides in an instant. She felt the temperature of the water between her fingers, and she had the answer in her heart. She probably left before we arrived here. After Yunyu finished speaking, she pressed her hand on the tub and concentrated on trying something. Captain Yunyu, I will lead people to recover her. Nanfan's pupils widened before he could finish his words. The other 2 Uchiha also looked strange. The bathtub next to Yanyu disappeared out of thin air without any warning. The three of them exclaimed inwardly, Captain Yanyu really knows the most mysterious space ninjutsu. She doesn't want to take action, and she doesn't want to see us. Let's go. It will take a lot of time to find a ninja who can parade in the ninja world in the wilderness. Yanyu analyzed. After finishing speaking, he ignored the shock on the faces of Nanfan and the other three people and turned around to leave the wooden house. As for the bathtub and bath water, they were lying quietly in his storage space. Yanyu already knows who this witch is. I just didn't expect it. She is at Platycodon Mountain. She has long blonde hair, round glasses, and is dressed like a witch. She has excellent appearance and is good at medical ninjutsu. This is naturally the famous pharmacist No Yu, who was a former member of the root organization in the ninja world. Around the night of the Uchiha genocide. She is not dead yet. As for the reason why she appeared here. When Yanyu and others returned to the wooden house, he had a rough guess in his mind. Seeing Yanyu and the four others returning empty-handed, Izumi, Mikoto, and other Uchiha's eyes suddenly dimmed, and even Jaeger felt frustrated for everyone. Tamao himself suddenly laughed, if I die, your burden will be lighter, which is a good thing. Don't be too sad. Everyone's sadness became more intense. During the four people's departure, under the guidance of Dr. Nak, Izumi learned some dressing techniques, and Jaeger provided materials to make a simple stretcher for Tamao. Yanyu came to Jaeger and warned, we are leaving. Starting tomorrow, you will take your family to the Platycodon City Hotel to stay for a while. He didn't explain too much. But Jaeger nodded solemnly, saying that he believed in Yanyu, and then hurried into the kitchen. The Uchihas simply tidied up, separated into two people, and carried Tamao out. Jaeger ran out with a large pile of food and said hurriedly, Captain Yanyu, please bring these things with you. Yanyu looked back. Jaeger hurried over, panting heavily. He was carrying 10 pounds of smoked wild boar meat and chicken and duck eggs in food bags. All the Uchihas suddenly felt warm in their hearts. When in Konoha, they are walking on the street, they were always looked down upon by the villagers. I never expected that a refugee would treat them sincerely because of their captain. Jaeger pushed the food into the hands of Nanfan and others, then took out a piece of straw paper from his arms, handed it to Yanyu, and said with a smile, Captain, although I don't know what mission you are going to perform, this is the map I personally surveyed and mapped in this area. I hope it can help you. Yanyu did not reject his kindness, she raised her lips slightly and said with a smile, go back and take good care of your wife and children. Jaeger smiled and nodded. Quan was carrying the food bag with eggs, thought about it, and whispered, Mr. Jaeger, we have taken away your Kirigaku rebel ninja protector. Don't pretend to be a rebel in the wild in the future. This is a very dangerous move in the land of fire, even on the border. Jaeger scratched his head in embarrassment. This is just a means to scare the bandits. However, we will try to make ourselves stronger and not use such tricks. Quan saw that the other party was very obedient and nodded with satisfaction. Dr. Nak also chased him out. Seeing this group of people leaving, the doctor breathed a long sigh of relief. These scourges were finally gone, so happy. Under the dark night, Yanyu and others quickly left towards the northwest. After a few ups and downs, they blended into the night and disappeared at the end of the mountain road. Barren mountains and ridges. In the woods, under the moonlight, a mature figure with graceful curves sat on the branch. She was only wrapped in a snow-white bath towel. Chapter 21 Cleverness. The full moon hangs in the sky. The moon is bright and clear. There are occasional nightingales calling in the forest, and their calls are clear, melodious. Below the branches, the woman's snow-white legs are suspended in mid-air, and her clean feet are gently swaying, teasing the air like water. At her mature age, she shouldn't have acted in such a girlish way, but there was no one around. Looking through round-framed lenses, the team gradually left. They had no intention of looking for her. She felt at ease now. These people were walking in a hurry, as if they were fleeing. After leaving, they probably would not return. When I was taking a shower for the first time, I was disturbed and ran away in embarrassment. Oh, sorry. I have a mission, so I can't use too much chakra to help others. A gentle smile appeared on her pretty face, and the entanglement in her heart disappeared. She slowly stood up and reached out to untie the bath towel. The moonlight is as bright as snow. The skin is like white jade. The white bath towel fell to the ground, covering the thorns. With his white and red toes stepping on the branches, Nanoya formed a seal with his hands, untied the storage scroll, took out the clothes, put them on skillfully, and then left in a flash. Buzz! The branches trembled slightly, and wearing a witch's robe, unable to restrain the turbulent waves, her plump and beautiful figure jumped towards the mountain stronghold. Return to the cabin. The door is open. Nanoya put back his white hood, revealing a fair and handsome face under his long golden hair. Looking at the empty hall, Nanoya's light blue eyes trembled, revealing confusion and shock. Huh? Where is my bathtub? She raised her eyebrows slightly, stepped back outside the house barefoot, looked around, and found no trace of anyone pouring water, and a big question mark suddenly appeared in her mind. That's the new bathtub she bought yesterday when she went to Platycadon City to submit the task of killing the rebel ninja. Someone might be able to use a sealing scroll to seal the bathtub, but how can the bathtub be sealed with water? Those people can't find themselves. Just take away the bathtub to vent your anger? How could there be such a person who wouldn't even let go of the bath water? Damn it! Nanoya put away her doubts, even though she was usually gentle and kind, at this moment her pretty face could not help but show a trace of anger, and she clenched her jade fingers tightly. She glanced down the hillside. Rugged mountain roadside. Jaeger and Dr. Knack were still chatting. Dr. Knack, it's so late, why don't you just rest at my house tonight? Jaeger warmly invited. Knack shook his head and declined. No, I haven't settled the bill at Kabukicho yet. It's really unlucky. I was invited here for treatment late at night, and your friends didn't even pay for the medical expenses. I'll pay for it. Jaeger said with a simple smile. Knack glanced at him, seeing how frank the Orion was, and waved his hand. You have 3 mouths to feed your family. Besides, how much money can you make? That's it. That's it. I'll go to your house to have a cup of hot tea and then leave. Jaeger's smile did not diminish, and he hurriedly took Dr. Knack back to his home. As soon as they entered the door, the two of them were stunned on the spot. The candlelight in the wooden house flickered. Nanoya sat on the main seat, squinting his eyes and looking at the two people outside the door with a gentle smile, like a charming housewife. His, yellow hair, round glasses, good-looking, dressed as a witch. Dr. Knack's eyes widened, he took a breath, turned around and left. Jaeger immediately grabbed the doctor's arm tightly, tensed up all over, swallowed, looked at Nanoya blankly, and said softly. Doctor, don't leave, I'm afraid. I'm scared too. Dr. Knack's face twitched, and he complained both in his mouth and in his heart, I shouldn't be greedy for your cup of tea. In the dark night, each Uchiha held a torch and walked forward in the dark. There were team members carrying a stretcher, so the speed was not too fast. There were no attacks along the way, which also allowed their tense nerves to relax a little. Now they only pray that in the remaining 3 to 4 days, they can find a medical ninja for Tamao. Quan followed closely beside Yen Yu and asked curiously. Drinking the Moon Team captain, why didn't that ninja dressed as a Miko kill Mr. Jaeger and his friends who pretended to be rebel ninjas from Kirigakure? Yunyu thought for a moment and replied, what is the most important thing for a ninja before taking action? Quan immediately smiled and said, intelligence. Yunyu nodded her chin. I know. Quan suddenly realized. Before taking action, the female ninja must have studied the rebel ninjas in this area. She knew that the village where Jaeger was not a real rebel ninja, so she went to stay there and helped a family out of kindness. However, Quan thought that pretending to be a rebel ninja was an extremely unwise move. Yunyu landed on a branch and looked up at the night sky. The stars were as bright as diamonds, and the moon was in the sky, bright and pale. This night was just like the night when he killed Danzo. It was beautiful. Yunyu's mouth corners suddenly raised slightly, stopped, looked back at the team, and said calmly, "Return the original way." Ah! The Uchiha were suddenly confused. Simple wooden house. No frowned, looking at Jaeger who was clenching his teeth and refusing to speak. She looked at Dr. Nak. "Tell me, what are the identities of those people just now, and what are they doing in Kikyo Mountain?" At this moment, Jaeger and Nak were tied to 2 chairs back to back, unable to move. The two had livid faces. As for Jaeger's wife, she stood behind Nono, staring at the back of Nono's neck, her face solemn, holding the sleeping baby. Dr. Nak sighed, "I'm really not familiar with that group of people, I don't even know their names." Duo. Nono deliberately inserted a kunao on the table, and Geyer stared at the sharp kunao with his eyes straight. Nono pretended to be indifferent, "I'll give you one last chance." She naturally would not hurt Geyer and Nak, she just wanted to threaten them and try to collect intelligence about that group of people. This was not something that had to be done. But when she was away from home, as an outstanding intelligence agent of the Root organization, Nanoyu had a natural ability to collect intelligence. In order to complete her mission smoothly, Nanoyu felt that it was necessary to spy on this kind of intelligence. If that group of people were not related to her mission, then forget it. If she really wanted to get intelligence, now she should use the woman and child behind her to threaten Geyer, which would be easier. Without waiting for Geyer to tell a lie to cover it up, Nanoyu raised her eyebrows slightly, and felt premonition, looking at the tightly closed wooden door. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open from the outside, and a lot of sawdust and dust fell from the roof. A strong bloody smell hit him in the face. Jaeger widened his eyes, feeling that this bloody smell was even more pungent and unpleasant than the one on Nono the day before. Nono remained calm, raised his hand to adjust the frame of his glasses, and through the bright myopic lenses, saw 4 figures slowly walking into the wooden house. Jaeger's wife and the baby in her arms were startled, and the latter began to cry again. The baby's cry kicked off the chaos. Dr. Nak, who was sitting on the backrest, had his pupils shrank suddenly, looked sideways, and complained again in his heart, "I really shouldn't have been greedy for that sip of tea." The 4 men were wearing Konoha ninja uniforms and Konoha forehead protectors, which were stained with undried blood. A fat ninja with short hair and the word food printed on his armor was holding a handful of Kirigaku rebel forehead protectors in his fat hands, one of which was missing a corner. Then, a white-haired ninja dog slipped in from outside the door, sniffing the remaining smell in the wooden house. Woof! Suddenly, it smelled a familiar smell, screamed in fear, and ran out madly, but was held tightly by one of the ninjas with a dog leash. Jaeger's eyes were dull, staring at the missing Kirigaku rebel forehead protector in the fat ninja's hand. Chapter 22 Crime and Punishment. You killed them all? Jaeger looked dazed, looking up at the leading Konoha ninja smoking. The other man had a beard, a rough face, a vicissitudes of life, and a smile in his eyes. Jaeger was stunned. How could he not recognize those forehead protectors? They were items he picked up from the battlefield at great risk and gave to nearby refugees to deter bandits. Asuma took a puff of cigarette, smiled, exhaled smoke, and said with a smile, "Oh, just a few rebel ninjas." Jaeger said absent-mindedly, "They are not rebel ninjas." "Oh, aren't they?" Asuma smiled, leaned his face against the side of the thin man, exhaled a puff of thick smoke, and said word by word, "Where is your forehead protector?" Jaeger's pupils widened and his face turned pale. Clang! With veins bulging on his forehead, the Hyaga branch Jonin opened his Byakugan and inspected the wooden house through the black and white perspective. During the inspection, the Hyaga branch Jonin said contemptuously, "As refugees, it doesn't matter whether you have a rebel forward protector or not. Kill them and you'll be killed. The fire country doesn't need refugees. We say. You can be a rebel ninja. In the ninja world, no matter which country's border, you are a group of homeless ants, being used as cannon fodder by major ninja villages. Hasn't it always been your fate to be treated as a rebel ninja by ninjas in exchange for rewards? His words were full of the pride of the Hyuga family, even though his identity was only a branch family. Jaeger stared blankly at the ceiling. It was the war that turned them into refugees. After they escaped here, they did not rob others or do any evil. They made a living by hunting. No Naiu stood up and said coldly. She pulled out the kunao on the table, picked it up gently, and cut the ropes around Jaeger and Nak. Nanoyu stared at the Konoha forward protectors on the heads of the four people, and suddenly felt that it was a great shame to be born in the same ninja village as someone who trampled on human life at will. Jaeger was still sitting in the chair. Dr. Nake ran behind Nanoyu. As a human spirit, he could naturally see that this woman had no murderous intentions towards them, and the four Konoha ninjas who had just arrived were pure murderers. Who cares? The Hyuga family Jounin raised his eyebrows, ignored Nanu, and walked straight towards the kitchen. Asuma glanced at the wooden house floor, and finally focused on Nanoyu. He felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember the other person, so he smiled and asked. I didn't expect to meet ninjas here. Which ninja village are you from? Although Nanoyu is famous, even within the root organization, few people have seen the true appearance of the Wandering Witch. This is the basic ethics of intelligence workers. As for her identity as the director of Konoha's orphanage, who cares? Konoha's ninjas don't sit idle and run to the orphanage every day. My name is Yakushi Nanu, a former member of the Konohagakure organization, and I'm out on a mission. How did you find this place? What's the purpose? Nanoyu took out her Konoha Forward Protector and Konoha Root Organization's mission scroll from her pocket, threw it on the table with a clatter, and looked at Asuma. Asuma glanced at the Forward Protector and the mission scroll, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately remembered something and said calmly. So you are the director of the Konoha orphanage. Hehe. Feel sorry. We are under no obligation to disclose the details of our mission to you. When Asuma heard Nanu's name, he had an impression that he and his colleagues had discussed the figures of Konoha's beautiful ninjas. The colleague praised Nanu for being one of the best female ninjas in Konoha in terms of appearance and figure. At this time, the ninja of the Inyazuka family forcibly held the white-haired dog and said with a smile. Of course, Yukimaru and I smelled the smell of blood and searched all the way here. However, this place is so remote that it took us a long time to search. The five of them waited on the waterway outside Platycadon Castle in the middle of the night, but did not see Uchiha's defecting team, so they waited for reinforcements and dispersed in Platycadon Mountain to start searching. The ninja dog smells human blood. They speculated that the Uchiha defector team had fought in the mountains. So, their pursuit team gathered in this mountain stronghold. The smell of blood. There was a look of shame in No Naiu's eyes, and her body trembled slightly. It turned out that her unintentional act of hunting down the true traitorous ninja and the bandits actually caused this refugee village to be destroyed. She also wanted to understand that this seemingly well-equipped Konoha ninja team was hunting down the fleeing team just now. Nanoyu glanced at Jaeger, with mixed feelings in his heart. Since he had done something wrong, he had to find a way to make amends, at least not to let this family of three die at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Hinata took out a set of used teacups from the kitchen and placed them on the table. There were 12 teacups in total. Asuma, the Jounin of the Inyazuka family, and the Jounin of the Akimichi family looked at the teacups. Jaeger also noticed something, his pupils trembled, and he came back to his senses. Woof woof! Yukimaru shouted twice at the teacup, hiding next to his master's legs, feeling uneasy. Yukimaru is expressing that a total of 12 people have used teacups. The Jounin of the Inyazuka family explained with a smile. Asuma pushed a teacup in front of Jaeger and said, "Master, there are 11 cups left after 1 cup. It seems our intelligence is wrong. There are 11 people in this rebel ninja team, not just 10. I ask, you answer." The Jonin of the Hyuga family opened his eyes, observed Jaeger's facial expression, and asked indifferently, "In which direction are the 11 people fleeing?" Jaeger's mind was spinning rapidly. Without thinking much, he raised his hand and pointed south, and replied, "They went in that direction." Although he didn't know the situation. "But I know that if Captain Yen Yu escaped from Konoha, then the east of Konoha must not be pointed out." The Jounin of the Hyuga family frowned and kicked Jaeger hard in the abdomen, sending the person and chair flying to the wall and falling to the ground. Jaeger gritted his teeth, covering his abdomen, holding on to the wall, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. "Ah!" Jaeger's wife exclaimed and wanted to protect her husband, but with a flash of thought, a kunai was placed on her neck, and the kunai was pointed at the swaddle in her arms. The Jounin of the Hyuga family appeared behind her, holding 2 kunai in his hands steadily in the air, and said softly, "Don't move, if you do, you will all die." No Naiu's pupils shrank, he clenched his fists, quietly waiting for the best opportunity to take action. Naik was already squatting in the corner, shivering. Judging from the physical skills and methods of these ninjas, they are also strong in Konoha. 4 Konoha Jonin. No Naiu looked solemn, staring directly at the 4 people, feeling a great sense of oppression. She secretly wondered in her heart, who were the guys who stole her bathtub, who were worthy of Konoha sending out a hunting team of this level. Asuma turned a blind eye to this scene. This person, the Hyuga family Jonin he brought with him, had been in the interrogation department for a while. Because the interrogation method was too cruel, he was expelled by Marino Ibiki. "Don't play tricks. I can tell whether you are lying through your facial expressions. I won't waste your time. 4 directions, exclude the south." The Hyuga family Jonin said coldly. "Only one of the remaining 3 directions is correct. If you lie, I will kill 1 person at random. You only have 2 chances. If you run out of chances, you die." Chapter 23 Dark Moon. The words of the Hyuga family Jonin made the Jaeger family feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. Even Dr. Nak, who was curled up in the corner, felt pity for them. They were such an ordinary family. But they were caught in the center of the vortex. No Yu had a blank expression on her face, but her heart was in turmoil. She carefully thought about the retreat, holding the kunai in her right hand, intending to save the child who was cured the night before. She faced 4 Konoha Jonin and a ninja dog alone, and there was no way to save this family. "Dean No, I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise, we will deal with you the same way we deal with the rebels." Asuma glanced at him, took out the cigarette butt from his mouth, threw it away, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and relit one. "Well, to be honest, they are the intelligence informants planted by the root organization at the border. If you touch them, you must first consider how to face Lord Danzo." No saw that his move was discovered, and tried to shock them in various ways. The expressions of the 4 people suddenly changed significantly, and No was happy, thinking that this trick was indeed effective. There was no Konoha ninja who was not afraid of Danzo's fierce reputation. "Haha! Root organization, Lord Danzo, don't make me laugh." The Jonin of the Hyuga branch couldn't help laughing and shook his head. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke and made the same contemptuous and chuckled expression. No frowned slightly, feeling puzzled by their expressions. No one paid attention to No, who was confused. "Asuma, give me an explanation." A magnetic female voice sounded from outside the door, reaching the ears of everyone in the house. Asuma looked back. Yui Kurane walked slowly into the wooden house, looked at everyone in the house, and her eyes fell on Asuma. According to the plan, she separated from her teammates. She was looking for the traces of the Uchiha team in Kikyo Mountain alone, and then she found that Asuma and others proposed to act separately, obviously wanting to get rid of her. When Yui Kurane arrived at the mountain village, she was shocked to find out Asuma and his men slaughtered the entire mountain village composed of refugees. Hong, listen to my explanation, they are just refugees from a small country. Once they make trouble, it will have a bad impact on the border of the fire country, so. Asuma hurriedly showed a flattering smile. Let this mother and son go, they are innocent. Yui Kurane said coldly. Her red pupils did not contain any emotions, and did not give the other party any room for negotiation. Asuma thought for a moment and looked at the jonin of the Hyuga family. The latter was shocked and reluctantly put down the kunao. Ha! The jonin of the Hyuga family sneered and said nothing. He came to Jaeger and put the kunao against Jaeger's neck. Jaeger breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his wife with soft eyes and complicated emotions. Yui Kurane protected the mother and son by her side, glared at Asuma, and scolded. Asuma, you always say that you don't approve of the way the third Hokage does certain things, but in the end, you and your son do the same thing. In order to be perfect, he can humiliate and abandon Hyuga Hisashi of the Hyuga clan. You can let these people slaughter refugees and act as rebel ninjas in exchange for merits so that they can follow you steadily. Asuma saw that his thoughts were completely seen through. He looked expressionless at the companions around him who were watching him. The jonin of the Inyazuka family waved his hand and smiled. Haha, Captain Asuma, don't worry, this is your family affair, we will pretend we didn't hear it, and we won't talk nonsense when we go back. Did Kurane insult the third Hokage? No stared at such a brave female ninja, feeling fortunate that not all Konoha ninjas trampled on life, and relieved for Jaeger's wife. Seeing his companion's promise, Asuma sighed, not caring about Kurane's criticism, still smiling, explaining, Kurane, is not what you think, I will explain it to you when I go back. Kurane ignored Asuma, what this person did tonight crossed her bottom line. Don't waste time here, ask for information, get rid of this man, and continue tracking. Asuma said to everyone with a dazed look in his eyes and a little upset. Of course, he didn't care about Kurane's temper, and he knew the temperament of women very well. It was nothing more than coaxing her more afterwards, and he could always coax her well. The Hyuga clan's jonin was about to attack Jaeger, but suddenly he stopped and smelled a strong sense of danger. He had only felt this feeling once in his life, when he was almost killed during a mission. Then, in his black and white perspective, behind him, at the door, a handsome young man in white clothes and a sword on his waist walked into the house with light steps. The young man had a stern face and stood proudly. His appearance did not break the solemn atmosphere in the wooden house, but perfectly blended into it. Everyone's eyes fell on this Hyuga clan's jonin, and they didn't notice that there was an extra person behind him. The senior ninja of the Hyuga branch pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and calmed down. He put away the kunao in his hand, turned around slowly, and looked up at the door. At this moment, the atmosphere in the wooden house was broken in an instant, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The crying of the baby stopped abruptly. Everyone turned back suddenly. Looked at the door together. Let him go, and leave you with a whole body. Yunyu drew the ninja sword from his waist. Kang! His eyes were like water, and the kaleidoscope of 8,000 spears rotated. His handsome face was flawless. The candlelight shone on him without hesitation, reflecting a picturesque shadow on the wall. Side quest, Heaven's Punishment. Options. 1. Kill everyone present. 2. Kill Sarutobi Asuma, Hyuga Yu, Akimichi II, Inyazuka Akiyama, and Yukimaru. Reward, Weapon Dark Moon. Yunyu raised his eyebrows slightly, and sighed in his heart that this task came too casually. Weapons. Dark Moon. Is it a sword? Yunyu temporarily collected his thoughts and held the ninja sword. The blade glowed coldly under the candlelight. He glanced at the people present and silently counted the number of people in his mind. There were 4 people and 1 dog. When his eyes swept over Yui Kurane, he paused slightly. She was not on the mission list. Is it because she had no hostility towards him? Yunyu immediately had a clue. As for Nono's return, it was also within Yunyu's expectations. He led the team back this time to wait for Nono, but he didn't expect to wait for this great gift from Konoha. The intentions of Sarutobi Asuma and others written on their faces. Well, let this Konoha team stay here forever. Yunyu thought. The blade-shaped kaleidoscope quietly released Yintun Chakra, injecting it into the Hyuga family's senior ninja who dared to look directly at him with his white eyes. He had already put away Kota Amatsukami and replaced it with a pair of complete 8,000 spears. Instantly, the eyes of this Hyuga clan Jonin widened, his whole body trembled, his spirit and chakra were completely controlled by Yunyu. The Hyuga clan did not have the pupil power to resist the 8,000 spears. The candlelight in the wooden house shook violently. The figure swayed. The air fell into a deathly silence. Yunyu. Yui Hong's pupils shook, her red lips slightly opened, and she looked at the young man at the door in disbelief, looking at the other's indifferent face, stunned. Chapter 24 Reinforcements. Asuma, the Jonin of the Inyazuka family, and the Jonin of the Akimichi family gradually looked serious and looked at each other. They were not surprised that Yunyu would come back. This was expected. Otherwise, Jaeger would not be alive until now. They were just shocked that Yunyu came quietly. The ninja dog did not issue a warning. The Inyazuka did not smell the crisis. What kind of person can restrain his breath to this extent? If they did not have Hinata by their side, they would probably have all died in that moment. Asuma turned his eyes away from Yunyu. He glanced at the beam quietly, raised his right hand to take the cigarette out of his mouth, and threw it away casually, his hands naturally approaching the ninja bag tied to his legs. Hinata-Yu's pupils widened and his back felt cold. His spirit and chakra were controlled, and he couldn't even make subtle movements to make a noise and pass information to his teammates. You shouldn't come back. Yui Kurene's curled eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes were rippling, and she looked at Yunyu with affection, breathing rapidly and muttering to herself. The scene she was most worried about. It appeared without any signs. The scene was still cold and silent. Yui Kurene understood that she couldn't stop the situation at the moment. Her heart sank, and she pulled the woman holding the child behind her. Her eyes changed from worry to determination, and she swept over Asuma and others, saying sternly, I quit this mission. She took the woman out of the wooden house. In the corner, Dr. Nak knew that this was his last chance to escape from the cabin, so he followed Shiri Hong decisively and walked towards the door. Yen Yu did not stop Hong's action. They passed by. Hong stopped, frowned, looked up at Yen Yu's beautiful face, her red eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at Yen Yu with resentment and pleading. Yen Yu was unmoved. Hong bit her lips lightly, her heart kept rising and falling, and her heart was beating wildly. She understood what the other party was thinking, and then left the cabin without looking back. Yen Yu looked at Nono. The wandering witch looked around, her almond eyes widened, and she also looked at the handsome young man who suddenly appeared, as if she had discovered a work of art. Her eyes met those fierce scarlet eyes, and the original thoughts of appreciating the handsome opposite sex disappeared in an instant, replaced by trembling and fear. Help me save someone, I will pay you accordingly. Yen Yu got straight to the point. The words were calm, but very persuasive. Okay, okay. Nono's brows fell, she restrained her emotions, and left the wooden house without hesitation. She felt that she should make this deal with him. As soon as she went out, she was asked to leave by Nanfan who was guarding the door. Asuma looked at the back of Yui Kurene leaving, and suddenly felt relieved. Next. Whether they killed Yen Yu or Yen Yu killed them, Yui Kurene would not be affected by this battle. In the corner, Jaeger also wanted to escape, but the kunao in the hands of the Hyuga clan ninja in front of him dispelled his idea of escaping. Just as Asuma wanted to say something before the battle, he suddenly found that his lips could not open anyway. Sure enough, Yen Yu's eyes have the ability to control others. It is indeed difficult to deal with, but exhausted, how much chakra can these eyes have left? Asma put her thoughts under control. Only her brain was left in her body to think. It's not just Asuma. The Jonin of the Akimichi family, the Jonin of the Inyazuka family, and the ninja dog all maintained their postures after turning around, like wax sculptures. Yen Yu held the knife and walked towards Asuma. Both sides know it well. When they meet, they have to compete for life and death. One side is the Konoha ninja, and the other side is the rebel ninja. They will fight to the death. Asuma stared at the drinking moon. Because the eyes cannot blink, they have already become congested with blood, and the tear glands overflow with tears on their own. The only thing he could do seemed to be to keep breathing and wait for Yen Yu to take away his life. Distance indentation. Yen Yu's pupils flashed red, and he held a ninja sword in his hand, and suddenly swung it at Asma. The cold light blooms. The straight blade drew a sharp arc in the air, the light of the blade flickered, and the cold air was overwhelming. Forced by the control of the 8,000 spears, the remaining 3 people were in a daze. They took out their kunao one after another, preparing to stab themselves in the abdomen and commit suicide. This moment, the roof resounded with bursts of Buddhist scriptures and Sanskrit sounds containing chakra. The sound was solemn, majestic, and pure, that is, upright, elegant, clear, profound, and heard everywhere. They are like water washing everyone in the house. Eliminate spiritual dissonance. Asuma's controlled mental fluctuations were disordered. When the cold light slashed at his throat, he resumed action and rolled sideways to dodge. The ninja sword scratched his right shoulder blade on the back, leaving a deep wound. The mental control of 8,000 spears temporarily failed. Spread out! The Jonin of the Hyuga clan roared. Asshole, you have to take action at the last moment, is it so exciting? The Jonin of the Inyazuka clan hugged his pet dog and retreated, cursing. The 4 people were scattered in the 4 corners of the wooden house, surrounding Yen Yu in the middle. The Sanskrit chant on the roof remains the same. Yunya watched all this indifferently, and was not surprised by Asma's backhand. His 8,000 spears kaleidoscopian escape chakra has not returned to its full strength, and now only 30% is left. He has to keep 10%. Only 20% can be used. So that the mental control of 8,000 spears can be disturbed by the solemn and loud chanting of Buddhist scriptures. Just now, even if he immediately attacked the Jonin of the Hyuga family, Asuma's backup plan would also be activated. Jaeger, who was still in the house, changed his expression drastically. He looked up at the roof, where the sound of chanting Buddhist sutras penetrated. The roof seems to be filled with countless monks sitting cross-legged. It's exactly what Jaeger thought. At this moment, 10 monks were sitting cross-legged on the roof, with their hands clasped together, their heads lowered and their eyes closed, their lips murmuring, and they were reciting Buddhist scriptures. This is the fire temple reinforcements invited by Asuma. The Buddhist scriptures recited by these monks have the effect of enhancing human spiritual power and interfering with illusions and mental manipulation. Inside the house. Yukimaru, don't be afraid, eat this. When this battle is over, you can eat as much as you want, and I will give it to you. The Jonin of the Inyazuka family still maintained a kind smile, half-crouched beside his pet dog, and took out an organ from his pocket. The big dog with snow-white hair stared at the organs and smelled the fishy smell. His brain seemed to be stimulated by some kind of stimulation, his limbs trembled, and he fell into a state of stress. It no longer looked anxious and uneasy, its face looked fierce, its pupils glowed green, its mouth opened wide, its fangs exposed, and its foul-smelling saliva fell to the ground like long threads. Yukimaru bit the organ into his mouth, raised his head, bit it, and swallowed it down his throat. Jaeger's pupils suddenly widened and he stared at the organ. Suddenly, his stomach turned and he retched. He is a hunter. He kills various animals every day and he knows a lot about the internal organs. What the Jonin of the Inyazuka family fed to the ninja dogs was not the organs of beasts or animals, but human hearts. If his guess is correct, this should have been taken from the refugees. In an instant, Yukimaru's neck swelled, his muscles were bulging and covered with veins, and his claws were growing, as sharp as blades. The jonin of the Inyazuka clan formed a seal with his hands, creating a shadow clone, with a smile on his face, Inyazuka-style human-animal hybrid transformation, three-headed wolf. Bang! Smoke exploded. A giant wolf with 3 wolf heads, snow-white fur all over its body, gnarled muscles, black claws, and a size that could break a corner of the wooden house appeared. Asuma took a deep breath, endured the burning pain in his back, took out the chakra knife shiny chimonji from his ninja bag, inserted it into 4 fingers, injected wind attribute chakra, and looked coldly at the moon. The art of doubling. The body of the jonin of the Akimichi clan also began to swell, turning into a small giant in the wooden house, and his 2 fists swelled into huge pieces of meat. The momentum skyrocketed. The jounin of the Hyaga clan opened his hands, his open white eyes never faded, looking through his opponent, and put on a soft fist posture. In the middle of the wooden house, Drinking Moon Kaleidoscope squinted left and right. 1 person, 1 knife. Like a small boat surrounded by rough waves, it seems that it will capsize at any time. Chapter 25 Reliance. Outside the wooden house. Far away. Woods. The masked man stood on a branch, folded his arms, and stared at the movement of the wooden house through the hollow of the mask, sighing. The Konoha ninjas finally have something to show for themselves, otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified to serve as pawns. Then let you test it for me. Only 20% to 30% of Uchiha Yunyu's kaleidoscope chakra is left, so what other trump cards are there? It's just that the sound of chanting sutras is really unpleasant. There are several torches in the open space at the door of the wooden house. In the night, the fire was dim. No Naiu squatted on the ground, releasing medical ninjutsu chakra to heal Tamao's wounds. Compared with Dr. Nak, No provided treatment despite the mental interference caused by the Buddhist scriptures and Sanskrit sounds, and he did not need to remove the bandages on the wounds. Beside the 3 of them, only Izumi and Mikoto were left. The other Uchiha are not here. Originally, Yunyu suddenly decided to lead the team back, and everyone didn't know why. But now they understand. Yunyu wanted to come back and wait for the female medical ninja, but unfortunately, he encountered the Konoha hunting team when he came back. After this encounter, the Uchiha people's fighting spirit surged. Without Yunyu making a decision, everyone was determined to destroy the Konoha team that was chasing them. Not many people in the ninja world can master this level of wind escape. Nanu stared at Tamao's wound with her B. For more novels, 23699, join, https://discord.gg/szxtcashq right oti full eyes, shocked at the strength of the wind style that caused all this. I was also shocked that Tamao could endure the continuous damage from the wind style without making a sound. How long will it take to cure him? Uchiha Nanfan said impatiently. Izumi and Mikoto gazed at the group of monks on the roof, and then looked at Yunyu who was alone in the wooden house. For some reason, listening to the majestic Sanskrit sound, the 2 people's minds seemed to be drawn away and their thoughts became restless. This kind of full-body wind injury will take at least half an hour to heal even if I do it. If you want to heal it within 10 minutes, you have to ask the legendary Tsunade-sama for help. Nono's forehead was covered with sweat. While resisting the Sanskrit sound, he kept releasing medical ninjutsu chakra. Her original mission was to kill someone here, so she needed to maintain her condition before that. But at this time, Nono knew clearly that this fleeing team was from the Uchiha clan, a powerful family in Konoha. If she didn't save them, she would be in trouble anyway. Besides, the Uchiha youth who led the group promised her that it was worth Nono's attempt to save people and resolve the matter peacefully. She can entrust these Uchiha to kill the people she wants to kill later, so it's a win-win situation no matter how you think about it. As for Nono, she did not stand on the side of Konoha's hunting ninja team. When she first met them, she felt resistance and opposition towards them. Not far away, Zhaihong's beautiful eyes stared at the scene inside and outside the wooden house, her heart pounding with fear and her fists clenched. If Yunyu is defeated, she will take decisive action and try her best to help Yunyu escape from here. After that, Shirihong has not yet considered what will happen to her, and she dare not think too much about it, for fear that her faith will be shaken. Inside the wooden house. Roar! The giant wolf roared and slammed the ground with its sharp claws, shattering the floor into debris. Its strong limbs burst out with strength, and it opened its 3 bloody mouths at the same time, pouncing on Yunyu first to launch a biting attack. Yunyu's kaleidoscope captured the attack trajectory of the 3 wolves in advance. He jumped up and came to Jaeger, picked him up, and stepped backwards. Dodge the attack! Yunyu threw Jaeger, who had not yet recovered from his shock, out of the side window and faced Asuma and the other 4 alone. At the same time, around the wooden house, 6 black shadows rose into the air, with 3 megadama-like red rays flashing in their eyes. They turned around and slashed at the monks chanting Buddhist scriptures on the roof with the ninja swords held tightly in their hands. They are the Uchiha who are lurking nearby. The cold light rises and falls. The monks' chanting did not stop. The abbot of the fire temple, Dailu, who had a dignified face and thick eyebrows and angry eyes, stood up from the middle of the monks, raised his right hand high, pressed down his left hand, and chanted in a low voice, "Come and welcome 1,000 hands kill." In a moment, the chakra in Dailu's body surged and turned into Buddha light all over the sky, covering the surrounding monks, and condensed into a bodhisattva image with his hands clasped together, kind eyes, and the intention to save all living beings. For a moment, the sky and the earth were illuminated by golden rays of light, and everything seemed exceptionally holy. The next moment, before the Uchiha's swords could chop the monks, countless arms suddenly sprouted from the side of the bodhisattva, and they clenched their fists and smashed towards the Uchiha. In the eyes of the Uchiha's 3 megatama, these Buddha light fists were so dense that the Sharingan could not give the correct dodge route. Bang, bang, bang! The Buddha's fists came down like a torrential rain with muffled explosions. In an instant, each of the 6 people was hit by hundreds of punches and fell to the ground like kites with short strings. Puff! An Uchiha fell to the ground, one hand holding a knife and sticking it into the ground, the other hand covering his chest, vomiting blood, suppressing the pain, and looking at his companions around him. Others were also seriously injured. There were many fist marks on the 6 people's bodies. The places where they were hit were slightly dented, their skin was cracked, and their clothes were stained red with blood. The ground fell from the roof. Amitabha, fellow donors, please put down your butcher knives. We will pray for your salvation after you pass away. He stood in front of a group of Uchiha, chanting Buddhist mantras, with an intimidating look on his face. He had no intention of letting these remnant ninjas go. The Sanskrit sound of Buddhist scriptures stopped. The night sky returned to tranquility. The remaining monks fell from the roof and stood behind the land, with their heads lowered and their hands clasped together. Except for Dailu, no monk dared to look directly at the Uchiha. They all stared at the ground cautiously and approached the Uchiha. The 6 Uchiha treated them as if they were facing a formidable enemy and underestimated the strength of the Konoha team's reinforcements. As the Buddhist scriptures and Sanskrit sounds stopped, everyone's spirits gradually returned to normal, without waiting for Nono, Izumi, Nanfan, Mikotomatsu, and Uikumatsu to breathe. The Buddhist scriptures and Sanskrit sounds that resounded through the sky once again rang out around the mountain village. The sound was like a huge bell, echoing through heaven and earth, as if to purify all the sins between heaven and earth. Everyone looked around. In the dark forest, countless people walked out with their heads down. The monks who recite Buddhist scriptures have ring scars on their heads and wear the same black and white robes of the fire temple. There are as many as 170 people. The sound of chanting and singing Buddhist scriptures came from their mouths, rushing like a river, endlessly. The monk's voice contains chakra that disturbs the human spirit. As the sound multiplies, to outsiders, Sanskrit singing is like a magic sound that surrounds the ears and pierces the eardrums. This is, all the monks of the fire temple are dispatched. Quan opened her eyes wide and looked around at the monks surrounding them. She covered her ears with her hands and shouted loudly. Mikato's face turned pale and she had a splitting headache. Listening to the harsh and shrill Sanskrit singing, her thoughts of burying her head in the soil surged crazily. Under the shroud of the deafening Sanskrit sound. Ah, who can help me kill them? Nanoyu finally couldn't muster the energy to release the medical ninjutsu. As gentle and kind as she was, she wanted to plug all the mouths of the monks around her with mud. Yui Hong and the mother and child around her were also tortured by the sound waves, feeling top-heavy and in great pain. Bald donkey! Taimao opened his mouth in pain, trying to block the howling ghosts and wolves in his ears with his own scream, but his voice fell silent. He swore that if he could move, he would let these guys' mouths taste the ninja shoes under his feet that had not been washed for several months. Despair arose in the hearts of the Uchihas. There are too many enemies. The monks of the fire temple are famous in the ninja world. Their personal strength is not weaker than that of the ninjas. The leader, Jilu, is a proper jounin. Now that the entire fire temple is mobilized, they may be buried here tonight. Inside the wooden house, the candlelight was bright. The corners of Aceme's mouth turned up, ignoring Yin Yu. This is his biggest support for daring to take action against this Uchiha rebellious ninja team. The four of them looked as usual and ignored the Sanskrit sounds. Join the reinforcements when they arrive. They were implanted with sealing techniques that made them immune to Sanskrit sounds. Jilu crossed the threshold and entered the wooden house, looking at the handsome Uchiha young man in front of him with an indifferent expression. Ba. So far 1 to 5. Yunyu's face turned pale, and the Sanskrit sounds outside the room kept interfering with his spirit, making it impossible for 8,000 spears, which had only 30% of the yin escape chakra left, to concentrate on releasing it. If it is 10 levels of full yin escape chakra, the battle may have ended long ago. Concentrating her thoughts, Yunyu raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and used her will to resist the nerve-tearing Buddhist sutras and Sanskrit chanting. Yin Yu turned her right hand over, took out a red pill the size of a longan, as red as a fire bead, from the storage space, stuffed it into her mouth, and swallowed it directly. This is what he relies on at this time. It was also the reason why he could easily destroy the Uchiha police department at that time. There were 3 in total, and now only 1 remains. Far away, in the forest, the masked man also resisted the harsh Sanskrit singing, widened his pupils, saw clearly the actions of drinking the moon and swallowing the medicine, narrowed his eyes slightly, and came to the conclusion in his heart. Is this your last trump card? In the wooden house, Yin Yu's skin burned like fire, with orange-red cursed patterns appearing all over his handsome face, which was extremely weird. The life force in the body drains quickly and is transformed into pure chakra energy. Cells in the body are dividing and metabolizing like crazy. His mental strength is rising steadily. The kaleidoscope yin escape chakra gradually filled up, until he was in such a state that he ignored the Buddhist chants in his ears. His eyes returned to calm and profound, and he looked down upon the 5 people in front of him. The person who delivered the medicine warned him. This is a pill that the Lord developed with great painstaking efforts and a perfect fusion of the power of the curse seal. It can transform energy through curse seals, increasing the user's chakra intensity, chakra recovery speed, spirit, and strength tenfold. This state lasts for 10 minutes, and there is only one price: overdraft of life. There are 3 in total. Every time one is consumed, 1/3 of its life cycle is required. Once 3 pills are taken, the user will only have a maximum of 10 years left to live. Yin Yu feels it doesn't matter. As long as he escapes from Konoha alive, the ninja world has many ways to extend his life. Sensed something was wrong. Roar! The three-headed wolf formed by the fusion of the Jonin of the Inyazuka clan and Yukimaru once again took the lead in attacking. Chakra surges. It jumped up. At the same time, he opened three huge mouths full of fangs and bit into Yenyu. Yenyu did not dodge, and the curse prints on the surface of her skin disappeared and merged with her body. Holding the handle of the knife with one hand, sheathed the knife, the light of the knife converged, he closed his eyes, stepped forward, and squatted down. Raising land. Draw your sword, focus on it, and reach the top. A beam of sword light, as bright as the moonlight, pouring down from the sky like the Milky Way, passed through the middle of the three-headed wolf's huge body, and its three huge, angry mouths suddenly froze. The opponent only used one knife. The wolf heads on the left and right saw with their own eyes that the body was flattened and dislocated from the middle, and the cut surfaces were smooth, until their thoughts fell into eternal darkness, and their emotions stopped in fear forever. Bang! The blood mist exploded. P.S. I sent 5,000 words today. There may be a lot of typos in each update. I will read it again and make corrections. Preview: there will be random killings tomorrow. Please help readers click on the latest chapter on Tuesday. Thank you very much. Chapter 26 Asuma, Death. Asuma, Hinata, Akimichi, and Jilla witnessed this scene. Their pupils widened and their expressions were solemn. They had not yet reacted. Everything is too dreamy. That's the Inyazuka clan one knife. One knife cut a Jonin and his ninja dog in half. Until his death, he and his dog could not even remove the ninjutsu. This is the confidence of Unyu to kill Danzo. This is the confidence of Unyu to defect from Konoha. The hairs of the two Jonins of the Hyuga and Akimichi families stood on end. They originally attacked together with the Jonin of the Inyazuka family. Seeing that the situation was not right, the two were shocked and felt cold on their backs. They immediately retreated to Asuma-dailu. Tick-tock. The blade dripped blood, and Unyu stood indifferently in the middle of the giant wolf corpses. The blood stained his white clothes red. He held the knife in his right hand and stood solemnly in front of the four people. After beheading three wolves, the ninja sword could not bear the heavy burden, and multiple gaps appeared on the blade. Unyu's previously dim 8,000 spears kaleidoscope now glowed red and brighter than blood, exuding evil and coldness. Those who looked directly at it were like facing the abyss. Ha! Asuma took a deep breath and adjusted his state. Although he did not strike a single blow, the result of striking a blow would probably not be much better than the three wolf corpses. At this point, the winner and loser of both sides had been decided. Asuma and Dailu looked at each other and decided to fight to the death. The two stepped on the ground, shattering the wooden floor, and rushed towards Unyu on the left and right with great momentum. Hinata and Akimichi, two senior ninjas, attacked head-on, with soft fists as fine as rain and huge fists as big as cannonballs. The four people turned into black shadows, flashing like electric arcs. This is the kaleidoscope in its prime. Unyu stood there, motionless and indifferent. After speaking, the knife-like patterns in his pupils rotated, the whites of his eyes were covered with bloodshot, and Yintun chakra burst out. His scarlet eyes swept over the four people, just a glance. The Yintouch chakra, like a tidal wave, set off a huge wave, crushing the spiritual enhancement of the four people by the Buddhist scriptures and Sanskrit sounds. This 8,000 spears kaleidoscope chakra was injected into the pupils of the four people, causing the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope mark to appear in their eyes. OM. In the hands of the four people, the chakra knife covered with wind attributes, the fist wrapped in Buddha's light, the soft fist with a cup ointment effect, and the iron fist after multiplication, all hovered. Obviously, they only need to move forward 1 millimeter. The chakra knife can pierce Unyu's heart. The Buddha's light fist can hit Unyu's temple. The soft fist can cut off Unyu's chest acupoints. The iron fist can smash through Unyu's kidney. But this time, Unyu completely controlled the spirit and chakra of the four people. He withdrew his eyes from the four people and turned to walk out the door. The four people looked at his back and felt despair. When Yunyu took the first step, plop plop plop, the face of the jonin of the Akimichi family was ugly, and his facial features were distorted. He still kept punching, but there was a loud rhythmic sound like a drum beating in his ears. His chest was beating wildly uncontrollably, and his own chakra flowed into the atrium like a stream into a river, and his heart seemed to jump out of his chest. Bang! A large amount of chakra accumulated, generating high pressure. The heart could not bear it, and exploded in the chest cavity. The jonin of the Akimichi family opened his eyes wide, with a distorted face, and fell to the ground and died. The beating of the heart became their death countdown. Yunyu took 3 steps in a row. Bang! 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 The hearts of the jonin of the Hyaga family, Jilu and Asuma, were exactly the same, and they exploded one after another, blooming a bright red in their chests. This is the most extreme control of the chakra of others by the 8,000 spears, pulling the chakra of others to take their lives. Plop! The 3 of them knelt on the ground, unable to believe until death. They did not even touch the corner of Yunyu's clothes, and they lost consciousness forever, stopped thinking, and fell into eternal sleep. Asuma slowly closed his eyes. Yunyu did not look back at them. Life and death are determined by fate. When Asuma made the decision to hunt him down, he should have thought about the encounter and the failure of both sides. Yunyu could infer that their pursuit was not a pursuit mission issued by Konoha to this ninja team. First, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not send his only remaining son to carry out such a dangerous mission. Second, Yui Kurane withdrew from the mission, and no one blamed or cared. As a ninja, the mission is supreme. If it is a mission assigned by the top leaders of the ninja village, not executing it is equivalent to betraying the ninja village. This can be seen. This is a pursuit and blocking operation, led by Asuma on his own initiative, with the purpose of arresting their Uchiha team that defected from Konoha. This is a great achievement. It is just like when Orochimaru defected. Get rid of Orochimaru for Konoha. Asuma doesn't have the courage to deal with Orochimaru, but with the help of the entire Fire Temple, he has the courage to deal with Uchiha Yunyu, who is exhausted and has not yet recovered his strength. If Konoha is still hesitating whether to issue a comprehensive wanted order for their Uchiha team, then after tonight, Konoha, with Sarutobi Hiruzen as the center, will launch the most crazy and endless revenge against the Uchiha defecting team. Yunyu walked out of the wooden house and looked up at the full moon hanging in the night sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled on his face, illuminating a beautiful arc, and his expression of not caring about it. A text reminder popped up in his mind. Side quest, Heaven's Punishment. Options. Kill Sarutobi Asuma, Hinata Yu, Akimichi 2, Inyazuka Akiyama, and Yukimaru. Mission completed. Reward, Weapon, Dark Moon. Yenyu raised her eyebrows slightly, concentrated her mind, and surprisingly found that in the storage space, there was a person standing quietly holding a straight and slender black knife. The black sword is completely natural. The handle and blade are as black as ink, and the blade is as sharp as the night. This is the Dark Moon. Yenyu temporarily closes the storage space. Suppress the urge to call out the Dark Moon. He slowly raised his head and looked directly at a certain area of the mountain in the distance. The kaleidoscope of 8,000 spears seemed to ignore the distance, penetrated the dark woods, and landed on the masked man. Yenyu concentrated on giving it a try. The distance is too far. With his current pupil power, he cannot control a guy who also has a kaleidoscope from a distance of 1,000 meters. The masked man looked at him with eager eyes. This was the reason why Yenyu only had 30% of the kaleidoscopian escape chakra before and did not dare to use it at full strength. Far away. Twigs. The masked man felt inexplicable pressure, his pupil patterns rotated, and a kaleidoscope of divine power emerged. The distorted face under the mask revealed a sneer. Kaleidoscope's ability is to control others. He is indeed a dangerous guy. If you don't have a second hole card tonight, I will take away the Sharinan of the Uchiha clan and your Mangekyo that are stored with you." As he spoke, the masked man raised his right foot and tapped lightly on the branch, as if to send some kind of signal. Outside the wooden house, the Buddhist scriptures and Sanskrit sounds were still loud, echoing in the night sky of the village. The Jaeger family, Dr. Nake and Ziriong, fainted one after another because their spirits could not bear the torment of Sanskrit sounds. Only the Uchihas present were still struggling to hold on. No Naiu was lying on the ground, covering her ears with her hands, rolling wildly. She was on the verge of fainting. But at this moment, as Yen Yu walked out of the gate, all the monks of the fire temple stopped chanting Buddhist scriptures and looked up at the wooden house. "Stop with the Sanskrit sound." A group of Uchiha slowly recovered from the edge of mental collapse, and they saw clearly the scene in the wooden house. A mess. Bodies were everywhere. Yen Yu came to know Naiu, looked at the pale woman, and handed her a military food pill. "Continue to save people." Chapter 27 Temple of Fire, Death. The abbot is dead. There was a commotion among the monks, and within a moment, they predicted their own end. They continued to chant Buddhist scriptures. But one by one they were shocked to find out. The body is no longer under the control of one's own mind. Let alone opening one's mouth, one cannot even move one's eyes. The night was dark and the full moon was bright, covering this Aryan village with a layer of silver. In the clearing, the flames of torches rose high. The Uchihas gradually regained their energy and looked slightly dazed. They looked at the wooden house and Yayu in front of them. Everyone was surprised and happy. Taimao's pupils were dilated and he spoke weakly. "Brother, can you tell that family of 3 not to die here? That man treats us sincerely. Give us his best food. He is already pitiful enough. Although that baby is a little noisy, it's actually quite cute." Taimao himself has extensive wounds caused by wind-type chakra. After being tortured by Sanskrit sounds, the first thing he did when he woke up was to pray for others to drink the moon. "Good. Then, brother, when you kill those bald donkeys, can you chop a few more times and count them on me? I'm not afraid of killing the monk and going to hell. Yours will be counted on me too." Yen Yu squinted at Tamas Yang beside him and said lightly, "I'm tired." "Okay." Taimao shut up. Nanoyu hadn't come back to her senses yet. She subconsciously felt that it was really interesting for the brothers to chat. After taking the Bingliang pill, she squatted next to Taimao, opened her palms, and released the medical ninjutsu. Yunyu asked, "How long will it take?" 18 minutes. Nanoyu estimated the time with a dazed look on his face. He turned around and looked at the wooden house. When he saw the corpses on the ground, his eyes widened. He was shocked but also felt relieved. Those are the top 4 jounin in Konoha. In addition, the famous abbot of Ninja Temple in the Country of Fire. All dead. Nanoyu's beautiful eyes under her round glasses stared at the wooden house without blinking. This shows that she made the right bet and fortunately agreed to Uchiha's rescue. Otherwise, she would have been one of the corpses. The Uchihas looked at Yayu, whose white clothes were stained with blood, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. When they looked at the wooden house, they showed similar expressions to Nanoyu, but they reacted quickly. After all, Captain Yen Yu is an Uchiha who even dared to assassinate Danzo and successfully assassinated him. Kill a few Konoha Jonin. What does it mean? Those 2 guys wearing loincloths embroidered with the Fire Nation's heraldry around their waists must be the 12 guardian ninja who guarded the daimyo, right? Well, that monk is the abbot of the Fire Temple. As for the bearded Jonin who led the team to hunt us down, he is the son of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 2 Uchiha helped each other get up, and then started chatting. When they mentioned the status of Konoha Jounin, they suddenly withered. Quan, Mikan and Nanfan also recovered and looked at Yen Yu's back with complicated expressions. This man, even killed the Hokage's son. The entire fire temple was mobilized. The Uchiha all thought they were in a desperate situation, but in the end, Captain Yin Yu saved them again. Quan's beautiful pair of big black eyes contain the admiration for Yin Yu, which adds a little more. Mikoto Kyubo, the complex thoughts brewing in his eyes, flashed away. The Uchiha's casual conversation reached Nono's ears, and she was so scared that her hands, which were about to release medical ninjutsu, trembled. The son of the Sandaime Hokage. Nono looked at the wooden house again. His eyes fell on Asuma. She was horrified to find that the guy looked somewhat like the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage's son is dead. Nono's pupils trembled violently, his mind was filled with shocking waves, and his body suddenly stiffened. What does that mean? Nono knew it very well. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will certainly be furious and investigate the truth of this matter. If people knew. She, Nono, also participated in this incident tonight. She was afraid that she would never be able to return to Konoha. Not everyone knows that Asuma is the biological son of the Sandaime Hokage. While Nono was struggling, the medical ninjutsu in his hand did not stop. She looked at Yunyu anxiously, but found that this young man seemed to be fine and walked straight towards the monks. After regaining their spirits, the Uchiha gathered together in an orderly manner and surrounded Tamao. In front of the open space. Rugged mountain road. Yunyu ignored the monks who were sitting cross-legged and was about to take action, but suddenly felt that their spirits were struggling to break free from the control of the 8,000 spears. Under the bright moonlight, a monk's face suddenly twisted uncontrollably, and then his neck exploded, and a pale, bloody head emerged from under the skin at a very strange angle. Its hair is the color of green algae, its face is ordinary, and its pupils are grey and lifeless like those of a dead person. It was staring at Yunyu, who was walking towards it, with a strange smile on its lips. Bang bang bang. This situation happened to these fire temple monks one after another, and the sound was crisp, like a watermelon bursting. Red and white objects fell to the ground. The stench filled the air. The monks' minds were controlled by the 8,000 spears, and they suffered the awakening of some parasite in their bodies, and they made hoarse sounds of pain in their throats. What kind of monster is this? How can there be such a thing in the ninja world? When the Uchiha saw this scene, their scalps went numb and their bodies trembled. They held their ninja swords tightly, smelled the stench, and got goosebumps on their skin. Nono was also standing there in a daze. This kind of horrifying scene was the first time she had seen it in the ninja world. White Zetsu. Yunyu narrowed her eyes slightly. In his perception, these white Zetsu were now reviving in the bodies of the monks and madly absorbing the monks' chakra. When this group of monks went up the mountain, they were planted with Zetsu's spores by Obito, who was lurking nearby, and became the nutrients for hatching white Zetsu. Suffer less and go back to reincarnation. The kaleidoscope of 8,000 moon-drinking spears rotates. He forcibly controlled the chakra in the monk's body that had not been completely absorbed by white Zetsu. Bang! Muffled sounds were heard from the chests of these doomed fire temple monks. They died on the spot, but also escaped white Zetsu's inhumane torture. So far. Fire temple. Death. However, some monks complete the hatching before reincarnation, and hatch 1, 2, or 3 white Zetsu depending on the thickness of their chakra. Delicious chakra. It's Uchiha. Kill them all and taste the tempting chakra. After white Zetsu landed on the ground, they roared crazily, revealing their greed and hunger, and with their naked bodies without any gender characteristics, they ran towards Yunyu. They are fearless and brave. Far away. Branches. Obito, wearing a mask, watched all this coldly, with the corners of his mouth raised on his distorted face under the mask. He really wanted to know how many rounds of siege from white Zetsu Uchiha Yunyu could withstand. No matter how powerful Yunyu's Mangekyo is, there will come a moment when the Yintun chakra is exhausted. By then, it was the best time for him to take action. There is an open space in front of the wooden house. Protect Captain Yunyu. Uchiha Nanfan roared loudly, drew out his ninja sword, opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and led the Uchiha around him to face the 100 white Zetsu fearlessly. There are 11 Uchiha in total. The number of this batch of white Zetsu even exceeds that of the monks in the Fire Temple, and they have absorbed a large amount of the monks' chakra. They are a combination of monsters and monks. The Uchiha who rushed forward and had his first encounter with this group of white Zetsu was overwhelmed by the vast number of white Zetsu and fell into a disadvantageous situation of fighting alone against many. Beside No and Tamao, Izumi also drew out his ninja sword. Suddenly, she felt the delicate touch on the back of her hand, and when she looked down, she saw her hand was held by Mikoto beside her. Mikoto had a blank expression on her face, with the 3 Magatama non appearing in her eyes. She took the ninja sword from Izumi and said, "We need someone to guard this place. I'll take care of the breach." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Quan to stop him. Mikoto clenched her teeth, restrained the temperament of a noble lady, turned into a black shadow, passed by Yunya with a cold face, and after a few jumps, rushed into the front battlefield. The knife flashed and cut off the head of a white Zetsu. Before becoming a full-time housewife, Mikoto was also a powerful Uchiha with 3 Magatama. Yunya saw the determination to die from her emotionless face. He turned around to look at Nono, who was still in shock, and spoke in a calm tone. "You just need to continue the treatment." Nono nodded slightly and focused more on treating Tamao. She felt the threat of death from those white monsters. "Tonight, I want to survive." She must rely on these Uchiha, so Nono is willing to trust this strong Uchiha youth who brings her great sense of security. Yen Yu's Mangekyo moved left and right, capturing the white Zetsu attacking him from all directions. They seemed to burst out with endless power, running wildly in the open space, ferociously, and pounced on their locked prey with bare hands. Yen Yu stood proudly in place, with the broken ninja sword in his hand inserted into the ground, and his right hand grabbed into the void. The space was like rippling water. The pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The black sword merged with the dark night, cold and silent, and its appearance eclipsed the long night. Under the bright moonlight. The dark moon is deep and lightless. P.S. Tuesday is the time to determine the performance of this book. I hope that readers who like this book can read the latest chapter on Tuesday. Chapter 28 Mikoto, what are you going to do? Please read on. 10 white Zetsu fell from the sky, surrounding Yen Yu in the middle, swinging their right arms in a long arc, and clenching their fists as if carrying 1,000 pounds of force to smash down. Shua! A perfect black arc rotated in the air, and where the black knife dark moon passed, there was a quiet edge left. The white Zetsu looked confused and stunned. The next moment, their heads and fists were separated from their bodies and fell to the ground like rain. Yen Yu put away the knife gracefully. Glanced at the black knife. Feel the slashing process. The dark moon knife handle has a soft and delicate touch, and the blade is light. The sharp blade slashed the hard white Zetsu like slashing through water without any obstruction. In addition, it gave Yen Yu an extra feeling of strong desire. It seemed to be able to carry energy and wait for the owner to fill it. Yen Yu stared at the dark moon tightly held in his right hand, raised his left hand, and formed the tiger seal to transform the chakra in his body into fire attribute. A scorching hot energy was condensed from the chakra meridians of the whole body and gathered towards the throat. Yunya sword took a different approach, changing the nature of this hot fire attribute chakra and pulling it towards the right hand holding the sword. A strange scene happened. The black sword dark moon was like a long drought and a sweet rain, emitting a dark and mysterious mist that lingered around Yunya's right hand. This black mist absorbed the fire attribute chakra contained in his right arm through the skin and injected it into the blade. Instantly, the air seemed to be burning and the temperature soared. Below the handle of the dark moon sword, the straight blade burned with hot and high-temperature black flames, just like the black flames of Amaterasu, as if it would never go out. Is this considered a tribute chakra enchantment? Yunya looked surprised. He could predict that if Dark Moon slashed the enemy at this moment, it would definitely have the burning effect of the fire attribute chakra in nature. The white Zetsu who besieged Uchiha suddenly stopped and turned their heads to look back. They keenly felt the sudden rise in temperature in this area and the gradual drying of the air. The white Zetsu who mastered the wood release were extremely sensitive to the humidity and temperature in the air. The white Zetsu raised their eyebrows, opened their eyes wide, and stared directly at the long sword burning with black flames in Yunyu's right hand, revealing the real fear of a beast facing a natural enemy. How can a plant not be afraid of fire? The white Zetsu stopped attacking. The Uchiha who were fighting with the white Zetsu around breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly helped their injured companions to get closer to avoid being dispersed by the white Zetsu again. Everyone was also surprised to find the changes in their captain Yunyu. What kind of ninjutsu is that? An Uchiha stared at the dark moon burning with black flames, without blinking. This question was beyond the scope. No one around him answered. Yunyu walked straight towards the white Zetsu, and the black flames of the dark moon blade tightly held in his right hand surged, as if to melt the world. The dark moon was continuously absorbing fire attribute chakra to maintain this enchanted state. Fortunately, the effect of the pill before has not ended. Yunyu's strength and chakra recovery speed are 10 times faster than in normal state. Although the white Zetsu looked horrified, they faced the black flames and took 2 steps back. Their faces became ferocious again. They gave up attacking the nearby Uchiha and swarmed towards Yunyu. Boom! The blazing black flames surged again. Yunyu wielded the black knife Dark Moon. Wherever the long blade passed, it was like a dark wall of fire. His figure was agile and nimble. He turned around in the siege of the white Zetsu. Every time Dark Moon slashed, he could cut off several white Zetsu in half, and then the blazing hot black flames instantly burned their bodies. These white Zetsu have extremely strong vitality. They will not die if they are slashed by ordinary ninja swords and kunai. But facing the black flames that will not be extinguished until they are completely burned, they can only be like wood waiting to be burned. The Uchiha were stunned. They had never seen the means Yunyu used at this moment. Izumi and Mikoto stared at Yunyu, lost in thought. Don't just stand there. Uchiha Nanfan said, forming seals with both hands, refining the chakra in his body, transforming it into fire attribute chakra, concentrating his throat, and spewing out the great fireball technique. Instantaneously, the other Uchiha followed suit, using different fire escape techniques. High-temperature fireballs bombarded the crowded white Zetsu area one after another, and the fire instantly illuminated the night, with thick smoke and flames rising to the sky. The battle was instantly one-sided. Among this group of white Zetsu, the remaining few were still in shock and stood there in a daze. What awaited them was the dark moon in Yunyu's hand chopping off their heads and the black flames burning their bodies. After these high-temperature black flames burned the white Zetsu to ashes, they would last for half a minute before they were completely extinguished. In the distance, the woods. The Kamui Mangekyo under Obito's mask reflected the sea of fire, and his face gradually became ugly. The pills that instantly restored mental and physical strength. The pitch-black long sword burning with black flames. How many secrets do you hide? Obito clenched his teeth and widened his eyes. He found that he was increasingly unsure of this fellow tribesman. Rugged Mountain Road. Yunyu dominated the battlefield until the remaining white Zetsu and the Uchiha could deal with it. He stopped charging Dark Moon. The effect of the medicine in his body had passed at this moment. Yunyu's face showed fatigue. Without the supply of fire attribute chakra, the black flames burning in Dark Moon slowly faded and extinguished, restoring the inky black and seemingly ordinary blade. How long will it take? Yunyu calmly stared at Nono. 8 minutes. Nono looked solemn, bit his lip, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the medical ninjutsu released by his hands continued to output. Under the cover of fluorescent green chakra, Tamas Yong's injuries have recovered 60%, but it is far from being cured. Yunyu frowned, then turned around and walked towards the place where the Uchiha gathered, looking at everyone with a cold look. The Uchiha who was executing the white Zetsu on the ground felt a chill on his back when they were looked at by their captain Yunyu. After a check, Yunyu's eyes fell on Uchiha Mikoto. He stepped forward quickly, grabbed her white wrist, ignored Mikoto's angry glare, and led her to Nono. After a fight, this beautiful lady was sweating profusely, and the cuffs of her long dress were soaked, and there were kunao puncture marks. If you don't look carefully at night, you can't see any wounds. What are you doing? Mikoto's face was tense. Hiss! The sound of cloth tearing sounded. Mikoto suddenly blushed and froze in place. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunyu violently tore off the sleeve on her right arm wound, revealing the kunao stab wound. Her skin was like snow. Her arm was stained with blood. This scene also frightened Nono. The nun blushed, mistakenly thinking that Yunyu was going to do something to this noble lady with outstanding temperament in front of her. Nono immediately became energetic. Yunyu still held Mikoto's hand and asked, "How long will it take to heal her wound?" "It only takes more than 10 seconds to heal such a minor injury." Nono stared at Yunyu and replied seriously, "Heal her first." Yunyu dragged the slightly resistant Mikoto in front of Nono. Oh! Nono stood up, rubbed her thighs that were numb from squatting, and released medical ninjutsu to heal Mikoto. The Uchiha all lowered their heads and cleaned the battlefield. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Yunyu and Mikoto, but soon retracted their gazes. The sound of breaking through the ground nearby was heard. Everyone discovered. Under the night. Outside the battlefield, another group of white Zetsu drilled out from the ground, one after another, like bamboo shoots after rain, 3 times the number before. Just at this time, the wound on Mikoto's arm healed. A prompt popped up in Yunyu's mind. Side quest, heal teammates. Options. Heal teammates. Mission completed. Reward, green medicine. Chapter 29 would release. Please read. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. The white Zetsu broke out of the ground, like wild beasts that had lost their minds, turning into a white wave and rushing towards the Uchiha. They relied on their numerical advantage to break through the fire-release defense line built by the Uchiha. The Uchiha's scalps tingled as they once again engaged in close combat with these monsters. If they were not Uchiha, if they did not have the 3 Megatama, if it were any other family in the ninja world, they would have long since died under the fearless charge of the white Zetsu with vigorous vitality. Yunyu took out the green medicine from the storage space. This is a test tube. It was sealed with a cork. It contained a dark green liquid. Looking through the glass, small bubbles could be seen rolling in the liquid, as if it contained a strong and vigorous vitality. What is this? Nanoyo leaned out, her big eyes under the round frame glasses stared at the test tube in Yunyu's hand, her brows furrowed, and then relaxed. She wrinkled her nose, and her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had smelled something incredible. Bo! Yunyu shook her head, pulled out the cork, and handed it to Nanoyu. "Please check it for me, is it drinkable?" A clear and light fragrance came to her nose, it was like the air purified to the extreme, containing the most vigorous vitality of spring. Nanoyu's hands were trembling, and he carefully held Yunyu's hand holding the green medicine, his eyes widened, and he put it under his nose and sniffed it. Nanoyu's whole body seemed to be bathed in the source of life, his spirit was refreshed, his consciousness was clear in an instant, and he almost had an oxygen intoxication reaction. It was at this moment. The nearby Baiju seemed to smell the breath of life in the air, which seemed to be the same as their essence. "That's mine! That's mine!" The Baiju's eyes glowed green, revealing extreme greed and desire. It seemed that as long as they absorbed the green medicine in Yunyu's hand, they could evolve, transform, and become a higher level of life. At this moment, all the white Zetsu were attracted to Yunyu again and rushed towards Yunyu. During their frantic run, his companion took action, kicked his companion away, and grabbed his ankle to stop him. The Uchihas were a little confused as they watched the monsters they were fighting suddenly leave and then start fighting among themselves. Should be able to drink. No, nay. I reluctantly let go of Yan Yu's hand, staring straight at the handsome young man with his beautiful eyes. Mikoto was shocked by Yunyu's method of conjuring green medicine out of thin air. The strange black knife before was also conjured in this way. When Yan Yu saw Baiju approaching, he did not hesitate and took back the green medicine. He could already vaguely sense the effect of this green medicine, but he was not sure yet. Take the green medicine. Yan Yu found that the number of Baizetsu around him continued to increase. It was obvious that Obito had spent a lot of money. Glancing at Baiju, Yunya raised her head and poured the green medicine into her mouth and swallowed it among the faces of the Baiju people who were frightened, angry, and uneasy, and stretched out their hands to stop her. No, no, no! The Baiju roared. Yan Yu casually threw the test tube with only a few drops of green medicine on the ground. An instant. The throat feels cool and comfortable, and the nose is filled with the purest breath of life. The medicinal liquid enters the body, instantly penetrates the cell membrane, and volatilizes and activates in the cell nucleus. It carries majestic vitality. The green eye shadow appeared on Yan Yu and then dissipated. At this moment, he seemed to be one with nature. Tiredness and weariness dissipate. The chakra consumed in the body before. Physical strength. Energy. Even the irreversible damage caused by the red pill is recovering quickly, and the physical strength has also been enhanced to a certain extent. Yan Yu's surprise is powerful and has no side effects. At this time, he could even clearly sense the natural energy contained in the plants within a radius of 500 meters. They were withering, condensing, and transforming into vitality and injecting it into his body. So, one of the effects of green medicine is to absorb the natural energy of the surrounding 500 meters of plants and convert it into the energy you need to instantly restore your own state and repair injuries, whether internal or external. Somewhere, the test tube fell to the ground and shattered, and the last few drops of green medicine seeped into the cracks of the stone. A Baiju has arrived in front of Yan Yu. It knelt on the ground and frantically licked the fragments of the green medicine test tube, trying to absorb the vitality contained in the green medicine. Suddenly, in the area where the last few drops of green medicine fell, the rocks were pushed away by an inexplicable force, and a vine broke out of the ground and grew wildly. It is green all over and has luxuriant branches and leaves. At first, the vine was only as thick as a thumb. In a moment, like a wild python, it took root and sprouted and branched out into countless branches. Yan Yu frowned. I was shocked inside. By injecting earth and water chakra into the ground, he can control the mutated vine born from the green medicine, as well as all plants within a radius of 500 meters with him as the center. This is the second effect of green medicine. An alternative version of Mudun? The chakra attribute changes he masters are the same as Suzuki's: fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, and yin, lacking yang. Therefore, this requirement can be met. Tangled. Yunya completed the control of the vines by injecting chakra with two different properties into the ground. He immediately raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and grabbed Baiju from the air, who was fighting for the test tube in front of him. On the ground, driven by the chakra properties of water and earth, the vine seemed to come alive. Branches as big as an adult's wrist are like flexible pythons, wrapping around the Baiju's waist, ankles, and thighs, hanging them up, and shrinking them to strangle them. The vines are like pythons hunting, getting tighter and tighter. The white Jew were frightened and wanted to break away from the vines, only to find that after the vines entangled them, sharp barbs grew and were firmly embedded in their bodies. In an instant, each Baiju was pierced by the barbs of the vines, entangled and strangled in the air, losing its vitality. All the Uchiha looked confused, looking up at the huge vines that looked like tree monsters, their mouths opened, and they were terrified. Far away. Woods. Wouldn't escape. Why is it another potion that instantly restores mental strength and chakra? How much medicine do you still have on you? Obito could no longer suppress the shock and astonishment in his heart. He stared at Yayo with one eye and complained harshly. How could Uchiha Yenyu be able to escape? How is this possible? Obito's scalp was numb, and he was stunned on the tree for a moment, at a loss, until he came back to his senses. Surprised to find a sound of "oh-oh-at" came from under the tree. Obito looked down and saw that the white zetsu he had sent out were back near him, but their pupils had the kaleidoscope mark of 8,000 spears. Some white zetsus were ready to attack, and they rushed towards Obito as if they were possessed by a demon. Obito frowned, and without thinking much, he immediately released his divine power and disappeared. His attempt was a complete failure this time. Before he figured out the drink card, Obito didn't want to face the opponent directly, so he could only follow the opponent temporarily and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Yenyu's trump cards seemed to be endless, one set after another. As for Baiju, never mind. Obito had seen the scene just now, and naturally knew that no matter how many Baizetsu were sent here at this time, they were all used as cannon fodder by the other party. Escaped with Obito Kamui. Yunya was slightly relieved, and all the Uchiha were shocked and incredulous. Under his gaze, he stepped into the wooden house. He has no trump cards for the time being. Yunya came to the corpses of Asuma and Dailu, threw their loincloths on the spot, and then put the corpses into the storage space. The storage space cannot store living things, but it can store corpses, which is very convenient. Both of them have black market bounties. 1. 35 million taels. 1. 30 million taels. Yenyu felt that resources should be used to their best advantage and resources should not be wasted. He now had so many mouths to feed, and after escaping from Konoha, he would need a lot of money. Leave the cabin. Take all those who fainted, leave here immediately, and continue to escape. Yunya spoke calmly and ordered. Okay, Captain. The voices of the Uchiha were so excited that they trembled. Everyone calmed down a little and took action immediately. You leave here with us first. Yunya came to Nanoyu and looked at the nun in a daze with round glasses. Chapter 30 Supplementary Medical Ninja. Side Mission, Replenish Medical Ninjas. Options. 1. Convince a medical ninja to join the team. 2. Force a medical ninja to join the team. Reward, green medicine. A mission prompt popped up in Yunya's mind, and his eyes lit up, thinking to himself that this branch line was directly aimed at Nanoyu. Thinking. Yenyu looked at Nanayu up and down. This woman's red lips were slightly open, her breath was weak, she was a little weak, and she looked a little haggard. Under the round-framed glasses, Nanoyu frowned slightly, and her solemn black and white nun's robe perfectly outlined her slender figure. The snow-white insteps without socks were looming at the bottom of the robe. She was in a hurry when she left, and casually put on a pair of black cloth shoes without having time to dress and put them on. Are you choosing to persuade? Or is it forced? Yenyu has just experienced the effect of green medicine. It can instantly restore energy and physical strength, repair internal and external injuries in the body, and enhance one's own strength. It also allows him to gain the ability to control plants, which is a trump card that can reverse a desperate situation. He couldn't give up on this mission. Being stared at like this, even though those eyes were dark and bright, without any lust or impurities, Nanoyu's pretty pale face still turned red. She squinted at Yunya's chest and hesitated. Sorry, well, I still have a mission, She witnessed the power of the Uchiha man in front of her. He even killed the Hokage's son at his request. She did not dare to disobey such a person. Yunya said calmly, the reward I promised is related to your mission, but you must leave here first before settling the settlement. My mission? Well, the mission Danzo gave you. This. Nonayu's delicate body trembled slightly, with a puzzled expression on her face. She raised her hand to push up her glasses. She tiptoed and slowly approached Yenyu, signaling that she could leave with Yenyu and the others for the time being. She didn't understand how Yenyu knew that Danzo had given her the mission. Nanoyu felt that there shouldn't be any problem if he walked with them for a while. At this moment, she couldn't stay here. Besides, Yayu and the others were on their way to the northwest. The rest of the Uchiha have finished cleaning up. The team left this area, and Yenyu personally carried Yuri Hong on her back, leading everyone to continue heading northwest. Time is running out. There were no words all the way. Until the sun rises from the east, dispelling the last remaining darkness of the night in the ninja world. After dawn, the team arrived at the exit of Platycadon Mountain and were about to leave this mountain on the border of the Land of Fire. Yenyu stood on a tall tree, looking back at the endless mountains and the sparsely populated area near Platycadon City. He stopped and turned around to give instructions, asking everyone to change from running at full speed to walking slowly to regain their physical strength and energy. Taimao, who has recovered 60% from his injuries and regained his ability to move, is standing by his elder brother's side. Make sure there is no danger in the nearby forest. The tensed nerves of all the Uchihas gradually relaxed, and some began to review the extremely dangerous chase last night. First, the Konoha Jonin pursuit team. All the monks of the Fire Temple. Finally, there are ugly monsters. Everyone once again focused their attention on the back of Yenyu, and they could vaguely understand what kind of burden this man shouldered by leading them to defect. There is no moon drinking. Even if they knew about the night of genocide in advance and wanted to defect to Konoha, that would be a fool's errand. At this time, Yenyu was not idle either. He asked Nanoyu to use medical ninjutsu to wake up Dr. Nake and others, leaving the confused Nake at the exit of Platycadon Mountain. As for the Jaeger family, Yenyu left the other party a sum of living expenses and travel expenses, which was regarded as compensation for ruining their family's life. In the end, no Naiu, who felt guilty for copying the Orion, was really sorry. She invited the Jaeger family to go to the border of the Land of Fire and live in an orphanage under her name. Jaeger, who was desperate, readily accepted it, and then parted ways with Yenyu and the others. Send these ordinary people away. The team walked for a while. The team rested where they were, and the Uchihas ate the military food pills they carried with them to replenish the energy their bodies needed. No Naiu is quite sensible. She took the initiative to treat the wounded in the Uchiha team. They were all minor injuries and did not consume much energy. Izumi learned from Nanoyu and tied bandages for his more seriously injured companions. Quan suddenly looked at Yui Hong in the team, frowned and asked, "Captain Yenyu, this how to deal with a woman from Konoha?" Ziri Hong was placed under a cypress tree by Yenyu. Her delicate face was pale, she bit her red lips lightly, and her fair and slender legs were bent and stretched out. The figure is graceful. The sitting posture is charming. She was so tortured by the Sanskrit chanting last night that she was still in a daze. Kurane Yui is proficient in genjutsu, and her mental strength is outstanding among jounin. But she doesn't have the Sharingan or other means to resist mental attacks. As a result, her outstanding mental power was like a huge target. Most of the Sanskrit sound waves' mental attack and Sanskrit chakra fell on her. This kind of mental power without defensive protection became a burden. Yui Hong also became the most seriously injured person. As a hostage, take it with you first. Yenyu glanced at Yui Hong, then looked at Nanoyu. Is her injury serious? No Naiu thought for a while, then thought of something, so he replied truthfully. Oh, she took the initiative to exert part of her spirit on us through illusion last night and blocked some of the Sanskrit attacks for us, so her spirit was severely damaged. However, it only takes a week to practice. Nanoyu believed that the Konoha female ninja's actions last night might also be because she felt guilty for the crimes her companions had committed against innocent people. No Naiu finished speaking. Izumi and other Uchiha looked at the beautiful woman under the cypress tree with strange eyes. They originally didn't have a good impression of Yui Hong. But I didn't expect it. Unknowingly, I accepted the other person's affection. Izumi pursed her lips and let go of her grudge against Yui Kurane. This Konoha female ninja did not stand against them last night. Quan doesn't really like the woman Yen Yuebe. At the edge of the Uchiha team, Mikoto looked away from Yui Kurane, looking down at the cuffs that the guy had roughly torn apart, looking slightly confused. Not long after, no Naiu finished treating the wounded in the team, secretly glad that he chose to believe in Yenyu last night. Nanoyu is still worried about the mission. But think about it again. Since Yenyuedo said that the reward is related to the task, the key is that he shows that he is familiar with the task. Judging from the behavior that Yenyu has shown so far, he is not lying. Rested for 20 minutes. Yenyu saw that everyone had finished drinking water, eating military food pills, and had almost rested. He stood up on his own initiative and ordered to continue moving forward. The Uchiha gritted their teeth and helped each other up with their tired bodies. Under the cypress trees, Ziriong couldn't move. She stared at Yunyu's back and tried to get up several times, but her confused spirit and weak legs made her give up the struggle. She only has one thought now. I want to talk to Yenyu alone. Yunyu took a few steps forward, and when she heard the movement behind her, she immediately turned around and came straight to Zirihong. She turned her back, squatted down and said calmly, "Come up." Yurihong bit her red lips tightly, her face showed anxiety. She put her hands on the ground and used all her strength to lie in Yenyu's back. Zihai buried her head in Yunyu's neck, face to face with him, holding him tightly with her snow-white arms, fearing that the other party would suddenly regret it and leave her here alone. Yunyu stood up, carrying Yuihong on her back, and once again walked to the front of the team under the strange eyes of all the Uchihas. Quan's eyes kept blinking, showing envy and annoyance. The team continued to flee. Chapter 31 Hong's Confession, Konoha Cao Thief. After the Uchiha defecting team was free of any encumbrances, their marching speed increased several times, running through the forest at full speed like a pack of wolves. "Did you kill Asuma?" Yuihong asked softly. She buried her head on Yunyu's shoulder, her voice was weak, without any emotion, and her breath was like a blue. Yenyu could feel her breath, the fragrance of her curly hair, and the light perfume she sprayed on her body to complement her exquisite outfit. Zihai is like a red flower, from the dress to the mature atmosphere exuding from the body, it is completely natural. Yenyu did not hide anything. Killing means killing. Zirihong fell silent, buried her head deeper, pressed her cheek tightly against Yenyu's neck, and complained for a long time. "Then you have to compensate me." These words are as if the little girl is blaming others for breaking her toys and asking others to compensate. If you can buy her a new toy, she will be happy immediately. Good. Yenyu felt the softness coming from her back, kept walking, and agreed. Hong was stunned, her beautiful red pupils widened and her red lips opened slightly. She suddenly got the answer she had been asking for since adolescence, and was so shocked that she was at a loss. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, Yui Zhenhong's last words before her death were in front of her daughter, praising Uchiha Yenyu for being a very nice person. As a jonin, how could Yui Zhenhong not notice that when her daughter hesitated to come forward, it was Yenyu who pushed her? If it weren't for Yenyu, Yui Zhenhong was unable to see his daughter for the last time before she died. This would be his and Hong's biggest regret. Since then, the original owner accompanied Hong for a period of time until he was assigned to perform a mission. Before the two parted, Hong confessed to the original owner, but was rejected. Then her life fell into darkness again, and alcoholism was also a bad habit she contracted at that time. In Yenyu's view, the original owner was right to do this. The original owner was afraid that if he agreed to the Red Queen, he would die on the way to perform the mission. This time the night of genocide not long before the point also confirmed this. Yenyu agreed readily because he did not want to owe the original owner any favors, so helping the original owner make up for this regret was the last thing he could do for him. Don't refuse. No commitment. not proactive. This is Yin Yu's belief in this kind of thing. Woo! Yui Hong suddenly smiled, but she burst into tears. She held Yin Yu tightly between her hands and legs, like a koala hugging a tree. Resolve the backlog of emotions. She is in a good mood at the moment. The Uchiha behind saw their captain Yu making the Konoha female jounin burst into tears with just 2 words, and they were immediately filled with admiration. You are indeed a role model for our generation. Izumi and Mikoto looked at it in confusion, and had no idea what the man and woman in front of them, with their backs to them, were talking about. At this time, a sudden voice sounded. What are you looking at? If you were as powerful as your big brother, you could carry a beautiful woman all over the mountain. Everyone looked back. Taimao was in a good mood when he saw his eldest brother holding the beauty back. Black lines appear on Yin Yu's head. Hong looked shy. All the Uchiha were suddenly speechless, and they all thought to themselves that this Konoha woman seemed to have a similar background to their clan leader's wife. Doesn't this mean that their captain Yin Yu's preference for women? All the Uchiha didn't dare to think too much. They lowered their heads and continued on their way. Such a good captain Yin Yu. Why did you get this habit? Yunyu carried the weak Yuri Hong on her back and continued on her way. When she stepped on a branch, her brain suddenly trembled slightly, and then her eyes felt stinging. He squinted his eyes. There was a layer of white mist in front of my eyes. Yin Yu's body tensed up. She slowed down, raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. What's wrong? Hong felt something strange, her smart red eyes showed concern, and she asked urgently and softly. It's okay, it's a side effect of the kaleidoscope. Yin Yu wrote lightly. Ziriong felt heartbroken. She knew what kind of battle Yunyu went through last night, so she reached out and gently caressed the side of Yunyu's face, pressing his temples to soothe his spirit. Yin Yu felt the gentle fingering, and the tense spirit near his temples relaxed a little. He did not refuse Hong's kindness. Continuing on his way, the Uchiha behind him didn't notice his discomfort. Yin Yu fell into deep thought. The method of controlling people from the air with the 8,000 spears is to release the yin escape chakra through the kaleidoscope. Frequent use is much more comfortable than Amaterasu, which has a great impact on the user's body and often bleeds from his eyes. But even so, it is also a kaleidoscope. Excessive use may cause retinal detachment, optic nerve weakness, and permanent blindness due to the powerful yin escape chakra impact. Yin Yu's heart sank. It's not that there is no solution. One implanting pillar cells, cells containing majestic vitality, can extend the service life of the kaleidoscope and reduce the negative effects of the kaleidoscope on the operator. To awakening the eternal eye, there is no need to worry anymore, but for Yin Yu, it is impossible. 3. Have unlimited green medicine. Therefore, Yin Yu feels that the option of awakening the eternal eye can be eliminated, and Hashirama cells and green medicine are his first choices. It's a pity that time is tight to assassinate Danzo. Otherwise, in addition to other gods, some of Hashirama's cells should also be collected. But it doesn't matter. Konoha. Yin Yu will go back sooner or later. Think of green medicine. Yin Yu's eyebrows gradually became serious. At first, he thought that this thing could only treat internal and external injuries, but he didn't expect that it would also give him a wood escape ability. And replenished the 1/3 of the lifespan that was overdrawn due to taking the red pill. Besides, Yin Yu's own strength has also been enhanced. This is probably the result of the organic transformation of the body through the green medicine. The strength is approximately 0.01 times that of an ordinary adult. Although it is small, it allows him to see an alternative way to improve himself. He breathed a sigh of relief and felt his own condition. Talking about the wood release, he can still perceive the plants within a radius of 500 meters with himself as the center, as well as their natural energy. However, his wood release is different from the traditional wood release. It condenses the properties of earth attribute chakra and water attribute chakra, and injects them into the land as the source of life. It will not grow wood-escape trees or wood-escape vines out of thin air, but it can only control the only plants within 500 meters to fight. If there is no green medicine to catalyze them, this wood release will look very useless. Yen Yu thought, and immediately injected the water and soil chakra under his feet, controlling the natural energy of the plants within 500 meters to gather together and inject it into a vine. Crash! Enemy attack! Tamas Yang was the first to react, drew out the sword from his back, jumped down from the tree, and cut the vine that Yen Yu had just controlled into 2 pieces with one strike. Drinking the moon. Seeing Yen Yu's dark face, Hong looked at Tamas Yang again, seeming to understand something, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. But Tama Yugong was ready to show off to the Uchihas behind him who didn't know why. Suddenly, the size of the rattan increased dramatically. Originally only the size of a thumb, it suddenly became visible to the naked eye and became the size of a human wrist. Yen Yu squinted at this scene, the corners of her mouth curled up. He guessed correctly. The energy within a radius of 500 meters can be used to repair physical injuries. You can also inject this natural energy into a plant to transform it and have a certain fighting capacity. The rattan was as agile as a snake, and it jumped towards Tama's feet, frightening the latter to jump back and dodge, exclaiming, "Is this Danzo's mother or Danzo's father? P.S. Don't ask if you have more orders, just ask for them all. This is a new book, so there must be some flaws in it. I hope all readers will accept it." Asking for all kinds of votes. Looking for further reading. Chapter 32 Konoha's new S-Class Rebellious Ninja. Uchiha Tamao's face looked frightened, his brows furrowed, his immature baby face extremely serious, breathing heavily, twisting and turning to avoid the attack of the cane. On the night of the assassination of Danzo, the old thing turned into a big tree, leaving an indelible impression on him. The other Uchiha wanted to take action. It can be seen that Yen Yu did not move, and everyone felt that the method of driving the cane was very familiar, so they watched the fire from the other side. The Uchiha stared at Yunyu's handsome side face, recalling the scene of Yunya releasing wood release last night, and their pupils showed shock. Obito was not the only one who was shocked that Yen Yu had many trump cards. Uchiha, who followed Yen Yu, also didn't know how many cards their former police force captain had in hand now. Soon. The rattan is divided into 5 parts, and the size changes from large to small, making it more flexible and changeable. One of them unexpectedly lurked at Tamao's footing, easily tripping him down. The other 4 canes immediately swarmed up and hung Tamao on a tree. Tamao gritted his teeth, showing his fear of plants, twisting his body and struggling, but it was of no avail. All Uchiha exclaimed in surprise. Only then did Tamas Yang's 2 subordinates step forward to find a way to rescue their captain. A lot of trouble. Yen Yu clearly felt that chakra was transformed into 2 properties, earth attribute chakra and water attribute chakra, at the same time, injected into the ground, controlled plants and consumed his own chakra too quickly. This is more expensive than maintaining the Dark Moon enchantment. Yen Yu immediately dispersed the vines. The cane suddenly became flabby and lost its vitality. "Scared me to death, scared me to death." Tamao fell to the ground and looked up at the green rattan hanging on the tree, with sweat on his forehead and lingering fear in his heart. Yunya looked indifferent, shook her head, and commented in her heart that this wood release was still a little weak. "I hope it will continue to get stronger in the future. Otherwise, you can only use a dozen controls. Facing a highly agile ninja, it will be easy to dodge." Tamao himself was injured and did not use 3 Megatama, so he was ambushed by a cane. "Do it again. Tamao will definitely not be fooled. Let's go, keep on going." Yunya carried Yurihong on her back, turned around and spoke calmly to the stopped team. The team continues to set off. "Brother, did you just see it? The cane has become a spirit. I suspect that this is Danzo's fault." Tamas Yang instantly came to his eldest brother's side and kept chattering. Yui Hong forced to hold back her laughter. Drinking the moon. Danzo cannot bear this responsibility. It's me. Yin Yu's words are concise and concise. Tamas Yong's pupils gradually dilated and he exclaimed, "Brother, you can't escape." Last night, he was seriously injured and tortured by Sanskrit sounds, and he fainted. He didn't know about Yunyu's control of the vines to deal with Baiju. As Taimao exclaimed in shock, the team moved forward into the depths of the forest, awakening countless birds and animals. In Platycadon City, people are coming and going on the streets, wooden houses are lined up in rows, and the atmosphere is calm. A big thing happened in the Fire Country, and a new rebel ninja appeared in Konoha village. It's normal for rebellious ninjas to appear in ninja villages. Rebellious ninjas appear in the 5 major ninja villages every year. What's so strange about this? It's different this time. The rebel ninjas this time are the new S-class. It's still unclear what they did. S-level. Real or false? Really, my cousin who sells straw sandals in Konoha came back yesterday and said that Konoha village is not peaceful recently. The small talk of the tea house guests on the street quickly attracted a large number of passers-by to watch, and all of them became very angry. When it comes to S-class rebellious ninjas, they will subconsciously think of Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. Orochimaru secretly used human beings for biological experiments and research in Konoha, and his evil deeds were exposed. Because of his comprehensive strength and cruelty and unscrupulous methods, he was rated as a rare S-level rebellious ninja in Konoha. But what kind of heinous crime will the newly promoted S-class traitor commit? This is the focus of attention of passers-by. Konoha Express, outside number, villains are committing crimes, assassinating high-level officials of Konoha, massacring civilians, the methods are extremely cruel. There is another S-class renegade ninja in Konoha. Konoha Express, extra number. A newspaper ninja wearing a grey uniform, a big brimmed hat, and windshield binoculars, who looked like a postal ninja, was holding a stack of newspapers and shouting loudly at the intersection. As expected, it's an S-class rebel ninja, I'll buy one. Hello, here's a copy. Please give me one. Within 3 minutes, the newspapers in the hands of the newspaper ninja were swept away by passers-by. This is the earliest time he has called it a day since Orochimaru defected to Konoha in recent years. Alley corner. After changing his clothes and putting on pants, the haggard Dr. Nak held a copy of the Konoha Express in his hand and scanned the front page with a tired expression. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. With quick hands and quick eyes, Nak blocked the photos of the people on the wanted list. Only it was the news on the front page, like 1,000 detonating tags exploding in his mind in an instant. The news was concise. It simply described the details of the assassination of Konoha's high-ranking officials and the massacre of Konoha's civilians by the Uchiha 9-man squad led by the S-rank rebel Uchiha Yunyu, but omitted a lot of key information. For example, who was the assassinated Konoha high-ranking official, whether he was dead or alive, how many civilians were massacred, which family they were from, and how many casualties there were. Everything is unknown. As a smart person, Nak knew that the fewer words in news, the bigger the event. Yunyu. This name really sounds familiar. Nak swallowed his saliva, moved his palm away little by little, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the first photo on the wanted column nervously. It was Uchiha Yunyu with short black hair, delicate features, handsome face, and fair skin. Under the wanted column. Wanted status, permanent. Reward amount, 50 million taels. 50 million taels of Fire Country currency. Nak's heart beat fast, his thoughts were in a mess, recalling the time he spent with that group of rebels last night. This new S-level rebel ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Yunyu, was not as ruthless and vicious as described in the newspaper. Otherwise, Nak would have died last night. That group of people was actually quite easy to get along with. They did not despise the wandering hunters. Although the people who arrested Nak beat him up, they did not kill him, because he was not serious. And the patient's mouth was indeed a bit poisonous, and what he said was all true. He even taught a proud and cute little girl how to use bandages. In the end, without this group of rebels, he would probably have died at the hands of Konoha's Jonin last night. Can such a group of people really do such a thing as slaughtering civilians? Why did he not believe it a little bit? Naek frowned, and the whole person seemed to have aged by 10 years. He knew that there must be a huge secret hidden in it. It just had nothing to do with him as a civilian. Thinking. Naek sighed, crumpled up the Konoha Express and threw it into the trash can. It's better not to read this kind of thing. Walking on the street, Naek heard the sigh of a woman in the distance. No, such a beautiful person can actually do the evil of slaughtering civilians. It shouldn't be. On the street, passers-by hurried, fearing that they would encounter the dangerous traitors published in the newspaper on the road. Chapter 33 Suzuki, Itake. A week after the night of the genocide, the sky of Konoha was overcast and the atmosphere was depressing. The neighborhood was no longer prosperous as before. On the third day after the night of the genocide, the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, and the bodies of Uchiha ninjas and civilians were buried one after another. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen personally brought 2 Hokage advisors, as well as the heads of other families, to attend the ceremony in plain clothes to pay their respects. At the same time, the Hokage and the daimyo of the Land of Fire announced that the Land of Fire had entered a wartime state, and the border defense alert was raised to the highest level. The Konoha high-level officials issued a wanted order for the Uchiha defecting team throughout the ninja world. 10 elite 3-person teams of the Umbu were dispatched as pursuit ninjas to hunt down the defecting ninjas and fight to the death. All kinds of news were mixed, true and false, and for a time, the people of the major families were in a panic. Uchiha Clan Land. The clan leader's mansion. Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Suzuki, one big and one small, sat on the wooden steps under the eaves, expressionless, staring directly at the broken Uchiha fan on the wall outside the door. Little Suzuki's eyes were dark and bright, clear and lively, and his facial features were handsome, but he looked tired at the moment. He remembered that it was when the clan members mistakenly thought that Itaki had killed Shisui and came to question Itaki, who got angry and destroyed the round fan clan emblem. The once bustling Uchiha clan land is now empty, and the streets are deserted and desolate. Itaki lowered his eyes, glanced at his brother who was not crying or making a fuss, and bowed his head in guilt. Since the night of the extermination of the clan, Suzuki opened the single Megatama Sharinon, was extremely sad, and hid at home crying all day. The single Megatama Sharinon. Itaki was not satisfied with this. But at least, it was a beginning. The day before yesterday, Suzuki only accepted the fact that his father died tragically, his family was destroyed, and his mother fled. But he was still in a daze, silent, and ate with endless hatred, which Itaki was very satisfied with. Only extreme hatred can make Uchiha grow. This is a curse, but also an opportunity. Swish! Suddenly, 2 elite members dressed in root organization jumped a few times and landed steadily in front of Itaki. The 2 glanced at the dull Suzuki. One leaned over and whispered in Itaki's ear. Itaki's expression changed slightly, he slowly stood up, looked down at Suzuki, 2 arcs were drawn at the corners of his mouth, and he smiled with narrowed eyes. Suzuki, these days, you can take care of your breakfast, lunch, and dinner by yourself. I received intelligence that I may have to go out for a while to carry out a mission. Suzuki stood up with a cold expression, turned around, stopped, turned his back to Itaki, and asked, "Are you going to find your mother?" Itaki smiled and nodded, trying to make his voice sound as kind as before. "Well, I will bring my mother back." Suzuki walked straight to the open training ground in the yard without any further response. Itaki stared at his brother's back, the expression on his tear trough gradually faded, as if he had never smiled before, and said coldly to his subordinates, "Let's go." "Yes." Inside the Uchiha clan leader's residence in the training area of the academy, Suzuki looked ferocious, clenched his teeth, punched like the wind, and launched a violent physical attack on the wooden stake in front of him. Bang bang bang! Punch after punch hit the surface of the wooden pile. The skin of Sasuke's young fist was damaged, and the blood dyed the wooden stake red, but his attacks continued. Smash until anger breaks out. Bang! Sasuke jumped up, jumped horizontally, and after a muffled sound, the wooden stake taller than him was kicked away hard. Ga! On the wall of the courtyard, a dark raven seemed to be attracted by the movement here. It flapped its wings, landed steadily, and stared at Sasuke. Drink! Sasuke's forehead was sweating. He held his knees with both hands and gasped for air. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the raven on the wall. His pupils were as red as blood for a moment. A Megatama opens. The raven's pupils shrank suddenly, smelling danger, and was about to flap its wings and leave. Whistle! A kunai predicted its actions and accurately hit its neck, blood splattered, it was decapitated, and the crow's body fell to the ground. Hoo! Sasuke took back the right hand that threw the kunai, gasped for breath, took off his sharingan, lay down on the grass, and punched the ground hard. Uchiha Atake! Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes widened in anger, and he thought the grass in front of him was Itake's face and smashed it away. After smashing it, he took out the kunai from his ninja bag and stabbed it hard into the grass. The grass rolled and dirt flew across. Tired of struggling, the young Sasuke gasped for breath, lying on the grass, staring at the grey sky, letting go of the kunai in his hand, his face dull, lost in memories. The night the clan was exterminated, he was knocked unconscious by his mother. After that, a familiar figure appeared, woke him up, and helped him sit down against the wall. That person Sasuke met several times in the police department. His name is Uchiha Yenyu. A long time ago, Sasuke met each other. Under the guidance of his mother Mikoto, he also respectfully called Yenzu, the captain of the police force, Uncle Yenzu. That night, Yenyu appeared, and through illusion, he witnessed with his own eyes the whole process of how Uchiha Itachi swung the butcher knife towards his tribe, and then swung the butcher knife towards his parents. That's when Sasuke opened his eyes. He also knew that it was Yenyu who took control of his mother's body and saved his mother. Otherwise, Sasuke's face became distorted again, his teeth clenched so hard that his gums bleed, and he clenched his fists. Otherwise, his mother would also die at the hands of the devil Itachi that night. Think of this. Sasuke punched the grass again. After, Sasuke begged Yenyu to take him and his mother away, but Yenyu only left one sentence. Don't worry about your mother, what you have to do now is to survive, and when the time is right, I will come back to pick you up. After saying that, Yenyu left the clan and headed to the outskirts of the clan. Before leaving, he used illusions to make Sasuke faint again. In the past few days, Sasuke has also figured out the changes in the trend of the Uchiha genocide in the ninja village. Sasuke now only feels that the so-called Konoha ninja village is dirty, smelly, and extremely dark. As the true culprit, Itachi killed his own clan, became a high-ranking member of Konoha, and was regarded by the third Hokage as the hero who tried to save Uchiha. As a victim, Yenyu, who kept the fire for Uchiha, was instead charged with killing civilians of his own race, and was labeled an S-class traitorous ninja by Konoha. How absurd, ridiculous, and sad. This was what Itachi was talking about at the beginning. He didn't even have the intention to sit down and talk to the tribe, so he arbitrarily judged the tribe and gave the common people in the tribe the death penalty. Disheartened, Sasuke dragged his tired body away from the grass and put away the kunai. He wants to go back and bandage the wound. Before Yenyu came back to pick him up and reunite with his mother, he had to live a good life in Konoha, even if he was with Itachi temporarily. The streets of the Uchiha clan. Itachi noticed that his surveillance crow was killed by Sasuke, raised his eyebrows, just sighed, and left with his subordinates. Arrive at the Hokage building. Go through the corridor. Itachi walked to the door of the Hokage's office, and before he knocked on the door, he heard exclamations and noises coming from inside. He thought for a moment and reached out to open the door. Itachi's pupils dilated and he saw the most shocking scene in his life. Hiruzen, open your eyes. Monkey, hold on. The two Hokage consultants were in a hurry, lying on the ground in a panic. And the old man who has been in charge of Konoha for half his life, stands at the top of the world's power, and is known as Ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He lay flat on the cold ground, his eyes dull and his face old, and he allowed Xiao Chun to go to bed to give him emergency treatment. Itachi's eyes trembled slightly as he came to the Hokage's desk and looked at the unfolded information scroll. Next to it are two loincloths with fire characters. The information scroll records the news of Asuma's death in battle and the destruction of the fire temple. P.S. Please explain. There is a foreshadowing that Sasuke was awakened by the protagonist's shadow clone. He was lying on the ground after being knocked unconscious by Mikoto. Itachi found Sasuke. Sasuke's back was against the wall. He was helped up by Yui's shadow clone. It's just that after the shadow clone saved Mikoto, it was deliberately not written that the shadow clone did it smoothly. As for those who deserve to be destroyed, they will all be destroyed later, and no one can escape. Feel free to read on. No 34 Chapter Fight to the Death. Asuma is dead, drinking the moon again. Itachi's pupils widened and he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was lying on the ground, his face ashen, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. The atmosphere in the office is solemn. The screams were mixed with the sounds of rescue. Itachi stood by the desk, but became more and more calm, lost in thought, as if he was isolated from this world. With a solemn expression on his face, he briefly reviewed the information on the scroll, and immediately guessed the purpose of Konoha's higher UPS urgently summoning him here this time. On the northwest border of the Land of Fire, Sarutobi Asuma led a team without permission to hunt down the Uchiha team. As a result, the temporary team formed by 5 Jounin ended up with 3 dead and 1 captured. Asuma and Jilu disappeared. There is almost no chance of survival. In the Fire Temple's reinforcements, all the monks, except Jilu, died by some weird means. For Konoha, this was a great loss, and for Naruto, he lost his only remaining son. There was gloom on Itachi's face. He knew clearly that his ally might also be involved in that battle. In that case, can Uchiha Unyu take 9 Uchiha members and leave safely? Suddenly, a hoarse voice broke the depression in the Hokage's office. Itachi, come here. The voice was weak, not living up to its former majesty. Itachi's eyes trembled slightly, and when he came back to his senses, he followed the voice and saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face was slightly rosy. Itachi came to the old man and squatted on the ground. I didn't let you go after them before, because the ninja village needs to be rectified internally, and the root organization that exists in name only needs you to clean up. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked directly at Itachi with his dim eyes, and said tremblingly, after this week of adaptation, how is the progress of the work? Itachi calmly replied, Lord Hokage, the internal reorganization of the root tissue has been completed. In up to 1 year, the roots can once again deliver nutrients to the big tree of Konoha. Okay, faster than I expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sad, stretched out his hand, took Itachi's hand over, patted the back of Itachi's hand with his calloused and wrinkled palm, and said earnestly, Then Mo-san, go rescue your mother and get rid of Uchiha Yayu for Konoha. If possible, it's best to capture him alive. Yes. Itachi's expression changed slightly, but he didn't ask too much and nodded immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen still patted Itachi's back gently and said hoarsely, Sasuke is a smart and talented child. Now the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha no longer exists, and the past has turned over. So, the 3 of us decided that when Sasuke graduates from Konoha Ninja School, Kakashi will be his mentor. As you know, Kakashi is Minato's disciple. He is reliable and can make people feel at ease when doing things. I also hope for the future of Konoha. A Uchiha Hokage can appear. We will do our best to train Sasuke. If he is suitable. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen let go of Itaka's hands and stopped talking. Yes. Itaka's eyes became sharp, he slowly stood up, stepped back, and left the Hokage building with the root organization subordinates guarding the corridor. Put aside these promises. Itaki had guessed before. Mother's defection. Maybe it has something to do with drinking the moon. After listening to the Sandame's words today, Itaka's doubts were cleared up. This proves that the Sandame Hokage spy is also tracking the Uchiha defecting team. At this moment, Itaki himself had to go to the northwest of the Land of Fire in person, hoping that everything would happen quickly. Although he had already taken action long before Konoha's higher UPS allowed him to act without authorization. The Hokage's office. Well. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh as he was helped back to his seat by Koharu and Mito Kaden, who were transferred to his bed. Hiruzen, do you really think that way about Sasuke? Koharu asked seriously as he turned to bed and narrowed his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, leaned back on his seat, looked out the window at the scenery of Konoha, clenched his fists, and veins protruded on the back of his old hands. The aura of the whole person shows no trace of the aging and weakness caused by sadness before. Yen Yu takes action against Asuma. The Temple of Fire extinguishing. How dare he? Asuma is the only remaining son of his Sarutobi Hiruzen. As expected, he is an inherently evil Uchiha. First, Danzo. Now it's Asuma again, the Temple of Fire. Xiao-chun, inflammation. From today on. No matter life or death, at all costs, we must find this Uchiha defector team from the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. After speaking, he punched the desk surface with his fist, causing the desk surface to dent. Bang! With a loud noise, the desk fell apart and sawdust flew away. Several shadow guards had not appeared before, but feeling the anger of Lord Hokage, they appeared in an instant and knelt respectfully in front of the seats. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were spitting fire, his old face gradually became distorted, and the calmness that he had maintained in a high position for more than 10 years was gone. At this moment, he just wanted to kill Uchiha Yayu with his own hands. When they went to bed, Koharu and Mito Kaden bowed their heads in silence. When Orochimaru defected to Konoha, they, the Hokage, had only been silent for a few days. Now, the one Yen Yu killed was the only remaining son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Revenge for murdering a son. Deadly fate. The two Hokage advisors knew that the Uchiha defecting team would have to bear the fury of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fury of Konoha as a whole. Fight to the death. Night as the curtain fell, at the foot of Mount Katsuragi, among the high mountains, a bright red bonfire was lit on the plain. Various game meats were roasting on the fire rack, and the firelight illuminated the tired faces of the Uchiha team members. After this period of time, he escaped. I didn't encounter the pursuit team again. The tense nerves of all the Uchiha were also relaxed. As Tamiya recovered to a certain extent, the atmosphere in the team also became lively. Captain, what are those white monsters? Quan took out her kettle, took the initiative to open the stopper, held it with both hands, and handed it to Yen Yu. Quan's beautiful, dark eyes widened, full of curiosity, and her oval face, adorned with tear moles, looked cute and beautiful. Hear this question. The Uchihas looked at Yen Yu together. Since the day I escaped from Konoha, this Uchiha team has determined that Yen Yu will be the core leader. Now the team only has one captain. They were also curious about what the monster that appeared from the monks that night was. However, fleeing all the way left them no time to think about other things, not even time to mourn the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Now, after escaping from the country of fire, staying away from Konoha village, escaping the first pursuit and entering the mountains, they were able to take a breather and gain a little sense of security. Everyone was thinking. The monster looks human but not human. The body is like wood. They act strangely, are difficult to deal with, and have great vitality. If it weren't for the black flames of drinking moon that night, it would have been difficult to kill them all. That's Baiju. Yunyu took the kettle, raised her head and took a sip, looking directly at the jumping flames, her clear pupils reflecting the light of the fire. It feels sweet on the tongue and lips. He looked down at the kettle. Pink, girly style. Quan, who was sitting next to him, put his hands on his knees and supported his chin. Seeing that Yunyu didn't dislike her kettle, he shared the same spout with her. Quan's mind was not focused on the problem. His heart was pounding, his cheeks were red, and he was secretly happy. Her little thoughts were seen by Yuri Hong, who raised her lips slightly. In front of Quan, she begged Yunyu for a kettle, squinted her eyes and said with a smile, "Sorry, I'm a little thirsty too." Her voice is full of mature woman magnetism, charming and charming. Yunyu had no reaction to this. Izumi's pupils widened, staring straight at the malicious Yui Hong. I saw Yui Hong holding a kettle, raising her head to drink water, with a bold posture and slightly open red lips. She deliberately let the water flow from the corner of her mouth, sliding over her delicate cheeks, sliding over her jade neck, and disappearing into the snow-white skin covered by chainmail under her collarbone. Chapter 35 Homeless. Hey, vodka still tastes good. Yui Hong drank the kettle in one gulp, raised her hand to wipe away the remaining water drops around her mouth, and threw the kettle towards the spring with a bold look on her face. Only Yunyu and Quan, who was sitting next to her, could see her gorgeous scene just now. Ha! Quan's beautiful eyes widened, and she reached out to take the kettle, poured it down, and when she saw that there was not a drop left, she immediately curled her lips in frustration and wiped the spout with the corner of her clothes. It's not clean anymore. This woman really went too far. She defiled the kettle and drank other people's water, but she didn't think it tasted good. All the Uchihas, including Mikoto and Nanoyu, were so focused that they didn't notice this little episode and listened intently to Yunyu's words. Baiju. It turns out that monster has a unified name. Everyone frowned, thoughtfully. Yunyu explained patiently, for the time being, you only need to know the 3 basic ninjutsu of this monster. The first is called the Spore Technique, which allows White Zetsu to parasitize the ninja it has come into contact with and absorb the chakra of the possessed person. The second type is called the Disguise Technique. Baizetsu absorbs ninja chakra and transforms into a ninja with that chakra. Even the white eyes and ninja dogs cannot tell the identity. The third type is called the Ephemera Technique. They can use this ability to fuse the physical body with the Earth's vegetation and achieve high-speed movement underground. The land beneath our feet might have countless white Ju. Yunyu said, glancing at the grass beside her, not caring about it. The other Uchiha looked frightened. They didn't know where to look. They randomly glanced at the area below them and checked carefully. Quan suddenly grasped the key point of the question, fear flashed in his beautiful big eyes, and asked. Then, Captain, we have been in contact with them. Has anyone among us been parasitized or replaced? As he spoke, all the Uchiha's expressions and postures were stiff, and they looked at their companions thoughtfully, with doubts in their eyes. Yunyu shook her head without changing her expression. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Without waiting for the Uchihas to ask questions, Yunyu explained, you have all been affected by my kaleidoscope ability. If there is any abnormality in your spirit and chakra, I can sense it. This is why he is so confident. The 8,000 spears replaced the perception in disguise, allowing Baiju and even stronger disguised ninjas to penetrate them without any gaps. Only then did the Uchihas remember. The night of genocide. They chased Yunyu, and the two sides only met once, and everyone became Yunyu's prisoners. Thinking of this, everyone blushed with shame. Quan looked solemn, raised his hand and pointed at Hong next to Yunyu and Nunwoyu next to Mikoto, and asked, where are they two? Yunyu squinted at the two girls, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and replied, you will be branded when you meet them." Hearing this, Hong and Nunwoyu's beautiful eyes staring wide, the two of them thought to themselves, when did they get branded with an inexplicable mark? Uchiha Nanfan was thoughtful, the lenses in his square frame reflected the blazing firelight. After thinking about it, he asked honestly, "Captain Yen Yu, I would like to ask, how do you know the information about these monsters?" Only then did everyone realize that Yunyu seemed to know that kind of humanoid life form monster very well. The Uchiha all stared at Yen Yu. The firelight illuminated Yen Yu's handsome face red, and dyed the edges of his black hair orange-red, adding a bit of mystery. A sudden sound broke the silence for a moment. "Oh, you are just suffering from the lack of education and lack of education. My eldest brother always has a book in his hand and reads it when he is at the police department. Is that for nothing?" After Tamas Yang snorted coldly, he said arrogantly. Uchiha Nanfan was choked by this lunatic again, and his face changed, and he had nothing to say. All Uchiha immediately remembered the past. An Uchiha lamented. "Captain Yunyu has nothing to do in the police department. He really likes to sit in the flower garden behind his office in the afternoon, basking in the sun, alone, with a chair, a book, a cup of tea, andreating all afternoon." An Uchiha added. "It is also because of this lazy character that Inewo, Taihuo, Yashiro, and others don't like him." Another Uchiha added. "That's because the top brass of the police department are narrow-minded. Everyone knows that Captain Yunzu manages the Konoha neighborhood he is responsible for in an orderly manner. He completes the patrol in the morning, no one will cause trouble in the afternoon, and there is no need to dispatch the police all the time. With the blessing of various excellent qualities and hobbies, Yen Yu looks gentle and elegant. Reading is also Yen Yu's well-known hobby." Yui Kurane listened to the Uchihas talking about the past of drinking the moon, and her mature and charming face suddenly showed an intoxicated expression. After all, this is the man she likes. His excellence is also her pride. It's just that no one would have thought of it. It was such a good captain who was elegant, handsome, and as gentle as water, who committed a devilish act of exchanging his life for his life on the night of genocide. The Uchiha who survived. It was Yunyu who exchanged the lives of his clan members for it. The thoughts of all the Uchihas suddenly returned to the night of the genocide, with sad expressions and palpitating hearts. Emotions come on very quickly. Woo! Several younger Uchiha youths suddenly burst into tears, choking and crying bitterly. Grief erupts like a volcano. Why is this happening? Why aren't even the civilians released? Brother, sister. An Uchiha knelt on the grass, sobbing and choking, slamming his fists on the ground. No one stopped his behavior. At the edge of the bonfire, Mikoto lowered her head and remained silent, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face. Fugaku's decision. Really wrong. Itaka's decision made more mistakes than mistakes. Mikoto bit her lip tightly, drawing blood, and dug her fingers into the grass. She felt that Uchiha should not have developed to this point. For a time, grief filled the area around the bonfire. Even outsiders like Nanu and Kurane Yui feel empathy and compassion for the Uchihas around them. Hi! The howling mountain wind fueled the bonfire, as if the world was taking care of these homeless people, bringing them a little warmth in the dark night. Yen Yu was speechless, reaching out to turn over the wild boar that had been roasted for a long time without anyone turning it. He would not appease anyone. Come to the ninja world. He is not a homeless person. He is in that time and space. There are also younger brothers, younger sisters, parents, grandfather, grandmother, grandmother, grandfather. So how could he die here? Yunyu suddenly raised her eyebrows slightly, controlling her mental power through the 8,000 spears. He felt firsthand that after another round of pain, the eye power of the Uchihas he brought out had once again increased a lot. As for whether anyone can open the kaleidoscope, still unknown. Sharinan, the eye that reflects the soul. The way to open the eyes may not be the ultimate pain, but it may also be the ultimate joy and expectation. However, extreme pain and hatred or extreme joy and anger may not open your eyes. Uchiha has developed from the Warring States period to the present. In modern Uchiha, except for Fugaku, there are only 3 super geniuses who have opened the kaleidoscope: Shisui and Itachi, Suzuki. These 3 people have one thing in common, that is, they have no kaleidoscope, their personal strength is outstanding, and they are gifted. The character of the people brought out by Yunyu can be guaranteed, but they do not have that kind of genius, and there is no excess of that kind of genius in the entire Uchiha. Uchiha kaleidoscopes are rare in modern times. The problems are necessarily diverse. Did not delve into this aspect in depth. While everyone was mourning and speechless, Yunyu summoned the black sword Dark Moon. The space trembled like ripples, and a dark and sharp long blade emerged. He held Dark Moon tightly, wanting to try out what effect would be produced by injecting other changes in chakra properties into the knife. Chapter 36 The ability of 8,000 spears to absorb chakra. Near the campfire, the Uchihas wearing hooded black robes lowered their heads, their eyes reflected red light, and their expressions were gloomy. Yu's face was calm, she held the black sword Dark Moon in her right hand, and made the Chen seal in her left hand. This is the final seal of wind escape. Several Uchiha recovered from their sorrow and stared directly at their captain Yu, confused and dazed. In the ninja world, generally speaking, ordinary people are born with a variety of chakra attributes. To become ninjas, they will select 1 or 2 types of chakra attributes for training, and master the chakra attributes of that attribute. Changes in character properties. By mastering the nature changes proficiently, the strength of the escape technique of this attribute can be greatly improved. If you want to become a jonin, you need to be proficient in at least 2 chakra attribute changes. For the Uchiha clan who have the Sharingan, after opening the eyes, the pupil power is sufficient, the Megatama number is sufficient, and the Sharingan has the ability to reproduce ninjutsu. If you observe more ninjutsu, it will allow some Uchihas who are born with 5 chakra attributes to quickly master the changes in the properties of the 5 chakra attributes. Yu gathered her thoughts and calmly stared at the Dark Moon. The prerequisite for releasing wind release is to simulate the transformation of chakra properties into wind, and use the characteristics of gas pressure to achieve effects such as extremely strong penetration and sharp cutting of chakra. Chinayan ends. The chakra extracted from Yu's body flows at high speed in the meridians, with a vague tendency to condense into wind, and rush towards the throat one after another. Just like last time, the properties of the condensed fire attribute changed. Yu directed this wind attribute chakra into his right hand. He could clearly feel the high-speed flowing energy squeezing the chakra meridian on his right arm. There is a dull pain in my right hand. Like being pricked by thousands of needles. Dark Moon sensed the wind attribute chakra through her skin, and released a rich black mist like last time, wrapping Yu's right arm. The black mist absorbs chakra through the skin and slowly introduces it into the Dark Moon blade. The pain in the right arm disappeared. Buzz! The Dark Moon that was originally extremely dark suddenly trembled, and the blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, flowing with a dark and ethereal black mist. The blade continues to vibrate slightly, like high-frequency vibration particles that give the Dark Moon a visually distorted appearance. Dark Moon seemed to be able to split the air at this moment. Extreme sharpness has become its most intuitive manifestation. For a moment, the surrounding airflow surged. The Uchihas who had been silent in sorrow felt the sudden sharpness in the air. They raised their heads suddenly and stared at the Dark Moon, their pupils shrinking suddenly. Yu blinked, and put the Dark Moon, which was endowed with wind attribute chakra, into the flames while all the Uchiha were stunned. Buzz! The flames trembled. Everyone was surprised to find that the flames cut by Feng Dun Dark Moon actually had the illusion of being cut in half and no longer burning. Where Feng Dun Dark Moon hovered, the flames were misplaced and dispersed by the dense wind current. The Uchihas stared directly at Dark Moon and swallowed their saliva. They witnessed the entire process of Yu operating Dark Moon. Obviously, their captain Yen-Yu can use this mysterious black knife to change the nature of chakra and the shape of chakra. This means that Yen-Yu does not need to form seals like them, and can use the black sword to release ninjutsu. This is completely different from the ordinary method of adding wind chakra to a weapon to increase its sharpness. Yen-Yu stood up slowly, continued to introduce wind attribute chakra into Dark Moon, walked to the edge of the forest, made a sword drawing stance, and accumulated strength. The wind suddenly rises. Yen-Yu draws the sword, consumes 10% of his own chakra, completes the change of chakra form through the Dark Moon, and releases the extremely sharp wind escape chakra. Compared to fire release, which has its own high temperature burning effect, the fierce wind escape is more suitable for remote release. Under the moonlight, the dark blade flashed across, and a splash of ink like wind spread out like a crescent moon. In an instant, the wind swept the sand and dust, and the forest trees trembled slightly. Call! Yen-Yu put away the knife, looked calm, stood on the spot, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The Uchiha's breath was stagnant, and they breathed a sigh of relief when nothing happened. At this time, the birds in the forest flew away in fright, and the beasts fled. Immediately afterwards, explosions like detonating cymbals resounded in the forest one after another. The trees that had been hit by the dark wind before, no matter how big they were, exploded one after another. The interior seemed to be decomposed by intensive energy penetration, and no one was spared. Yen-Yu looked calm. Just as he thought. Wind escape Dark Moon is more suitable for long-range attacks that release changes in chakra form. Is this wind escape? Yui Hong, Uchiha Mikoto, and others' beautiful eyes widened, their mouths murmured, and their hearts beat faster. Suddenly, in the eyes of the Uchihas, a cluster of blue surges of air were reflected, which ignited from Yen-Yu's body and looked extremely dazzling in the dark night. 8,000 spears appeared in the eyes of Yen-Yu. Adapt to it through these few days. He has mastered the control of other people's minds with the 8,000 spears. He can brainwash them and control their bodies through their minds. As for chakra control, Yen-Yu has previously tried to develop methods to cause others to be counterattacked by his own chakra. Now, he wants to try to master the last ability of the 8,000 spears. Absorb chakra. As his own dark blue chakra burned on his body surface, under the guidance of the 8,000 spears, Yen-Yu could clearly observe. With him as the center, the people around him who were imprinted with the 8,000 spears were like prey on a spider web. The spider silk woven by 8,000 spears connected them. Yen-Yu's expression was calm and she closed her eyes. Using the 8,000 spears brand as a medium, the chakras in the bodies of the Uchiha, Kurenei and Nunwoyu were forcibly extracted. Everyone's bodies automatically condensed chakra. Wave after wave of chakra was injected into Yen-Yu's body. The blue chakra airflow on the surface of Yen-Yu's body became more vigorous. The air waves stirred up sand and dust around his feet, and a large area of nearby grass was crushed. He extracted 50% of the chakra from everyone's body. Draw the knife. Swing the knife. Cutting towards the night sky, in an instant, dozens of feet of dark wind filled with mist. The moon shot out with unparalleled power, turning into a black ring that penetrated the sky. This knife was like a downpour from the Milky Way, splitting a gap visible to the naked eye in the clouds that blocked the moonlight. The Uchiha's scalps were numb and they stared at Yen-Yu's back in disbelief. Can those two swords just struck easily by a ninja? As long as there is enough chakra, this wind escape attack should be able to cut through Suzanu's defense. Yen-Yu thought to herself, sheathed her sword, took away the 8,000 spears, and the blue airflow from her body dissipated. He did not stop injecting wind attribute chakra into Dark Moon. Dark Moon still trembled lightly and was so sharp that it made people feel frightened. However, this time, Yen-Yu absorbed everyone's chakra through the 8,000 spears and continued to charge Dark Moon. This means carrying Uchiha with you is like carrying a chakra power bank. Under the shocked gazes of other Uchihas, Yen-Yu returned to the campfire seat and took down the roasted wild boar from the fire rack. The next scene made the Uchiha's eyes widen when they saw it, and they screamed in their hearts that nature was wasted. Yen Yu held Feng Dun Dark Moon in her hand and carefully cut the wild boar meat. Wherever the blade passed, she cut the bones and pork smoothly without using any force. Captain Yen Yu, this. Uchiha Nanfan looked anxious and wanted to stop him, but he really didn't know how to speak. If the Uchiha clan still exists, with the potential shown by this mysterious black sword, it will definitely be regarded as a family heirloom. It is most likely a magic weapon of the same level as the ancestral flame ball fan. Since it is a magic weapon, how can it be used to cut food? No. The honest Uchiha Nanfan was heartbroken and stood up decisively. He decided to do something for this magic weapon, at least to stop the captain from desecrating the magic weapon. Chapter 37 Quan, you have to be strong. After a while. Hey, it smells good. Uchiha Nanfan had a simple and honest smile on his face, holding the roasted wild boar stuffed with yuanyu, and chewed it with pleasure, his mouth full of oil. He suddenly felt that the wild boar meat cut by the magic weapon was different, as if the taste had been improved by several levels. Originally, Nanfan wanted to stand up and say something, but Yunyu thought he was hungry, so he stuffed a piece of roasted wild boar meat over his face without expression. When Nanfan saw that Yunyu was so kind to him, he was moved and started eating the roasted wild boar, completely forgetting what he had to do before. The other Uchiha, including Mikoto, Nanu, Yui Kurane, and others also got their share of the barbecue. This time, Taimao didn't have to eat only grilled rabbit heads and butts like last time. However, Taimao kept walking around Yayu with roasted wild boar trotters, looking here and there. Yen Yu did not object to Tamas Yong's childlike behavior. He simply finished the barbecue and wiped his hands with paper towels. The bonfire is burning brightly. The Uchihas had seen Yen Yu's miraculous wind escape swordsmanship, and with a good meal, the fatigue gradually subsided. The sadness in everyone's hearts gradually faded away. What's just puzzling to them is, after Captain Yen Yu finished practicing his sword, his expression remained unchanged, and it seemed that he had not consumed much. On the contrary, their bodies seemed to have been dug out again, making them a little weak. Everyone's appetite increased greatly. After eating the wild boar, it's no problem. When Uchiha Nanfan saw Taimao turning around several times, he said angrily, "Can you stop and take a rest?" Tamas Yong said depressedly, "Don't you want to know where eldest brother usually hides his treasures?" Just now, the image of Yen Yu flipping her wrist, the space trembling, and retracting the black sword Dark Moon left a deep impression on Taimao. Of course everyone is curious. Then he looked at Yen Yu. Yunyu's face was expressionless, and she didn't explain her thoughts about the black knife and space ninjutsu at all. If he didn't say anything, the Uchiha people naturally didn't dare to ask any more questions. Wow! Yunyu took the border map purchased in Platycadon City from Nanfan and spread it on the grass beside the campfire to determine the current location of herself and others. The map is very detailed. Forests, streams, lakes, and mountains are all marked with distances, directions, and even place name annotations. The Uchiha defector team is currently located at the foot of Katsuragi Mountain near Mount Kikyo. In this mountain, there is a small ninja village called Toku Spider Village. It is an ally with Konoha. Go northwest again. After climbing Mount Gakeng, you will find Mount Sufo, which is steep and has virgin forests, natural treasures, rare medicinal materials. Go over again. It is shrouded in fog all year round and has extremely low visibility. According to legend, Jounin will get lost if he enters it. The terrain is complicated and the evil is extremely vicious. If you enter it, you will have a narrow escape from death. The Uchiha, Yui Kurane and Nanoyu came together and surrounded Yen Yu and the map. Quan curled up and squatted opposite Yen Yu. His small body was surrounded by his tribe members, and he felt very safe. She blinked her big eyes, followed Yen Yu's gaze to the map, and asked curiously, "Captain, is our final destination to go to the small country area near the Earth Kingdom. Bypassing the Valley of Sanctions is the most chaotic small country area in the ninja world. Well, try to lean over there. Yin Yu said calmly. Nanoya breathed a sigh of relief and raised her hand to touch her glasses. The person she wanted to assassinate in her mission would come from the Kingdom of Earth. In this way, she can continue to follow the team. Finished talking. Yunyu put away the map and handed it to Nanfan. Everyone knew the purpose of the trip and felt much more at ease. At least, they knew where to go, and their confusion would be reduced a lot. Yunyu looked up in the direction of Mt. Katsuragi. Everyone looked at it together. Under the moonlight, 3 forks in the road leading up the mountain could be vaguely seen. The forest at night was quiet and deep. Multiple choice. Yunyu had a flash of thought, and immediately looked at Quan, who was playing with the torch behind him, and asked, "Next, which direction should we go?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, not understanding why the captain would ask a weak girl like Quan about such a decisive matter. Quan was caught off guard by the sudden question. She put down the torch in her hand, and thought of something. Her cheeks were red like an apple under the light of the fire. Quan hesitated and said, I think all 3 roads can be taken." She smiled in her heart. She learned to be smart this time. Choose all 3 roads. Throw the question back again, there won't be any problems, right? Yunyu thought for a moment and said to the people behind him. All 3 roads may be dangerous. Let's take the middle mountain road and rest. We will set off in the second half of the night. Everyone should be ready for battle. The Uchiha were thoughtful and looked at Quan, whose cheeks were flushed. The latter was at a loss. Although they knew that Quan was a little bit weird, they couldn't be used as a reference standard for marching. Mikoto also looked at Quan curiously. She didn't know some rumors about this girl. Quan's eyebrows drooped, and she pouted, pitifully, and protested in a low voice. Captain Yin. Captain Yunyu. If we had taken the water route last time, we probably wouldn't have been ambushed. She was still a little entangled that Yunyu didn't accept her proposal, thinking that was the fundamental reason why they were in a difficult battle. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yunyu in unison. Everyone knew about this. Yunyu's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't want to mention Quan's pain point. Since she chose to self-destruct. Yunyu looked up at Zahai Hong. The Uchiha and Izumi didn't understand what he meant. Yui Kurane thought for a moment, calmed down, organized her words in her mind, and slowly explained. That night, the Konoha Jonin who were chasing you set up explosive traps in the waters outside Kikyo Castle that were enough to kill you 3 or 4 times. If you rashly enter the blasting area, the number of people present today will definitely be reduced by half. Later, I separated from them and returned to that area alone to dismantle all the explosive traps and ninja tool traps. This is also one of the reasons why I arrived at the refugee village late and failed to stop their atrocities in time. I chose wrong again. After hearing this, Izumi was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze, feeling ashamed. So that night, her proposal was so deadly. The Uchiha took a breath and looked at Izumi in disbelief, their eyes gradually becoming complicated. Of course they would not dislike Izumi. They just felt that this matter was too bizarre. Mikoto didn't care. It was just a wrong road. It was normal for ninjas to march. Nanoyu didn't care either. Yunyu heard about this while carrying Hong on her back. Yunyu knew. Quan's proposal was actually fine. She made the judgment based on the premise that the pursuit team did not catch up with the Uchiha escape team. However, the most common method used by ninjas is not to fight directly after catching up with the target. Ninjas are better at and like to wait for the opportunity, collect intelligence, and fight prepared ambushes. Humph. Quan pouted, hummed, and looked like she was about to die. She turned her back to everyone and squatted by the campfire alone, poking the fire with firewood. All the Uchiha now regarded Quan as their youngest sister, and they couldn't bear to see her so sad. Nanfan took the initiative to come to the little girl, patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Izumi, you just have bad luck." Then, Uchiha came over one after another to pat her shoulder and comfort her. Yes, Izumi, it's not my fault. Izumi, you have to be strong." A sudden voice said in surprise. "This is a good thing. P.S. Progress description. There is only one small plot left before the end of the escape road, and then a climax, and then you can enter the next stage. Please recommend. Please read. Thank you all readers." Chapter 38 Bathing Under the Moon? Beside the campfire, Tamas Yang said excitedly. "Haha, I didn't expect that the eldest brother has mastered the correct use of the spring. Think about it. In the future, when we encounter this kind of selective problem again, we will ask Izumi. She gives suggestions, and we do the opposite. I guess we can avoid most of the risks." When the Uchiha heard this, their eyes lit up, thinking that this was the truth. The way they looked at Quan was different immediately, with a kind of joy of turning waste into treasure. Quan suddenly felt that the world was cold and indifferent. "Let's take a break," Yunya said. Hearing this, the Uchiha stopped and sat around the campfire, divided into teams, and took turns to take a short rest. At this time, at the end of the team, the plump pharmacist Nono, wearing a nun's outfit, climbed up from Mikato's side, tiptoed, and came to Yunya's side. The two looked at each other. Yunya looked through her round-framed glasses, and with just a glance, she knew what this woman was thinking. Nono smiled, then adjusted the hem of her skirt that wrapped around her delicate parts. The nun's long skirt outlined her round and plump figure. Arc, graceful squatting, kneeling on the grass. No Naiu felt that along the way, he had kept his integrity and worked conscientiously, so it was time to talk to Yanyu about his remuneration and conditions for joining the team. "When I arrive in the country of grass, I have to leave the team to perform the mission," Nanoyu stated as calmly as possible. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha, Uihong and others on the side were awakened. Everyone was silent and looked at Yanyu and Nanoyu silently. After spending so many days together, everyone recognized this blonde nun's professionalism and abilities. She is a reliable medical ninja. She is leaving the team. It's a pity. After Nanoyu finished speaking, his eyes gradually softened, suppressing various emotions, and chose to look at Yanyu, trying to play the emotional card. The appearance of the Uchiha young man in front of her helped her calm down a lot of her uneasy emotions. However, no Naiu didn't get along with Yunya for long, so he couldn't figure out the scale of communication. In her opinion, the other party killed the son of the Hokage and the monks of the fire temple without blinking an eye, and his strength and courage exceeded hers by far, far too much. Face to face with this kind of person, it's like facing an iceberg. Nanoyu reluctantly put on the airs of a nun, showing a holy and clean smile, trying to use familiar ways of treating others to reduce the sense of oppression caused by the other person's aura. Yunya threw a dry branch into the bonfire and said calmly, "Just tell me." Nanoyu's eyes lit up and he nodded, "You said it before, the reward." "Oh." Yunya's face was calm, and she suddenly raised her right hand, facing the side of the round-framed glasses nun, spreading her fingers, and the space suddenly trembled. The next moment, wow! A wooden bathtub appeared out of thin air and hit the grass hard. The water in the bucket splashed over and the petals inside had already sunk to the bottom of the bucket. Forward! The Uchihas woke up in silence, staring blankly at the large bathtub next to the bonfire. Everyone was puzzled. What did Captain Yanyu want to do by taking it out? Tamayo, who had the most clever ideas, was also stunned. This scene made the gentle and virtuous Uchiha Mikoto, Yui Kurane and Uchiha Izumi stunned. Bathtub. Could it be that the reward the captain had previously promised to the other party was an invitation to take a bath under the moon? There are red rose petals at the bottom of the bucket. Is it so sentimental? There were so many people around the campfire. Mikoto, Benny, and Izumi had mixed feelings in their hearts. Ah, this. No Naiu was stunned and petrified on the spot. She never expected that her discussion with the other party about remuneration would start in this way. Taimao suddenly jumped out, lying beside the bathtub and using the bonfire to see clearly the red rose petals inside. His eyes widened, and he sighed after a long time. So naughty. Nanoyu's neck turned as if stuck, her eyes staring at the familiar bathtub and the petals she scattered bit by bit with her own hands. After listening to Taimao's complaints, Nanoyu silently lowered his hood, covering his face, biting his lips, trembling all over, and his toes under the hem of his skirt clenched heavily on the ground. That's her bathtub. And her bath water. Embarrassed, so embarrassed that my scalp went numb. Such a girl's private belongings were being watched by strangers, and a huge sense of shame instantly exploded in Nanoyu's mind, leaving her brain blank. She seemed to be sentenced to some kind of death penalty at this moment. Under the sharp scrutiny, Nanoyu suddenly felt that there seemed to be no place in the ninja world that could accommodate her. Yunyu looked like nothing had happened and said calmly, "Oh, this is the interest on the reward. I even took my bathtub with me when I fled. I thank you, Captain Yunyu." Nanoyu's heart was so embarrassed that she was bleeding, and she even wanted to kill people, but since she couldn't defeat this group of Uchiha, she gave up the idea. She said, "How could such a big new bathtub disappear just like that?" Along the way, Nanoyu knew that Yunyu might have some kind of space ninjutsu, but he just didn't think about it. There was a long silence. Everyone looked at Yunyu and Nanoyu, who were silent, feeling that the atmosphere was suddenly awkward, and they had no idea what was going on. They looked at it in confusion. At first, Nanoyu went over to discuss remuneration, and the captain threw out a bathtub with his backhand. Could it be said that, this bathtub is the reward? This cannot be discussed. Nanfan and others knew the inside story, but the three of them didn't know at the moment whether they should tell it or not. A long time. Nanoyu controlled the shame of the explosion and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, Captain Yunyu, don't be joking, didn't you say that the reward is related to my mission? How do you know that Danzo personally gave it to me? Mission." Finally got to the point. Yunyu nodded and said calmly, "Well, De Huang from Meng is stunned." The nun was bombarded with shame, and her mind was completely blank at this moment. No, Naiu said subconsciously. "My mission is to assassinate a person, and I wanted to stay at Platikadon Mountain, which is the only way he must pass." The words are not finished yet. She was stunned. He lowered his eyes slightly and looked at his lips. He was shocked to find that the tongue eradicating seal had not been triggered. "Your mission is cancelled." Taimao suddenly moved away from the tub. "Cancelled?" Nanoyu looked at Tamas Yang in surprise, raised his hand to adjust his glasses, and then looked at Yunyu. She looked confused. Yunyu tapped her chin lightly and signaled her, "Tamas Yang is right." Tamas Yang sneered. "The root organization is gone. Before we escaped from the ninja village, Danzo Shimura was killed by brother Yunyu himself." As soon as these words came out, No Naiu's eyes trembled, his mouth opened blankly, and his body became stiff. This news was more impactful than the shame that exploded in her brain before. Uchiha Mikoto also shuddered, and her heart was filled with turmoil. When she raised her head, her beautiful black eyes stared straight at Yunyu. She seemed to understand the reason why this group of tribesmen followed Yunyu so steadfastly. The night of genocide. Before fleeing, it turned out that Uchiha Yunyu led this group of tribesmen to launch such crazy revenge against the top management of Konoha. You also feel something strange in your body. If Danzo is still alive, you can't tell the details of the mission issued by the root organization. Yunyu looked straight into Naiu's trembling eyes and said calmly, "Join us." No, Naiu fell into deep thought. A long time ago, She no longer wanted to work for the root organization. She just wanted to run the orphanage with peace of mind for the rest of her life. Before performing the mission, she was afraid that she would not be able to go back, so she made all the arrangements for the orphanage. But now, someone told her. The person at the top of Konoha, who had a powerful position and cruel methods, who had been threatening her and forcing her to do things, was dead, killed by the Uchiha young man in front of her. The organization she once belonged to has been destroyed. Danzo. He was really dead, otherwise Nanoyu knew that the seal of the tongue's root cause would not be lifted automatically. Seeing that Nanoyu was still at a loss, Yenyu immediately took out his trump card and said calmly, "Agree, for the sake of that child, Yakushi Kabuto." Chapter 39 Convince Nanoyu to become a rebel ninja. I heard the words Yakushi Kabuto. Nanoyu's pupils dilated little by little, staring at Yenyu in disbelief. She was shocked that Yenyu had killed Danzo, and was shocked that Yenyu knew her true identity. She was even more shocked that Yenyu knew about Yakushi Kabuto. This man. Too scary. Nanoyu's brain was running rapidly, thinking about the situation. These Uchiha killed Danzo Shimura, destroyed the root organization, and killed the son of the Hokage. Now that she has followed them all the way, Konoha will definitely not be able to go back. It seemed like she had no choice. You can only agree to the other party. Okay. I promise to join you, but you, how do you know my identity, and how can you talk about that child? At this moment, Nanoyu felt that in front of Yayu, she was as if she was not wearing a nun's uniform. Except for her thoughts, everything was exposed to the other party's sight. At this time, Tamas Yang hummed. Why does eldest brother know this? If we Uchiha want to rebel, we will naturally collect all kinds of intelligence inside the ninja village in advance. We cannot see this information. But Big Brother can definitely get in touch with it. Drinking the moon. Mikoto. Before Uchiha rebelled, did he collect detailed intelligence inside the ninja village in advance? Why didn't she, the patriarch's wife, know about it? Rebellion. Nanoyu's expression was startled, and he suddenly understood that it was because of rebellion that the Uchiha clan had so few people defecting to Konoha. This makes sense. Unexpectedly. During the time she left Konoha, such an earth-shattering event happened in the village. Uchiha rebels. I am afraid that new turmoil will break out in the ninja world. Nanoyu thought of turmoil. She then thought of the war and the innocent children who had been left homeless and affected by the war. Yenyu saw Nanoyu was so shocked by Tamas Yang's words that he almost lost the ability to speak. He didn't say much. It's good to have someone who can act as a mouthpiece and patch things up. Nanoyu superficially agreed. But the reward did not appear. Yenyu understood that Nanoyu was still hesitating and had not really made a decision. Yenyu followed Tamas Yang's words and continued, I also know the truth about the assassination mission assigned to you by Danzo. Nanoyu's expression was dull and he stared at Yenyu. Yenyu said in a calm tone. Danzo's mission this time is to ask you to go to Iwagakure to assassinate a spy. This spy is actually Kabuto Yakushi, who was dormant in Iwagakure for Konoha and raised by you. As Konoha's multifaceted spies, you know that Konoha has too much secret information. So, Danzo directed this great show. Let you kill each other. Once you perform this mission, there is a high probability that you will die at the hands of Yakushi Kabuto. He is stronger than you now. But no matter who of you dies or lives, the remaining people will be pursued and assassinated by the root organization until they die. When the Uchiha heard this, their faces were solemn, and they felt chills running down their backs. It seemed that only Gen could publish such a tragic mission, similar to a mother and son killing each other. Nanoyu's body was limp and her eyes were dull. Tonight, she had been bombarded with one piece of bombshell news after another, and her outlook had been overturned. What kind of ninja village is she loyal to? She shed blood and sweat for Konoha, but in the end she could only get such a tragic ending? Nanoyu hesitated and asked the last feeble question. But, I know Kabuto. If we encounter him, how can I take action against him? Yenyu suddenly stretched out her hand, turned her palm over, placed it in front of No Nayu's beautiful face that was almost collapsed, and said calmly, "Photo." At this moment, No Nayu's scalp was numb, and his beautiful eyes were trembling as he looked at Yenyu. Like looking at a monster, she really looked like she was naked in front of him. No Nayu was startled, then reached into the nun's uniform, took out a stack of photos, and handed them to Yenyu. Swish swish. Yenyu lowered her head and looked through the photos of the orphans, quickly found the photo of the fake Kabuto, and then threw it into the bonfire in front of Nanoyu. Chi, the flames are rising. Ah! No Nayu's pupils trembled, she exclaimed, and wanted to reach out to take it, but the blazing flames stopped her from doing so. Yenyu put the remaining photos into her hand and explained, "I also know Kabuto Yakushi. The person in the photo is not Kabuto Yakushi. Danzo has been giving you Kabuto fake photos all these years." Nuno stood by the bonfire, blankly holding the photos of the children she cherished and watching the fake Kabuto photos being burned cleanly in the fire. No one knows what she is thinking at the moment. The Uchiha people only felt that this woman's back was lonely and helpless, as if she was on the edge of the world. She seems also homeless. The Uchiha's emotions were affected by the woman's lonely back, and they immediately stopped paying attention to the tub. They all lay down again and rested. Side mission: replenish medical ninjas. Options: 1. Convince a medical ninja to join the team. Mission accomplished. Reward: green medicine. Receive a reminder to complete the task. Yenyu's eyes lit up, and she was about to open the storage space that she had not paid attention to for several days. This view. Yenyu frowned and was surprised to find that there were 2 green potions in the space. They lie side by side in the corner. Yenyu turned her palm over, the space trembled slightly, and 2 bottles of green medicine appeared in the palm of her hand. It's really 2 bottles. Yenyu thought of a possibility, that is, this green medicine can be refreshed repeatedly every day. Even if the medicine bottle is broken or lost, it can be refreshed again. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the fact of 2 tubes of green medicine. He had to verify this guess. Yenyu thought, put away a bottle of green medicine, and opened the cork of the remaining bottle of green medicine before the rich life force spread out. He raised his head and drank the green medicine in one gulp. Gulu. A cold and refreshing feeling flows down the throat smoothly, and an extremely fresh taste fills the taste buds of the mouth. The vigorous vitality contained in the green medicine penetrates every cell in his body, moisturizing and nourishing it. Green eyeshadow appeared again in Yenyu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He felt the subtle changes in his body. After drinking the green medicine. Mental recovery. The fatigue dissipates. The strength of his body was slightly enhanced again. What surprised him the most was that the range of his wood release had also expanded by 1 meter from the previous radius of 500 meters. Yenyu will collect the finished test tubes into the space. He immediately understood the correct way to use this medicine. He needed to take the green medicine orally every day, so that he could enhance his own strength and the intensity of the wood release. It's really a simple way to improve your strength. On the grass, the Uchihas were sleeping soundly. The ones in charge of guarding also felt extremely at ease because they had not slept in the moonlight, so they sat there in a daze. No Naiyu smelled the smell of green medicine in the air, his eyes lit up, he turned around quietly, and slowly approached him under Yenyu's gaze. Sad for a long time. As a ninja, a walking Maiko, and a woman with strong psychological endurance, Nanoyu gradually accepted her fate. She is also a rebellious nin now. No worries. If Konoha wants her to die, then she can't die. She just showed her misery. I'm thinking about something. In the end, no Naiyu couldn't think of a better solution and was defeated. With a red face, he came to Yenyu and lay down beside him. Seeing Yunya staring at her indifferently, no Naiu begged in an embarrassed low voice. Team, Captain, please help me keep it temporarily, put it away, put it away. With that said, Nanoyo looked at the big bathtub awkwardly. Chapter 40 The Decline of the Earth Spider Clan. Okay. Yunya stood up neatly. No Naiu couldn't believe it. He didn't expect Yunya to agree so readily. This moment. In her eyes, Yunya's back, illuminated by the firelight, looked so noble, exuding a unique charm that warmed her heart. The shame and embarrassment recede. This made the excited Nanoyu temporarily forget that the bathtub was originally taken out by Yenyu. No Naiu asked gratefully. Captain, if I refused to join the team just now, would you kill me? Won't. Yunyu's face was expressionless, her right hand pressing the tub. No Naiu's eyes turned red, his voice was low and full of emotion, and he said sincerely. You are such a good person. Yunyu nodded and replied calmly, I will kick you out of the team immediately. No Naiu lowered his head, thinking that this was human nature, and it was already good if they didn't kill her. What did Yunyu think of? She patted the bathtub with her palm and added, also, if you are asked to carry a bathtub filled with bath water, there must be Konoha tracking ninjas nearby. They should be aware of your inexplicable carrying of the bathtub. Something very interesting. No Naiu's expression suddenly changed. Thinking of her wearing a nun's uniform under the moonlight while walking with a bathtub on her back, encountering Konoha ninjas, being taken back for interrogation and torture, and then her reputation spread throughout Konoha and then throughout the ninja world. By then, even if she is not dead, it will be the same as death. What an evil idea! No Naiu stared straight at Yenyu's back, trembling all over. Buzz! The space in front of Yenyu trembled, and the bathtub pressed by her right hand disappeared. Nanoyu joined them sincerely. There is no need for him to embarrass the other party. Call. Seeing the bathtub disappear, Nanoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his shame and inner embarrassment completely disappeared. Rest, I'll keep watch. Yunya looked around the camp. The Uchihas and Yui Kurane had already fallen asleep. The journey of escape was physically and mentally exhausting. Good. No Naiu seemed to rely on Yenyu. After nodding in agreement, he lay down directly on the grass next to Yenyu without any thought of leaving the place. She and Yuihong occupy the positions to the left and right of Yenyu. Yenyu turned a blind eye to this. He sat down slowly and realized that the green medicine in his body had been completely digested, and his body strength once again increased by 0.01% of that of an adult man. In the future, as long as there is enough green medicine, it will be refreshed repeatedly every day, and the speed at which the power will be increased will become extremely terrifying. The foot of Katsuragi Mountain. 1,000 meters away. In the dark woods, a team of 50 people drove 20 carriages filled with goods, walking towards the plain in front of the forest. The torches in the hands of the team members illuminated the forest path and also illuminated the flag symbolizing the Earth Spider clan on the carriage. The sound of horse hooves mixed with the sound of wheels. The caravan moved forward like a long queue. This is the caravan where the Earth Spider clan goes out to sell goods and purchase supplies in Katsuragi Mountain. In the carriage at the front of the team were 3 men and 2 women wearing leather armor and dressed as guards. Among them was an old man with white hair and a cute girl with wavy blonde hair. Among the few people, only the old man and the blonde girl were members of the Earth Spider clan. As for the guards on the car, they were the followers recruited from the mercenary market town to escort the caravan. Gilu! The carriage jolted. A dash! The beautiful face of the blonde girl under her white forehead showed a distressed expression. She often put her delicate hands under her buttocks, sitting on the long wooden board to bear the pain of the bumps. The white-haired old man shook his grey sleeves, glanced at the girl with a stern look, his expression was gloomy, and he lamented in his heart. Alas, the Earth Spider clan has experienced a decline in talent since the Third Ninja War, and now there are not many reliable ninjas available in the clan. Even the caravan guards had to be recruited from mercenary towns. As the daughter of the clan leader, Hotaru is entrusted with the important task of looking after the caravan, and she has to go out with me, an old man who is over 80 years old. Well, when will we, the Earth Spider clan, be able to revive the prosperous days when we were able to tremble in all directions with our forbidden technique and rage the sky, and when we signed an alliance with Konoha as equals? Quack, quack! The old man responded to the sad and hoarse cries of a group of night crows in the forest. The white-haired old man looked up and saw countless birds flying out above the woods. He always felt that something was wrong. Ying frowned, looked at the old man beside her, and asked softly, "Great Elder, how long will it take for us to return to our clan?" It was the first time she left her tribe to perform an escort mission. When it got dark, she was completely confused. The Great Elder of the Earth Spider clan stroked his grey goatee, narrowed his eyes and smiled peacefully. "It's almost there, it's almost there." Ying looked helpless and sighed to herself, "It's almost here, it's almost here." She could hear ear cocoons all the way. She looked towards the front of the carriage. It was quite lively there. The guard captain, who was wearing a green short robe and leather armor, chatted and laughed heartily with his two female guard companions, and the atmosphere was peaceful and cheerful. When Firefly hired this escort team, Firefly also felt that since there were girls in the escort team, they might have something in common to talk about on the road. But along the way, the two girls ignored her, the employer who paid for the escort. Of the two female guards, one wore a pointed cylindrical hat and held a wooden stick in her hand, the other had long blue hair and a plump figure. Both of them were beautiful, which made Firefly envious. The girl and the old man fell into silence. Firefly suddenly clenched her hands into fists, mustering up the courage to join the conversation with the guard captain. She looked at the other party nervously and asked, Captain Zhongquan, is there any news that my sister Qianzin Zhaoxian is using torture weapons to go to the mountains and forests?" The cheerful chat was interrupted by this question. Zhongquan, who was wearing a green short robe, looked back at his beautiful employer and grinned. "Don't worry, Miss Ying. There are often strange noises in the mountains and forests. But as long as we are here, the caravan will definitely arrive at the Earth Spider clan safely. We are a convoy with quality, ethics, and strength. If you choose us with your discerning eyes, you will choose safety." Zhongquan's eyes were shining, and his words were sonorous, powerful, and very convincing. However, he really didn't hear any noise. Thinking about it, he might have just been chatting with his companions, so he naturally ignored it. But what does that matter? Along the way, the caravan met many bandits and low-level rebels. Those people were easily dismissed when they saw the flag of the Earth Spider clan and some deception from Zhongquan. It's almost home. What else could be dangerous? In Zhongquan's view, this escort business is stable, there won't be any problems. Ying was worried. She looked up at the clouds under the moonlight, which seemed to be cut by a sword. However, most of the clouds had already dissipated. She still couldn't help asking, "The clouds in the sky?" Zhongquan interrupted with a smile. "I have seen this. The height of that cloud is not that high. Perhaps the falcons have no nightlife and are bored, so they created this wonder." Ying lowered her brows and pinched her palms. She finally started a conversation with the other party and didn't want to give up, so she continued to ask, "Captain Zhongquan, as a hired guard team in a nearby market town, you should have heard about the recent uproar over the S-rank rebel ninja in Konoha, right?" These words were spoken. Zhongquan immediately became interested, and took out a newspaper from his pocket, laughing excitedly. "Hey, Uchiha you knew, right? Chapter 41 I'm 50-50 with Orochimaru. I heard Ying talking about this." Zhongquan picked up the newspaper and asked back. The entire silent convoy suddenly became excited, and all the team members on the carriages began to make various speculations about this matter. "Your word," I said. The convoy immediately became lively. Recently, major and minor ninja villages have learned through various channels that Konoha has deliberately released an official wanted list for a group of Uchiha defectors. This news caused turmoil in the entire ninja world. No one knows what exactly happened inside Konoha for the time being, but all the ninjas in the ninja world can guess that something big might have happened in Konoha. Targeting this 11-member Uchiha defector team, Konoha issued a sky-high reward. In addition, this also means that there are now a total of 11 pairs of Sharingan in the ninja world, and anyone can snatch them. This rare I-technique bloodline limit is regarded as a supreme treasure by almost all major ninja villages. The ninja world has been silent for more than 10 years. This Uchiha group defected. It was like fish food thrown into a pond full of fish, or like a blockbuster bomb suddenly exploding, causing undercurrents in the entire ninja world to surge and the storm to rise again. In addition to Konoha, the other 4 major ninja villages have also launched a series of hunting plans targeting this team. This Uchiha tribe has become the after-dinner conversation among ninja villages, rebel ninjas, bounty hunters, and bandits, and the focus of the entire ninja world. For a moment, it seemed as if everyone wanted to find them and get a huge fortune. Rather than the name Uchiha Yunyu, so Izumi prefers to call him the walking 50 million Ryo. Pity. A ninja who is rated as S level must be extremely powerful, and is not a level that a hired guard team like them can approach. Although he cannot hunt down and kill the rebel ninja, the more famous he is, the more useful he will be to Suzumi. For example, use it as a stepping stone in front of outsiders to increase your own fame and make it easier to get orders. Anyway, people of that level, even if they knew someone was using their reputation to take advantage of them, would not deliberately come to embarrass a small person like him. Si Zongquan asked back. The young and inexperienced Ying nodded. She just didn't expect that this matter would become so popular. Since the people in the convoy learned the news, they chatted during the day and someone took the lead at night. They were surprisingly excited. It was as if they were participating in the hunt for the defecting Uchiha squad. In fact, the caravan members were so concerned about this matter because this Uchiha defector team seemed to be fleeing towards Mount Katsuragi. There is such an unimaginable risk factor. How could they not care? Zongquan put the newspaper back into his arms, stood in the middle of the truck bed, and said passionately. This newly promoted S-rank rebel ninja Yin Yu from Konoha assassinated Konoha's high-ranking officials and brutally killed civilians. His atrocities are indeed notorious. However, speaking of S-class rebel ninja, it's not like I haven't dealt with this kind of person before. The indigo eyes slowly widened and looked at Zongquan in disbelief. Even the chief elder of the Tsuchigyumo clan looked at the captain of the guard they hired with surprise. How is this possible? The white-haired old man looked Zongquan up and down, with confusion in his vigorous eyes. The man in front of him, wearing a green robe and short brown hair, seemed to be just good at talking. He looked very ordinary and did not look like someone who had dealt with S-rank rebel ninjas. When in the market town, the white-haired old man originally did not want to hire this guard team, but his eldest daughter insisted on hiring them, so he reluctantly agreed. At this time, other carriages. The temporary guards recruited by Zongquan at a low price also looked at their hidden temporary captain with surprise and shock. Could it be that he is really a master? On the contrary, the 2 girls next to Zongquan knew what this guy was going to do next, so they immediately turned their heads to look towards the forest, pretending to escape. If we weren't sitting in the same carriage. Both of them wanted to leave immediately. Ahem. Zongquan raised his hand, clenched his fist, put it to his mouth, coughed twice, and felt the shocked and expectant gazes of everyone. Zongquan stared at Ying, a girl who was not very experienced in the world, with his deep eyes and continued to ask. Everyone, you must have heard of Orochimaru, another S-rank rebel ninja in Konoha, right? Hotaru's gem-like eyes trembled slightly. Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas in Konoha and now an S-rank rebel, she naturally knows. Hearing the name Orochimaru, The elder of the Earth Spider clan narrowed his eyes slightly. This name symbolizes extreme danger in the ninja world. The rest of the Earth Spider clan members and escort members on the convoy looked solemn. Everyone who hangs out doesn't like to hear stories. Zone Quan saw that everyone was quiet. With a calm face, he used a deep voice to describe the story of the defection of Konoha's S-class ninja Orochimaru. As a wandering adventurer, he bravely chased and killed the seriously injured Orochimaru and challenged him to a duel. Zone Quan's words were very eloquent. He did not brag about himself, but focused on describing Orochimaru's power. As a brave newborn calf, he finally fought to a draw with Orochimaru, who was seriously injured, and survived by luck. The story is told in such a way that it is difficult to tell the truth from the lie. After everyone listened, both the Earth Spider clan members and the temporary guards fell silent. This. Ying Ying and the elder of the Earth Spider clan next to her looked at each other. The former was delighted that he had found a treasure, while the latter was dubious and didn't know what to say. Ying suddenly felt a little regretful, regretting not talking to the Zhongquan guard captain earlier, because he actually had such brave deeds. This makes her yearn for it. Girls admire heroes the most. The leader of the Earth Spider clan frowned, watching Zhongquan getting more and more arrogant, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. That's bullshit. If you have the ability to fight Orochimaru to a tie, why do you still need to be a hired guard? However, the Great Elder doesn't care about this kind of person. Not exposing him is the dignity he left for this guy. Hey hey! When Zhongquan saw that everyone was intimidated by him, he hurriedly looked at the two companions beside him. Zhongquan said in a low voice. Why are you standing there? Let's brighten the atmosphere. Come out and hang out, and build your reputation. Only then can you better receive business orders. The two female guards nodded perfunctorily. That's right, that's right. They both still have to face each other. Zhongquan. When Zhongquan saw Ying Ying showing his admiration for him, he immediately shook his green short robe behind his back and said righteously. Don't be afraid, Miss Ying. Even if the Uchiha defector team is nearby, we will protect you. Drinking the moon? Ha! He will never come back. Hearing this, Hotaru looked happy. She just felt that it was really reassuring to have a strong man beside her who could tie with Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. Uchiha defection team. It doesn't seem that scary. The caravan passed through the forest and arrived at an open space while everyone was chatting. But the more people walked forward, the more frightened they became. A large amount of sawdust was scattered in this open space, and the air was mixed with the scent of rich resin. The trees here seemed to have been decomposed by the dense wind attribute chakra. The Great Elder of the Earth Spider clan jumped down from the caravan, squatted beside a plant covered in wood dust, and observed carefully. He is well informed and can tell something fishy at a glance. Huh? This is the smell of barbecue. Zhongquan's eyes lit up. Among the scent of resin, he smelled the rich aroma of roasted wild boar coming from not far away. He swallowed his saliva. While everyone was observing the clearing in the forest, Zhongquan raised his head. Look around. He was shocked to find that there was a striking bonfire burning not far away on the plain northwest of the forest. Zhongquan had bad thoughts and said with a smile. Everyone, there are homeless people grilling meat over there. Come with me and borrow some barbecue for a midnight snack. I'll ask them what's going on around here. As soon as I heard there was something to eat, 10 guards came out. Zhongquan led the escort team and walked toward the bonfire in a mighty manner. Side mission, disguise. Options. 1. Lead a team to sneak into the caravan of the Earth Spider clan. Reward, ninja tool bag. By the campfire, a side quest prompt suddenly popped up in Yunyu's mind, and she immediately became energetic. P.S. Tomorrow is Tuesday again, the moment that determines whether your grades are good or bad. Dear readers, I hope you can help me click to the last page tomorrow. I would like to wish everyone a happy new year. Explain it. Regarding the issue of anime characters stepping into roles. This is my risky attempt. My idea is that it is originally a fanfic, and a large number of characters are needed to fill in the supporting roles. Instead of making some original supporting roles that have no sense of substitution, it is better to put some anime characters in as Easter eggs. Readers who know these characters can regard them as Easter eggs. If they don't know them, it won't affect their reading. These characters will not enter the main story and will not interfere with the ninja battle system. As for the cost of doing so, it is also obvious. But everyone doesn't seem to like it. It's okay. I'll listen to my advice and change it. Chapter 42, Taking Off Clothes, please read it. The bonfire burned blazingly, and the firelight seemed to tear a gap in the dark curtain that shrouded the earth in the night. Ninja bag. Yunya moved her eyes away from the forest and focused on the mission rewards. However, it is also a mission reward. After all, it has its peculiarities. For example, Black Sword Dark Moon can change the shape of chakra without forming seals, inject various chakra attributes, and obtain various attack effects. For example, Green Medicine, after drinking it, can restore the spirit and body. In addition, it can also give him the ability to control plants and enhance himself. Physical strength. Ninja bag. Yen Yu was slightly interested in its uniqueness. The condition for completing the mission is to lead a team to infiltrate the caravan of the Earth Spider clan, and there is no follow-up. The task is simple. The Uchiha defector team disguised themselves into the mountains and could hide in the dark to deal with the unknown dangers ahead. Kill two birds with one stone. Not far away, more than a dozen figures walked out of the forest, their shadows swaying in the faint moonlight, and they swaggered towards the bonfire. Putting on the hood of the black robe, Yunya seemed to blend into the night. He glanced in the direction of the forest, his brows raised slightly, and gradually relaxed. This is, door-to-door delivery? Hello, may I ask, are you here alone? Zone Quan, the guard captain, came behind Yen Yu, who was wearing a hooded black robe, and asked. Around the bonfire, there was only Yen Yu and half a roasted wild boar on the iron frame on the side, and no one else. Zone Quan spoke politely, but his expression was careless. He looked around the campfire wantonly, and finally his eyes fell on the roasted wild boar. Smelling the fragrance, Zone Quan swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Soon, he found signs that someone had been sitting and lying on the surrounding grass. This is in line with his understanding of refugees. The refugees in the ninja world are very tough. Generally, I don't go out alone. They'll be right back. Yen Yu replied calmly. Zone Quan was happy, raised his hand and pointed to the forest they just passed by, and asked, "Do you know what happened in that forest?" "Have no idea." Zone Quan was not angry when he saw the other party being so cold. He just raised his right hand, waved it, and signaled his subordinates to get the meat, and said with a smile. Okay, then Sister Qin cooks and saves Nang Yao. Don't wait for Zone Quan's subordinates to take action. Yunya spoke calmly and said. They're back. Who's back? Zone Quan was confused. Dash. Suddenly, there was something strange in the forest, and a series of muffled groans and exclamations sounded from the woods behind them. Zone Quan's smile gradually stiffened, his face changed drastically, and he and the dozen or so guards around him turned to look. Everyone was horrified to find out. Firefly, the eldest daughter of the Earth Spider clan, as well as the Great Elder, members of the Earth Spider clan, and all members of the escort team were expelled here by more than a dozen guys holding ninja swords. In the caravan, many guards groaned in pain, obviously they had just been severely beaten. This. Zone Quan immediately thought of a possibility, just a few minutes after they left the forest. A fight broke out in the forest. Their caravan of 50 people was controlled by these guys before they could go back. It's over, this was the first thought in Zone Quan's mind. In a blink of an eye, all members of the caravan were brought to the bonfire. Zone Quan turned around in horror and looked at the figure in black robe who had been facing away from them from beginning to end. "Captain Zone Quan, save us!" Hotaru was grabbed by the arm by a baby-faced guy with a ninja sword on his neck, and was roughly pushed forward. The little girl who was new to the world was extremely scared. Following Firefly's cry, the members of the caravan seemed to see hope, and they all turned their attention to the man who had previously said that they were tied with Orochimaru. "Save us, Captain Zone Quan! Captain Soizumi, you are a man who can tie up with the S-class rebel Orochimaru. Captain Zone Quan, give them some color and see." There was hope in the eyes of everyone in the caravan. They knew very well that they were encountering a powerful rebel ninja or bandit at their doorstep. Just now, the escort team and the Earth Spider tribe only had one encounter with these people, and they were all beaten to the point of losing the ability to fight. In this case, I am afraid that only this guard captain, who once fought to a draw with Orochimaru, can save their lives. So, everyone was like a drowning person, desperately reaching out to grab the life-saving straw around them, regardless of whether the grasping posture was correct or not. "Quiet, quiet!" Zone Quan was in a complicated mood. Amidst the sounds of the fire and the killing, his cheeks were hot and he shouted twice at the top of his lungs. "Captain Zone Quan is ready to take action. Everyone, please be quiet. We will be rescued soon." When everyone in the caravan saw Zone Quan preparing to take action, they immediately became more excited and shut up. The captain took action. They must be saved. Under the gazes full of expectancy, Zone Quan took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, and walked slowly towards Yin Yu. "Perhaps, talk to the leader of the other party. Spend a little money. I can still save the lives of these people. I just hope that the other party is just a group of guys who steal money but don't kill people. Damn it!" As Zone Quan walked, he thought hard. He couldn't figure out when such a powerful group of people appeared in Mount Katsuragi. Until he came to the man in black robe and saw clearly the unfamiliar yet familiar profile of the man under the black hood. "It's you." Zone Quan's pupils suddenly widened, his scalp was numb, and his whole body was trembling. With trembling hands, he took out the newspaper from his arms, and with the help of the bonfire, he compared the photo on the wanted list with the person himself. After a long time, Zone Quan realized the reality with a pale face. Now he only hated himself for talking too much. "On the way, I just mentioned the other party, but it turned out that this S-class rebel ninja was actually in Mount Katsuragi. What happened to our barbecue?" Yin Yu looked at the other party sideways and asked calmly. Zone Quan's eyes were dull, and the corners of his mouth twitch. I think this barbecue is very good. Look, the skin is crispy but not burnt, and the fat is fragrant but not greasy." Yin Yu interrupted this guy's nonsense and asked, "You and Orochimaru are tied, is it true?" "Blow. Well, put your head in your hands and squat here." Yin Yu stood up slowly, lowered her hood, and hid her face in the shadows. She turned around and faced the caravan of the Earth Spider clan. "Good luck." Without any hesitation, Zone Quan raised his hands high, then held his head and slowly squatted down. Seeing that the other party is so easy to talk to, Zone Quan breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? This scene made everyone in the caravan confused. The guard captain they were proud of, put his head in his hands and squatted down? This is not the right opening. Captain Zone Quan. Ying Ying's pupils were wide open and she was in disbelief. She was stunned on the spot, and something inside her heart collapsed and shattered. I knew this man was unreliable. The great elder of the Earth Spider clan felt angry and had a look of disdain on his face, so he almost spat at Zone Quan. "Captain Zone Quan, what are you doing? How brave were you when you faced Orochimaru?" The members of the Earth Spider clan asked without giving up. Zone Quan said angrily. "What do you know? The courage to surrender is also a kind of bravery. You." Everyone in the Earth Spider clan and the escort team were stunned, and they were complaining in their hearts, "Are you so real?" The Uchiha team, including Yui Kurane, Nanu, and others, all used transformation techniques to disguise themselves. Before the caravan reached the plains, it was awakened by the drinking moon, dormant in the forest, waiting for the opportunity, and controlled the caravan in a few minutes. "Brother, I caught a beautiful girl. It looks like she should be an adult." Taimao pushed Hotaru to the front. Firefly stared at the man in black robe in horror. Yunyu just glanced at her, her expression changed slightly, and then she looked at Uchiha Mikoto, who was nearest, and said indifferently, "Come here and take off her clothes. Kazuma's trio scene has been cut off. Don't be stubborn and write Naruto well." Chapter 43 Forbidden Technique, please read it. Take off her clothes. After everyone present heard this sentence, they were all stunned in place. It took a long time to react, and there was an uproar in their hearts. Zone Quan suddenly looked at Yunyu, gritted his teeth, and quietly made a fist with his right hand. Firefly. When the elder of the Earth Spider clan saw that the eldest lady was being humiliated, his face turned red and he roared at the top of his lungs. "Somewhere!" Uchiha Nanfan knocked the old man to the ground with a kick, pressed him firmly, and said in a deep voice, "Why are you arguing? Be honest." In the Uchiha team, the expressions of Izumi, Yui Kurane, Nanu, and others also changed. They don't quite understand Yenyu's operation. Ziriong was the first to react. She felt relieved when she saw that Yunyu's face was as usual and she looked like she had no desires. Yenyu will not do anything useless. He is not the kind of wanton person. Do this. There must be a reason. Tisk, is it so exciting? Nanoya raised his hand and stroked his round glasses, sighing inwardly, "I seem to be following a leader with weird quirks. I wonder if he will do this to me one day. What kind of thing?" Thinking about it, Nanoya suddenly clamped his legs. The rest of the caravan members, as well as the escort team, all dared to be angry but dared not speak out. They were surrounded by the Uchihas, and their anger was real anger. But they were really scared. From the body language and movements of the people around them, they could be sure that these guys' ninja swords might really take away their lives. Being called upon by Yunyu, Uchiha Mikoto lowered her eyebrows, and with a cruel heart, she slowly stepped forward and took Hotaru from Taimao's hand. Taimao stood aside and giggled, "Hee. I saw that my eldest brother was so interested in women." He was relieved. To rebuild the glory of Uchiha, we must start with increasing the population of Uchiha. Ying Ying's face turned pale. Thinking of what she would face next, her whole mind went blank and she trembled like a little quail. She had heard her tribe talk about how the rebellious ninja bandits in the ninja world dealt with young women. Mikoto felt the fear of the little girl next to her. She raised her head and looked directly at Yunyu, and said in a deep voice, "You." Yunyu looked calm and did not give Uchiha Mikoto a chance to speak. Seeing the other party's irritation, he took the initiative to step forward and grab the little girl. It's come to this point. The hearts of everyone in the caravan sank into the sea, and they could only place their last hope on Zone Quan, who was squatting next to Yenyu. Zone Quan gritted his teeth and clenched his hands into fists, holding his head, as if he had made a decision and was ready to go. If this man really attacks Ying, Zone Quan will stop her. This is his bottom line. Yunyu glanced at him sideways and said calmly, "I'm not interested in her." Zone Quan was stunned for a moment, sweating profusely when he saw that his thoughts were revealed. After Yunyu finished speaking, she put her hand on Ying Ying's back and sensed it through her clothes to make sure there was no seal of forbidden technique, angry sky. Only then did he stop. Slightly disappointed. At this stage, this descendant of the Earth Spider clan has not been implanted with the Earth Spider clan's forbidden techniques by the clan leader. Yunyu asked Mikoto to take off her clothes, just to check her back. The seal of wrathful sky will cause the back of the human body to twist into horrific spider web-like scars. This forbidden technique is extremely terrifying. The caster can use the body to absorb chakra from nature and store it. The longer it lasts, the greater its power. The record for the ultimate destruction is that after it is released, it instantly destroys everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Comparable to a nuclear bomb. If possible, Yunya would naturally like to master this forbidden technique, but if there is no chance, he will not force it. The main task now is to resist Konoha's subsequent pursuit and complete the defection. Everyone saw Yunya let go of Ying. Then they all breathed a sigh of relief. Only Taimao was depressed and thought, is the eldest brother not interested in this girl because she is not pretty enough? Well, next time I will catch a prettier one for the eldest brother. Taimao made up his mind. Yunya came to the oldest white-haired old man of the Tsuchigyumo clan, squatted down, and said calmly, I am not interested in your eldest lady and the Tsuchigyumo clan. Then what do you want? The great elder of the Tsuchigyumo clan nodded heavily. The old man could hear from the tone of the young man that the other party really disdained to embarrass them. Yunya said calmly, keep on the road, we will blend into your caravan, and we will leave on our own after we pass Mount Katsuragi. As he spoke, Yunya raised his right hand and gave the Uchiha a retreat gesture. The Uchiha put away their swords and returned to Yunya. The caravan seemed to have saved half of its life, and everyone was panicked, looking at the most senior elder and the frightened Ying. Ahem, continue, hurry up. The elder of the Tsuchigyumo clan blushed, knowing that he had no choice but to organize the caravan to set off. Anyway, let's talk about it after returning to the clan. I hope these powerful guys keep their words and don't blend into the caravan to plot against their already declining Tsuchigyumo clan. 10 minutes later, the caravan set off. At Yunya's request, the caravan chose the middle one of the 3 roads leading into Mount Katsuragi and drove slowly forward. This was the route Yunya had chosen before. After all, Quan said that all 3 roads are possible. Gurgle. The wheels of the carriage rolled, and the caravan moved forward slowly. Just after this farce, the atmosphere of the caravan was extremely solemn. The Uchiha defecting team, Yui Kurane, Nono, and the hostage Hotaru, sat in the second carriage, disguised as caravan members. The caravan members who were originally in the carriage were driven to the end of the caravan to walk. The task completion prompt popped up in Yunya's mind. Side quest, disguise. Options. 1. Lead the team to infiltrate the Tsuchigyumo clan caravan. Task completed. Reward, ninja tool bag. Reward credited. Yunya turned his right hand, the space in his palm fluctuated, and a white ordinary ninja tool bag and a bandage appeared in his palm. The bag was heavy and full of ninja tools. The Uchiha saw Captain Yunya perform the magical space ninjutsu again and immediately became interested. Ying had never seen such a method before. Her gem-like eyes stared at Yunya's palm with curiosity. Since these people had no idea about her, the fear in Ying's heart dissipated for the most part. She was a little worried, not knowing what these people's purpose was. Opening the ninja bag, Yunya stared inside through the light of the torch. He saw a kunai, 10 shurikens, a roll of steel wire, and a detonating talisman. They all looked ordinary. Yunya took out the kunai from the ninja bag. When his fingers touched the cold metal handle, the method of use immediately emerged in his mind. Duo. Yunya waved his hand and threw the kunai in the ninja bag at a tree outside the carriage, hitting the surface of the tree accurately and piercing deep into it. The action was done in one go. It was so fast that only a few Uchiha around him reacted and subconsciously dodged sideways. Until the sound of the kunai hitting the tree was heard. The little girl Ying suddenly looked back, but she didn't see any kunai or shuriken nearby. Yunya looked down at the ninja bag. The kunai that had been thrown out before returned to the ninja bag, as if it had never been thrown. All the ninja tools in this ninja bag, including the detonating talisman, can be refreshed and reused after use. As for the time when the thrown ninja tools disappear, Yunya can also control it. This is why Ying didn't find anything when she looked back just now. This is its special feature. Yunyu thought to herself, it's better than nothing. As he was about to tie the ninja bag to his right thigh, Ziri Hong saw this, smiled, squatted in front of him, and said, "I'll help you, Mao Sang." As he spoke, Ziri Hong took the ninja bag from Yunyu, knelt in front of Yunyu, and carefully tied the ninja bag for him. The convoy moved forward in a bumpy ride. When entering Katsuragi Mountain, passing a low-lying location suitable for ambush. Side quest. Destroy the root organization's pursuit team. Options. 1. Destroy the root organization team lurking in Katsuragi Mountain. Reward, Forbidden Technique Replica Scroll. The side quest prompt appeared again. Yunyu's eyes lit up. P.S. Explanation of the secondary creation ability. 1 green medicine is refreshed repeatedly at 6 o'clock every morning, unlimited use, unlimited strength enhancement. Give it to others, it can only repair injuries, and there are side effects, which will be explained later. 2. The storage space will slowly expand. Chapter 44 Ambush. Chirp. The cry of a nighthawk hunting. The sound was clear and loud, echoing intermittently in the dark and deep mountains and forests. The caravan carriage moved slowly forward. There is a narrow valley in front of the low terrain. The cliffs on both sides are about 10 feet high. A team of 6 people were crawling on the right cliff. They were dressed as Konoha's umbu, and 2 of them were watching the clouds gradually disappearing in the sky. The 6 people merged into the night, like patient hunters. They were the root organization team led by Yamanaka Kaze and Aber Meitone. The 2 are highly regarded by Danzo. So much so that Danzo died. The 2 of them brought Danzo's remaining loyal confidants and came to intercept and kill the Uchiha defecting team. 2 captains, there seems to be a caravan coming ahead. A member of the root organization reported in a low voice. Yamanaka Feng and Aber Meitone looked at each other, and the former said in a deep voice, "Drive them all to the area covered by the ninja tool traps and eliminate them all." Yes. 2 root organization members disguised as umbu rushed towards the exit of the valley. They understand the decision of the mountain wind. It is better to kill the wrong person. Don't let go. Even if this is an ordinary caravan, it can prevent the Uchiha defector team from disguising themselves and sneaking into it. The noise in the forest just now might be Asuma's team or other hunting teams attacking the Uchiha defecting team. I can understand that, but the changes in the clouds in the sky. Aber Meitone spoke in a low voice. That was definitely caused by swordsmanship. I guess it was the strong men in the ninja world who attacked the Uchiha defecting team. Anyway, no one in the Uchiha clan has such strong swordsmanship. Shan Zhongfeng said in a deep voice. Aber Meitone said. Well, I hope Asuma and the other chasing teams can cause some trouble for the Uchiha team. Shan Zhongfeng didn't take it seriously. After thinking for a while, he reminded, if you encounter this, you must pay attention to the distance and be careful of the opponent's control eye technique. I have newly raised nanosensory insects that live in your bodies. Once someone is controlled, I can feel the reaction of your spirit and chakra. They made full preparations for this ambush. The caravan entered the valley. Sitting in the truck bed, Yunyu looked up, surveyed the towering cliffs on both sides, and fell into deep thought. If there are already root organizations lurking in MT Katsuragi, terrain like this is most suitable for an ambush. The task is equivalent to reminding him. The team is walking into a trap. This time, the target is changed to the team of the root organization. This is the trouble that one must inevitably face if one defects from Konoha. The remnants of Danzo. Yunyu had the answer in his heart, but he had never imagined that after Danzo's death, there would be members of the root organization to avenge him. It's tied up. With a smile on her face, Zihi Hong tied the ninja bag for Yunyu, slowly stood up, sat beside Yunyu, and quietly stared at his cheek. Sorry. I misunderstood you just now. Suddenly, Uchiha Mikoto's dignified and gentle voice came from the opposite side of Yunyu. Yunyu lowered her head and looked directly at the other person. Uchiha Mikoto looked sincere and apologetic, lowering her eyes as she explained. Just now, I didn't understand what was happening, so I wanted to stop it. I didn't expect that you were just checking her body. Although Mikoto still doesn't understand the meaning of Yunyu's actions, she did misunderstand him. She knows. Yunyu really had no thoughts about that little girl. Do that. He must have other purposes, and this purpose may help the team escape. Thinking of this, Mikoto, who has always been gentle, kind, and considerate, felt that it was necessary to apologize to the other party. It feels bad to be misunderstood. Ah, why do you want to check my body? Ying's cheeks turned red and she looked at Mikoto curiously. The other Uchiha were indifferent and did not dare to gossip too much about Yunyu's private affairs. Yunyu's eyes moved away from Uchiha Mikoto's fair and pretty face, looked at the other Uchiha, and said in a deep voice, "Prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, the Uchiha people's faces became increasingly solemn. When Yunyu said this, it means, danger is nearby. Uchiha Mikoto's pupils trembled slightly, and she seemed to have made some kind of decision in her heart. She looked at Yunyu with a firm gaze, stretched out her white wrist, turned her palm, and asked, "Can you give me a weapon?" Yunyu nodded, took out the only kunao from the ninja tool bag that Yui Hong had tied for him, and handed it to her. What comforted him was that when danger came, the clan leader's wife would stand up and fight for the remaining tribesmen instead of choosing to escape. Ying's pupils trembled slightly as she stared at the half of Yunyu's face under the black hood. She didn't know what this man meant by being ready to fight. An Izumi in the Uchiha team suddenly changed his expression, and cried out in his heart. "No way, there are real dangers on this mountain. No matter which choice you make, you will encounter them. Why did Captain Yunyu insist on going into the mountains?" The Uchiha people immediately came to their senses. Since he knew there was danger in the mountains, he still went forward into the mountains. Captain Yunyu's intention was very clear, he wanted to wipe out all the pursuers. Thinking of this, the Uchiha became excited. They clenched their fists quietly, ready to fight at any time. The caravan moved forward slowly. Recruitment land. The first carriage suddenly stopped, and then came Zonkin's pretended intimidating reprimand, "People in front, get out of the way. This is the caravan of the Tsuchigyumo clan." Gurgle. The wheels of the caravan vehicles stopped one after another, and the horses were led by the caravan members, snorting and neighing. Yen Yu and others turned sideways and looked forward. In the dark forest, two figures wearing umbu masks and Konoha grey and white armor slowly walked out. One of them said contemptuously, "We are the umbu of Konoha. We now suspect that your convoy has a rebel ninja team. All personnel should get out of the car and undergo inspection. Those who disobey will be treated as traitors." Hearing this, Zone Quan's eyes trembled slightly, he laughed, and said, "Master Ninja, we are all good people, there is no betrayal in the team." Bang! Before Zone Quan could finish speaking, another tall umbu ninja kicked Zone Quan in the stomach with enough force that he kicked Zone Quan onto the wheel. Zone Quan knelt on the ground, his pupils widened, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and there was severe pain in his abdomen. But his brain was thinking crazy. In this case, it must be that neither party can be offended. He was not sure whether these Konoha umbu could deal with the S-class rebel ninja in the convoy. If we can't solve it and betray the traitor, the final outcome will be death. On the second carriage, except for Yayu, who is wearing a black robe, all Uchiha's Tachi have been contained for a long time. Even Kurane Yui and Nunwoyu have changed the clothes of the Earth Spider clan and used transformation techniques to change their faces and bodies. In the dark night, Yunyu blended in with the ordinary dressed team, wearing a black robe and not conspicuous. At this time, the Uchihas all looked at Yayu, waiting for his signal. "That's umbu." Uchiha Nanfan whispered. "No, it's the root." Yen Yu calmly explained. All Uchiha looked confused. "Root organization?" Only Yunyu knew that these were just members of the root organization dressed as Umbu. They should be the team that followed Asuma and others around the same time as the night of genocide. There should be many enemies lurking on the cliffs on these two sides. I will contain them from the front, and you will be responsible for the assassination. Yunyu simply assigned the task. Yes. The Uchiha replied in a low voice, and then fell silent. Quan sighed helplessly. She was really in trouble. She could only hope that there were no ambush on the other two roads. Chapter 45 Foreshadowing. The horses were frightened and neighed, but they were held tightly by the frightened caravan members. For a while. In the caravan. People are panicked. The tall root organization member pulled out his sword, put it against Zone Quan's neck, and said in a deep voice. Whether there is a traitor in the team or not, you can't explain it in just one sentence. I'll give you 3 minutes to take everyone over there. He pointed to an open space ahead on the right. There is the area where the root organization layout and the throwing ninja tool traps have the most dense coverage. With that said, the root organization member retracted his sword, grabbed Zone Quan from the ground, and threw him to the back of the motorcade. Zone Quan staggered forward, feeling unlucky in his heart. He was driven away by traitorous ninja before, and now he is driven away by Konoha Umbu. People like them who have no strength are like cattle and horses in the ninja world, born to be driven away by others. Passing the second convoy. Zone Quan looked at Yunyu. He wanted to vent his emotions on purpose, but when he thought that the other party was an S-class rebellious nin, he immediately withered and pretended to be. Get off the bus, get off the bus, get off the bus, gather together, and do what Ninja-sama says. Yunyu jumped off the carriage, but Zone Quan was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so cooperative. Then, the other Uchiha, Nanu, and Uikurane also got out of the car. They were quite satisfied with Zone Quan's performance. This guy knew the captain's identity, but he had no intention of betraying them. The caravan members on the following carriage reluctantly jumped out of the carriage. At this time, there were 3 members of the escort team in the convoy, staring intently at Yunyu and his party. Their eyes showed nervousness, their palms were sweaty, and their hearts were uneasy, as if they were making some kind of difficult decision. They wanted to report on the more than 10 people who had sneaked into the caravan. They guessed that these people were most likely the rebel ninja team that the Konoha Umbu were looking for. Not everyone is as good at thinking as Zone Quan, so these people are sure that this group of suspicious guys are definitely no match for Konoha Umbu. Swish! One of the 3 escort members raised his right hand high. Zone Quan's pupils widened when he saw this. The next second, he reluctantly jumped up and suppressed the opponent's right hand. Zone Quan looked frightened and exclaimed in his heart, "Damn it! These idiots are trying to kill him." Zone Quan. The guard looked at Zone Quan, who was holding his right hand in surprise. Zone Quan whispered fiercely, "Do you want to kill everyone?" The 3 escort members looked confused. As long as they reported those suspicious characters and told them to the Konoha Umbu, wouldn't the caravan be saved? The Uchiha people naturally noticed the movement behind the caravan, and they subconsciously turned around to see how Yunyu would handle this matter. The Uchiha were shocked to find out their captain Yunyu is missing. The 3 escorts were stared at by Zone Quan's fierce eyes, feeling guilty for a moment and falling into silence. The front of the caravan. The walking route organization ninja suddenly turned around, looked at the middle area of the commotion in the convoy, and said in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Zone Quan continued to laugh and said with a smile, "It's okay. Ninja-sama, I am organizing everyone to go to the area you designated." The members of the escort team who had been stared at by Zone Quan before saw the Konoha Umbu paying attention to this side, and their hearts sank immediately. They raised their right hands high again and said loudly, "Sir, I will lift." The rest of the words have not yet been finished. Poof! A pitch-black blade penetrated the heart of this guard member from his back. His heart sank completely and he lost his vitality forever. Ah! The other two members of the escort team looked behind them blankly, and discovered in horror. The young man wearing a black hood appeared behind his dead companion at some unknown moment. Immediately afterwards, two black lights flashed, and the two escort members looked frightened, covered their necks with their hands, and fell to the ground. Until they died, they did not see clearly what happened, so they fell into eternal sleep with their hearts wanting to report. Warm blood splashed on Zhong Quan's face, waking him up from the shock. The three people in front of them were almost killed by the black knife in one breath. Yunyu took off her hood, revealing her true face, passed by the stunned Zhong Quan, and walked towards the members of the root organization in front of the carriage. Zhong Quan suddenly looked back and was shocked to find that all the people who were standing near the second carriage had disappeared. When Yunyu took action to deal with the betrayer, it was equivalent to giving an order to fight. At this moment, intersection. The two root organization members were also surprised by this sudden scene. See Yunyu. After a moment, they woke up and immediately felt ecstatic. In addition, the members of the root organization on the cliff were also shocked at first, then ecstatic, and finally looked solemn. Their captains Yamaphase and Abermatajan chose to ambush here and attack the caravan. It was indeed the right choice. Shan Fengfeng and Abermatajan looked at each other, and they stood up from the edge of the cliff. The former waved his hand. A member of the roots cuts a wire nearby that is used to trigger a trap. Bang! With a soft sound, the sophisticated trap mechanism on the cliff wall was quietly operating, and the seals of the mechanism were lifted bit by bit. The next moment, the sharp sound of breaking wind sounded, and countless cold lights shone on the walls of the two cliffs. They were aimed at Yunyu, and then, a large number of dark kunao shurikens, dense as rain, shot out. The ninja throwing traps cover a huge area and come from almost all directions towards Yunyu. Yunyu opened the 8,000 spears, predicted the trajectory of the kunao shuriken senbon, held the black sword Dark Moon in his hand, jumped forward in an instant, and left the place. Dodo dodo! A large number of ninja tools hit the position where Yunyu was before, but the subsequent throwing of ninja tools followed the direction of Yunyu's movement and adjusted their trajectories to track the throws. After several twists and turns, Yunyu leaned against a mountain wall and could only avoid the ninja tool coming from behind, unable to retreat. To deal with Mei Naowai, who is not a human being, what use will your control I technique have? The wind in the mountain ignores the situation in the valley. Abermatohina's expression was equally indifferent under the half-covered mask, but at this moment, he opened his hands as if controlling something, thinking to himself. Even if the ninja tool can be avoided, what about the nano-level poisonous insects floating in the air? The phosphorus bugs of the Abermay clan generally spread all over the body, and anyone who touches them will be poisoned and die suddenly. And combined with the secret technique, poisonous dust technique, the oil girl can exhale poisonous insects from the mouth by taking the root. He then manipulated it and used the wind energy carried by the trap to blow towards Yunyu, so that he could complete the poisoning from a distance. The two of them stood on the towering cliff opposite Yunyu. Seeing each other step into a desperate situation, like a trapped animal, they already felt in their hearts that they were sure to win this battle. Whistle whistle whisk. A large number of kunao, shurikens, senbon, mixed with nanoscale poisonous insects floating in the air, attacked crazily. Yunyu leaned against the wall, but the corners of her mouth suddenly turned up. The dark moon clenched in her right hand suddenly became distorted, and a high-frequency vibrating black mist flowed through her. The 8,000 spears in his eyes were rotating in a kaleidoscope. Not far away, because he was far away, the earth spider tribesmen who were not affected by the thrown trap, the chakra in the body of the guard members was instantly drained by the 8,000 spears. When the overwhelming kunao and other props overwhelmed Yunyu, he swung his sword forward brazenly. Hi! The wind was howling, and a waterfall-like wind wall grew out of nothing. It stood in front of Yunyu and continued to surge. The wall of wind blocked the thrown kunao, senbon, shuriken, and nanoscale poisonous insects in the air. Ding 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 ding! The ninja tool fell to the ground. This is wind escape. With a look of astonishment on his face, Shan Feng looked at a bear Mei-Taekjin next to him. The latter's pupils were dilated and he said in surprise. My poisonous insects can't break through that wind wall. Below the valley. Yunya raised his head and stared at the two people standing on the cliff. He converted the chakra extracted from the 47 people in the caravan into wind attributes, injected it into Dark Moon, and swung the second sword. Raising land. The dark wind mist emerged like a waning moon, and like a dark star ring, it covered the mountain wind on the cliff and a bear Mei-Taekjin's waist. It seems to be the most extreme sharpness that can cut through everything in the world. The two of them looked down in horror. The end of life. The two saw that their upper and lower bodies were neatly misaligned. Only then did Shan Feng understand. Turn out to be, the sword that caused the strange clouds in the sky was Uchiha Yenyu's masterpiece. Foreshadowing their ending tonight. It turns out that the other party wants to kill them. There is no need to even use the Mangekyo Sharinon. Chapter 46. May there be no Uchiha in heaven. Dead, dead. At the exit of the valley, the pupils of the two root organization members suddenly shrank, and their expressions were dull. They watched the bodies of their two captains split into 4 sections and fall from the cliff. They thought about the consequences of failure. But I just didn't think about it. The battle will end in this way, with the opponent only using 2 swords. The corpses of Shan Feng and a bear Mei's roots fell to the valley floor. Due to the certain strength of the ninja's physique, the corpses were not broken into pieces. After a bear Mei took the root and died, the surface of the body was covered with dark purple poisonous insects. The air is filled with tiny particles that are difficult to detect with the naked eye. They are nano-sized poisonous insects that gather in piles and gradually pollute the air. If a bear Mei's rooted corpse is allowed to rot in this area, in a few minutes, poisonous insects will spread and this place will become a barren land. Yunya looked calm as she looked down at the two bodies, which were so black and purple under the firelight. He simultaneously condensed the earth and water attribute chakra in his body and injected it into the ground under his feet, converging the natural energy of nearby plants to the roots of the nearest big tree. Wow! The sound of breaking earth sounded, and the knotted roots were like flexible snakes twisting and crawling in the dark night. Yenyu controlled the roots of the tree, letting it roll up a sealing scroll to contain the 2 corpses that a bear Mei took the roots from. The place where this elite ninja of the Bear Mei clan can play a role should be on the battlefield, not this kind of blocking battle. Even if a bear Mei-Taekjin dies, his body still has great use value. The sealing is completed. The roots of the tree faded. Yenyu sucked the scroll that sealed the corpse of the oil girl into the storage space. He glanced at the 100 cubic meters of space. An unexpected discovery. The bodies of Dailu and Asuma were well preserved, showing no signs of decay. It can be seen that this storage space has extremely strong functions such as preservation and antisepsis. Yenyu stood up, shook the black knife Dark Moon in his hand, and released the wind attribute chakra to disperse the nano-level poisonous insects in the air that wanted to cling to him. He lifted his legs and stepped over Shan Feng's body, heading towards the 2 root organization members at the exit of the valley. Damn it! After the 2 root organization members were shocked, they had no extra emotions and faced it all calmly. They clenched the sword in their hands and rushed towards Uchiha Yenyu. Near the caravan, the elders of the Earth Spider clan and Ying Ying watched helplessly as Yenyu walked past them. Their faces were ashen. The rest of the caravan members followed Zone Quan's previous appearance, holding their heads in their hands and squatting beside the carriage. They questioned Zone Quan before, just understood Zone Quan, and now they become Zone Quan. That's Uchiha drinking the moon. Konoha's new S-class rebel ninja. The caravan members did not expect that the person who kidnapped them in the plains was someone who dared to assassinate high-level officials in Konoha and massacre civilians. He was the recent focus of the entire ninja world. This Uchiha defector team is indeed in Mount Katsuragi as rumored in the news. Yunya faced the incoming root members calmly. Yingliu frowned, her beautiful face was pale, and her breathing was stagnant. When Yunya passed by her, she could only hear her own heartbeat in her ears. She never expected it. The face of the man in black who was sitting opposite him before, under the hood, would perfectly overlap with the picture of the handsome and flawless young man on the S-Class Traitor Ninja Wanted list. There are cliffs on the left and right sides of the valley. The battle between Uchiha and the root organization is over. Previously, after Taimao and Nanfan Izumi led the team to the cliff, they were shocked to find that in addition to members of the root organization, there were also a large number of ninjas lurking here. However, the battle is still one-sided. This battle made Yui Kurane and Nanoya re-evaluate the strength of this Uchiha team. All members have 3 Megatama Sharinon eyes. After the baptism of sorrow during the escape, their eye power has been greatly improved, and their combat effectiveness far exceeds that of ordinary jounin. Taimao and others fought their way into the ninjas brought by the root organization, just like tigers entering a flock of sheep, easily resolving the battle. The end of the team. Uchiha Mikoto frowned slightly, her gentle and beautiful face showing depression. She squeezed the blood-stained kunao in her hand to relieve her inner emotions. Mikoto followed the team, originally wanting to fight to the death with these root organization members and unidentified ninjas, burning out her life. Before his death, he mostly killed some enemies for this group of descendants, but this meeting, she just killed one ninja, and the other ninjas were easily dispatched by Taimao and others like chopping vegetables. Mikoto looked at the messy cliff and fell into hard thinking. Ever since her last battle with Baizetsu, she had made the decision to sacrifice for this group of people. A sinner like her who is ashamed of her clan. Not qualified to live. As the team gets closer and closer to the chaotic realm where small ninja countries gather, this means that the Uchiha team's escape is coming to an end. The opportunities for Mikoto to hide Yayu and sacrifice for her people through fighting are becoming less and less. Let's look for opportunities next time. If it doesn't work, wait until the tribe is safe and do it yourself. Mikoto's eyes gradually softened, and she held tightly the kunao Yayu gave her, with no intention of returning it. Waiting to escort this group of tribesmen to defect safely. She has completed her journey of atonement and can use this kunao to commit suicide. Bang bang bang. Corpses rolled down the cliff one after another, the dullness in the valley sounds sounded one after another, announcing the end of the battle. In the valley, all members of the Earth Spider Caravan, including the Great Elder and Ying Ying, looked embarrassed when they heard the sound of the corpse being smashed down. These sounds seemed to pull the rhythm of their hearts. Everyone stared at Zone Quan's back in unison. Only then did I understand. Zone Quan's previous foresight was so brilliant. When he was on the plane, he simply and decisively squatted down with his head in his hands, which actually contained such great wisdom. The courage to surrender, now it seems that it is indeed a manifestation of bravery. If they had reported this Uchiha defector team just now, they should have been reincarnated together with those 3 idiot bodyguards. I was wrong, I misunderstood this boy. The Great Elder of the Earth Spider clan stared at Zone Quan's back, sighing in his heart, filled with guilt. Zone Quan looked at the corpses falling from the cliff to the valley, his face turned pale, and he sighed sincerely. This group of people died so tragically, I hope there are no Uchiha in heaven. Thinking about this, Zone Quan looked towards the exit of the valley and was shocked to find that in just a short moment, Yunyu had easily killed the tall Umbu ninja who had kicked him before. Zone Quan suddenly felt much more comfortable. Another Umbu ninja was pinned to the wall by Yui's black knife, his mask was taken off, and he was vomiting blood, like a fish pinned to a sticky board to be slaughtered. Swish! Everyone in Uchiha returned to the team and came to Yenyu to be on guard. Brother, your guess is correct. In addition to a few members of the root organization, there are about 30 unidentified ninjas lurking on the cliff. Taimao's baby face was stained with blood, and he grinned with a bright smile. Were they all wiped out? Yenyu asked calmly. Period. He pulled out the black knife from the root organization member dressed in umbu, and the mark of the 8,000 spears appeared in the opponent's pupils. "Well, leave no one behind," Taimao said excitedly. Yunyu nodded, looking directly at the members of the root organization leaning against the mountain wall, thinking to herself, no one was left behind, but the mission reward was not received. "You also set up ambushes on the other 2 mountain roads?" Yunyu asked coldly. As he spoke, the 8,000 spears brand in the pupils of the remaining root organization member flashed red. He couldn't control himself and told the truth. "Yes, 2 of our root organization members are lurking on the 2 mountain roads on the left and right. They each bring 20 hired ninjas and bounty hunters from other villages." Yen Yu continued to ask, "Are there any other hunting teams from Konoha nearby?" "I have no idea. The 8,000 spears can control the mind, but it cannot read minds. However, it can make the person being controlled tell the truth by controlling the mind." Yen Yu did not see the other party again. "Turn around slowly." The next moment, the muffled sound of a heart exploding came from the root tissue's chest, and the red light in his pupils faded away and became inactive. The Uchiha frowned. Together they looked at Quan, who was huddled between them, with blushing cheeks, and their minds couldn't help but recall Quan's words. I think there are 3 ways to go." Chapter 47 I have to go now. Quan once again tasted the taste of social death, her slender eyebrows drooped, and the big black eyes on the tear mole sparkled, showing her grievance. Develop according to this trend. She really wants to be the guide for the team and the one who eliminates wrong answers to multiple choice questions. Well. Izumi sighed deeply in her heart and felt depressed for a moment. She imitated Taimao and looked at the problem from a novel perspective. Thinking about it on the other hand, Quan's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that she was not unable to accept this special talent of hers. At least, she is a useful person, and she can help Captain Yen Yu and her clan members. At this point, Izumi felt that she had beaten Uchiha Mikoto too much. Thinking about it, Quan swept away his grievances, widened his beautiful dark eyes, and looked at Mikoto. Mikoto was stunned. She was suddenly stared at directly by this girl. She suddenly panicked and started thinking wildly. Could it be that this girl saw through her thoughts of seeking death? Shouldn't. Mikoto held a calm and gentle air, collected her thoughts, calmed the expression on her face, and then looked at Yen Yu with soft eyes. The Uchiha also stopped teasing Izumi and looked back at their captain. Izumi stayed behind, while Domoseong and Nanfan took the rest of the tribe and annihilated all the enemies lurking on the other 2 mountain roads, leaving no one behind. We continued to move forward with the caravan. After you have finished solving the problem, come over and meet up. Yunyu distributed the tasks and looked at the Uchihas in front of him whose murderous intent had not faded. Yes. Tamoseong and Nanfan showed joy on their faces, but they were worried that they were not satisfied. They each took away a member of Izumi's patrol team and dispersed to the left and right. Yui Kurane and Nanoyu were not named, and they were not worried that there would be problems with this group of ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Just now, they had seen the strength of Yayu and other team members. If there were no ninjas of the level of Yamaphase and Aberamatajan in the root organization team, they would not be able to kill the Uchiha in a team of 4 based on their numbers. After the battle, the valley was filled with rich blood, and in a moment, the crows from the mountain were attracted. A large number of crows spread their wings and landed around the corpse, sucking the warm blood and pecking at the flesh as if no one was watching. A few unlucky crows flew right next to Shan Feng's body. Unfortunately, they inhaled the poisonous nano-sized insects in the nearby air. Their eyes widened, their legs and claws twitched twice, and they fell to the ground in pain, never moving again. Several crows nearby noticed something strange, stretched their necks, turned their heads, and glanced at their fallen comrades. Without thinking much, the crows continued to greedily suck the blood from the corpse. Yunyu walked through the corpses, causing countless crows to fly away from the vicinity. He came to Zone Quan and said calmly, "Organize the caravan and continue setting off." Okay. Zone Quan stammered, sweating on his forehead. He didn't even see a trace of emotion in the other person's calm face. It was as if nothing before had happened. Then, Zone Quan acted quickly, driving away the crows with his escort team who had a strong desire for survival, and threw the corpses lying in the valley to the roadside. Dead, all dead. These are all Konoha Umbu. The best of the best ninjas, but they didn't leave a single person alive. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. The members of the Earth Spider Caravan were whispering to each other, looking at the corpses they had placed their hope on before, feeling fear rising in their hearts and chills running down their backs. Clean up the valley floor. Gilu. The wheels are rolling. The caravan of the Earth Spider clan continued to move forward. After what happened just now, the atmosphere in the team became completely silent. Yunyu took Mikoto, Benny, Nanu, Izumi, and Hotaru and sat in the back compartment of the first carriage, which was moving slowly. Before setting off this time, Yunyu separated two shadow clones to act as scouts and clear the way ahead. This would reduce the risk of being ambushed again. Everyone was silent. After the battle, Quan, who had participated in the battle, gradually cooled down. She suddenly thought of an interesting question, thought about it, and decided to ask Yunyu. You can't always embarrass yourself. Captain, are you afraid of killing someone for the first time? Quan widened his beautiful eyes, looked at Yunyu's side face, and asked curiously. At this question, the women and girls on the carriage all looked at Yunyu. Obviously, they wanted to know the answer to this question. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes wandered. She felt that such a cold man would not be afraid even if it was his first time to kill someone. Yui Hong and Nanoyu were not sure. They asked themselves. Even if you become a ninja, when you kill someone for the first time, you will have mixed feelings and emotions in your heart. As for fear, it comes from morality and other aspects. Therefore, they are very interested in the inner feelings of people like Yunyu. Yunyu did not shy away from this question. He looked directly at Quan, thought about it, and replied seriously. It was my first time to kill someone. The person who was killed should be scared. However, my knife was very fast and it didn't scare him for long. Well, I didn't scare him for too long, Captain, then you're quite a nice person. Quan's mouth twitched. She always felt that the captain's angle in answering questions was very tricky and had a strong sense of déjà vu. As expected of the person who brought up Tamayu. After saying that, Yunyu continued to remain silent. The other women looked strange and stared at him, not knowing what to say. They all cursed in their hearts. Ask, Mumbai Shalu is panicking, you said your sword is very fast. What does this mean? The second carriage in the convoy. From time to time, a member of the guard turned his head and pretended to look at the forest, but in fact, he secretly glanced enviously at Yunyu, who was surrounded by a group of beautiful women and girls. If that day, if he can be surrounded by such a group of beauties, his life will probably be complete. Zone Quan noticed something unusual. He kicked the useless guard angrily and scolded him in a low voice, "What are you looking at? You can look at such a big shot." After being kicked, the guard felt aggrieved, lowered his head, and complained, "Aren't you so jealous?" Zone Quan was so angry that he slapped the opponent's scalp and cursed, "You know nothing, I was just observing the face of a big shot." About 10 minutes passed. The caravan is getting closer and closer to the Earth Spider clan. A task completion prompt popped up in Yunyu's mind. Side mission. Annihilate the root organization's pursuit team. Options. 1. Annihilate the root organization team lurking in Mount Katsuragi. Mission accomplished. Reward, Forbidden Technique Re-engraving Scroll. Tamas Yang and Nanfan led the team to complete the task. Yunyu looked back at Zone Quan on the second carriage and signaled the other party to slow down the caravan. The carriage gradually slowed down. Yunyu focused her attention on the storage space, and there was a dark scroll in the corner. He flipped his right hand and the space trembled. The forbidden technique reproduction scroll appears out of thin air in the palm of your hand, and you can feel its usage just by touching it. Just hold it in your hand and look at the object you want to copy, and you can copy the forbidden arts that the object knows. If the object knows too many forbidden arts, the scroll will randomly copy one. In front of everyone, Yunya put the scroll back into the storage space like a magic trick. The future heir of the Earth Spider clan, the little girl Ying, looked surprised. She was quite envious of Yin Yu's ability to transform objects with his bare hands. When she was expecting what Yunya would do next, she was shocked to find that the other party's dark and bright eyes were looking at her calmly. Hotaru quickly lowered her head, fearing to offend the S-class rebellious ninja. Yunya moved his eyes away from Ying's petite body. Originally, he didn't plan to go to the Tsuchigumo tribe. But with the forbidden technique reproduction scroll, it seemed that he had to go to the Tsuchigumo tribe. It was just on the way anyway. It wouldn't delay his escape. The forbidden technique of raging the sky, the destructive power was hundreds of miles in radius. This large-scale killing forbidden technique was enough to determine the outcome of a war. Chapter 48. While it's hot. Tap 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 tap. The caravan carriage drove slowly, and when the first carriage turned a corner from a hill, the view was wide. The moon was visible after the clouds were cleared. Everyone in the car could see the Tsuchigumo tribe's land a mile away from the slope. It was a small village in the mountains. It was not as large as Kikyo Castle. The towering sentry tower stood at the entrance of the village, with sparse lights, and the village was surrounded by two forests on both sides. Quiet and peaceful, the village blended with the night, and the soft moonlight outlined a scene of isolation from the world. When the caravan saw the village, they suddenly relaxed a little. Click! In the first carriage, Ying's delicate body suddenly trembled, her face quickly turned as pale as paper, her cherry lips trembled, and her strength seemed to be drained. Ying frowned, as if she had no bones, and after a groan, she fell to Yunyu opposite. Yunyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Without waiting for him to react, Sui Hong beside him just stood up, and with a swish, Quan rushed out like a cheetah, saving Ying, looking up and down at the other party, and exclaimed in his heart, "Are you blackmailing me?" But the other party's body really had no strength at all, and was limp all over. This was Quan's first feeling. What's wrong? As a medical ninja, No saw the patient, and his occupational disease broke out. He supported his round frame glasses and took the girl from Quan. The women looked at Ying, who was fine just now, with puzzled expressions, and kindly checked her body. "It's okay," Yunya said lightly, retracted her gaze, and looked at the Tsuchigumo village that was about to arrive. Everyone looked puzzled. Strange, why did this girl's blood suddenly become so weak? But it's no big deal, the captain is right, just feed her a soldier pill. No reached into her arms, took out a bag of soldier pills from the black and white nun's uniform, and fed one to Ying. Yunya did not stop No's kindness, and Ying was still needed to lead the way. He already knew the reason why the little girl was in this situation. Everyone's expressions gradually relaxed. They were mainly worried that the team would be attacked. Yunya looked back at the back of the caravan. He had taken action before. No one noticed. After draining the chakra of this group of people, at this moment, something strange happened from the back of the second carriage. Snap snap snap. The sound of falling down continued. Zone Quan watched the guard he had kicked suddenly kneel down to him, and then fell in the middle of the carriage. He was so scared that he took 2 steps back and exclaimed, "I kicked you, and you want to blackmail me?" Noticing something strange, Zone Quan immediately looked around the carriages and was surprised to find that everyone on the carriages had kneeled down, groaning in pain. I suddenly feel dizzy. Why can't I use my waist? I'm so tired." Listening to these people's moans, Zone Quan's eyes suddenly trembled, his scalp was numb, and before he came to his senses, he felt weak like an ant crawling from his toes to his calves. His body seemed to be completely hollowed out, without a drop left, and he fell directly on a guard, unable to move, so tired that he just wanted to sleep. Gulu! The horses stopped automatically without anyone driving them, and the caravan was broken. Gee! No looked at the driver lying on the ground in front of their carriage with surprise, and was depressed and puzzled. How can this be transmitted from person to person? Something seems wrong. Yui Kurane looked at Yunyu. Uchiha Mikoto, Izumi, and No turned back to look at Yunyu, who didn't say a word. They noticed something. The girl's eyes were as bright as stars, and Yunyu was expressionless, still replying, "It's okay. These people just need to sleep, or take a soldier pill, rest for a while, and wait for their spirits to recover and their physical fatigue to dissipate, and they will recover." Before that, these people were drained by the 8,000 spears, their adrenaline surged, and they were in a state of panic and high-intensity tension. They didn't realize that their physical strength and spirit merged into chakra and were sucked away in an instant. Wait for them to relax. The delayed fatigue of the body rushed and swept them directly into a state of collapse. "Really, are you okay?" Ying leaned in Quan's arms, slowly raised her head, blinked her eyes, her eyelashes trembled, and stared at Yunyu. After taking the Bingliang pill, her cheeks regained their color, but seeing the tribesman in such a state, she couldn't help but wear a trace of sadness on her face. No lifted the skirt of her black nun's dress, supported the cart with one hand, and turned over the carriage. The long skirt was fluffy like an umbrella, stretched out, gathered, and wrapped her long legs. She slowly squatted beside the two drivers, checked them, and answered on behalf of her now thrifty captain, "It's okay, their symptoms are the same as yours, they will be fine after a rest." Hearing this, Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Under the moonlight. The end of the caravan. Click. The sound of jumping. When the sound rang out, two Uchiha teams of 4 met up and sped away towards the front of the caravan. The 8 people wiped out the ninjas on the other 2 mountain roads. They looked a little tired at this time and were no longer as brave as before. "What are you carrying?" Nanfan looked stunned. When he and the team members behind him saw another team, their eyes were immediately attracted to Tamas Yang. "I saw Tamao carrying a plump kunoichi wearing black tights, with long hair hanging down, wearing a mask, and half of her face was beautiful and fresh." "Oh, this is the gift I brought back for my eldest brother," Tamao replied seriously. When he led the team to annihilate the members of the root organization and the other ninjas, he was surprised to find that there was a kunoichi on the other side, and they looked pretty good, so he left them alive and captured them. Compared with the Hotaru he caught before, Tamao felt that this kunoichi's figure was similar to Mrs. Mikoto, and his eldest brother would like it. South Wind. This guy is still smart. No wonder he always feels uncomfortable when he comes back empty-handed. As the Uchihas passed the caravan, they saw everyone lying on the ground, with solemn expressions on their faces, pressing the ninja swords they carried on their backs with their right hands. Nanfan said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" "Oh, it looks like he must have just been frightened and fainted by the elder brother's swordsmanship. Every day, they sleep so soundly," Tamao explained. One of them dared to ask and the other dared to answer. The team left the hill and saw that the first car was safe and sound, and Yenyu and others were there. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and after a few ups and downs, they arrived at Yenyu and others. "Brother, you successfully completed the mission. This is the woman I brought back to you." Tamas Yang chuckled, placed the kunoichi he was carrying in the middle of the carriage, and then looked up at Yunyu, as if seeking praise. Yui Kurane, Izumi, and Mikoto looked at Tamao with strange eyes. Ying looked horrified, feeling that this scene looked a bit familiar. Yunyu glanced at the kunoichi with her eyes closed on the side of the carriage, and said calmly, "She is dead." "Ah!" Tamao's eyes widened with surprise on his face. He looked down at the kunoichi, pushed her shoulder, and then reached out to take off the kunoichi's mask. A handsome face emerged. The kunoichi was motionless, her eyes were tightly closed, and black blood remained at the corner of her mouth. She had obviously just swallowed poison and committed suicide. No, why did you die? I carried you all the way back, did I allow you to die? Tamas Yang was dejected, hating that iron could not become steel. An Uchiha muttered in a low voice. You tried your best to instill in her the idea of serving Captain Yunyu along the way, and indirectly described the captain as a pervert. If I were a woman, I would want to die after hearing this. Tamao's baby face showed helplessness. He thought for a while, then looked at Nanfeng and sighed. Nanfeng, look, we have brought this area back. We can't waste it. Why don't you make do with it while? Nanfeng said angrily. Roll. Ha! I don't understand the charm. Tamas Yang didn't pay attention to the other party and looked at his elder brother. With a black line on his head, Yen Yu came to Tamas Yang, reached out and patted his shoulder. Just bury him, you did a good job this time. When Tamao heard the praise, he immediately grinned, nodded heavily, and his mood immediately improved. Don't do that next time. Yen Yu finished the rest. Tamas Yang immediately withered. Seeing that the Uchihas were not injured and not giving everyone time to chat, Yunyu planned to enter the Earth Spider clan with only Ying Ying, leaving everyone in the caravan where they were. A task reminder suddenly popped up in my mind. Side mission, no one can be missing. Options. 1. Bring the caravan back to the Spider Village. Award. Storage space increased by 100 cubic meters. Chapter 49 Before the Storm. Yunyu frowned and couldn't help but sigh, could this mission be any more outrageous? I feel contempt in my heart. Be honest with your mouth. Carry all these people on the ground to the car and keep going. Yunyu said, jumped out of the carriage, picked up the two drivers and threw them into the carriage of the second car. See this scene. Kurane Yui and Nunwoyu were the first to take action, while Izumi and Mikoto also helped. Tamao didn't hesitate, and quickly picked up the woman who had been carried back, preparing to throw her to the roadside and bury her. Burying a corpse is just a matter of earth escape. Since the eldest brother said he should be buried, he naturally couldn't let this person die in the wilderness. Hotaru sat weakly in the carriage, her jewel-like eyes staring at the Uchiha who were helping her people, and she suddenly felt conflicted in her heart. It seems that these Uchiha are not as bad as she thought. Especially the S-class traitor Uchiha Yenyu, he can ignore her clan members with just one word. Since most of the caravan members were lying down in the carriage, the Uchihas threw the coachman into the carriage, and then followed Yenyu's request to connect all the carriages with ropes, thus completing the task easily. Everyone got on the bus one after another. On the first carriage, Tamao competed to be the driver and grabbed the riding whip from Uchiha, who knew how to drive a carriage. Drive. It was the first time Tamao drove a car. He was so excited that he got in the car, sat down, and whipped the two horses on the buttocks. Somewhere. La 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 dash. The two black horses were frightened, neighed, raised their front hooves, and galloped forward. The bodies of everyone in the carriage were shaking and shaking. From behind the convoy, the south wind shouted, I haven't gotten in the car yet. I haven't gotten in the car yet. The wind howled and the scenery receded. Woohoo! Tamao couldn't help but howl as he felt the breath of freedom. He doesn't care about Nanfeng, as long as his eldest brother is sitting in the carriage, even if his eldest brother has a dark face at the moment. As the first carriage sped off, the entire caravan sped up, dragging rolling dust behind it, like a connected steam train, galloping across the land. Sitting next to Yenyu, Yuihong and Izumi's body was close to Yenyu from time to time. Quan accidentally lay on her side in Yenyu's arms, and then she simply lay still, feeling a great sense of security and Hong's contempt. Give me the reins. Until Nanfeng jumped onto the carriage and took the reins from Tamao, the speed of the convoy gradually became normal. Give me the riding crop too. Nanfeng reached out angrily to ask for it from Tamao, but saw Tamao's face darken, and he became angry like a child, holding up his riding whip with an expression that said he would not give it to you. Nanfeng was so angry that his face turned livid. He could only look back at Yenyu. Inside the carriage, Yunyu patted Quan, who was lying in her arms, still feeling unfinished. The latter blushed, lowered his head and stood up. Everyone else looked at Yenyu. Everybody wants to know how the Drinking Moon Society teaches Taimao. There is really nothing the Uchihas can do to deal with this younger, psychotic companion. Only Yenyu in the team can cure him. Taimao sensed something was wrong in the atmosphere, and he suddenly grinned, showing a standard bright smile. With the blessing of a baby face, he looks like a harmless child. Taimao didn't wait for his elder brother to speak, he immediately took out a copy of Konoha Express from his arms and handed it over with both hands. Now, brother, this is the reading material I found from these caravan members when I just moved them. You should like it. Nanfan's face became even more ugly, thinking to himself, this guy really does everything he can to please the captain. This time, Captain Yenyu will definitely not blame Tamas Yang, but Tamas Yang has become more honest. Everyone looked at the newspaper in unison. Yunyu's face remained as usual, her attention fell on the contents of the newspaper, and she reached out to take it. In fact, he had no intention of teaching Taimao a lesson. The child's nature needed to be released. Opening the newspaper with both hands, Yenyu used the torches around the carriage to read the content. The people on the carriage came together, Mikan also came to Yenyu, and Quan thoughtfully held a torch for everyone to light up. They are now in urgent need of information from the outside world. Captain Yenyu. S-Class Rebel Ninja, bounty of 50 million taels. Quan immediately noticed the photo of Yenyu, then frowned and looked at the captain with a slight worry. Huh? We have a bounty? Think about it quickly, how much is everyone's bounty? Tamas Yang smiled brightly, threw the riding crop in his hand to Nanfeng, turned around, and stared at everyone. The Uchihas in other vehicles also became interested, and they all wanted to know how the former ninja village would estimate their worth after becoming rebel ninjas. Captain Yenyu's bounty was actually 50 million taels. The Uchihas were filled with emotion. Most people thought this was unreasonable because it was too little. Uchiha Nanfan's bounty is 10 million taels. Izumi recited everyone's bounties loudly. At the end of the recitation, he realized that Tamao and himself were at the bottom of the bounty list, so he awkwardly recited. Uchiha Tamao's bounty is 1.5 million taels. Uchiha Izumi's bounty is 1 million taels. Hearing this, Tamao was furious. What? Quan, are you wrong? Why are we all Megatama? Nanfan is worth 10 million taels, but I am only worth 1.5 million taels. Just because I look harmless to humans and animals, and am I a lunatic? Quan is both crying and laughing. Ha 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 ha. Nanfan laughed heartily. Soon, a group of Uchiha were despised, and they secretly decided to stay away from Nanfan in the future. Everyone murmured in their hearts. Captain Nanfan, your worth is clearly not matched by your strength. It's dangerous to be with you. Yunyu's expression gradually became serious. He didn't pay attention to the noise of the team members, and was focused on refining the information hidden behind the newspaper. Konoha suppressed the genocide of Uchiha and Danzo. Konoha must have extremely strict control over the villagers in the near future. In the short term, the major ninja villages in the ninja world will not know about these two major events. So, Konoha wanted to prevent the news of the Uchiha genocide from spreading in the ninja world too quickly. Even if Yunyu didn't kill Asuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen would probably find a way to use Konoha's strongest power to strangle their Uchiha defector team at the border. The tranquility at this moment is the prelude to the storm. He is looking forward to it. For them, Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi would be willing to use a few % of the ninja village's few forces. After Yunyu read the key information in the newspaper, she handed it to Quan beside her and asked her to take it to the Uchiha in other convoys. I'm not wanted in Konoha. Mikan looked at Yunyu, her eyes flashing with guilt, asking for confirmation of this matter. Yes. Yunyu looked at Hong and said calmly, "You are not wanted either." Hong nodded, indicating that she knew that she didn't care. Except for some ideals entrusted by her father, she had nothing to worry about in Konoha and could go anywhere. Yunyu could probably guess that Mikoto was not defined as a rebellious nin because Itaka stayed in Konoha. And red is because Konoha didn't find out about Asuma's death. Leave the Earth Spider clan. Then get ready to continue fighting. Konoha will never let us escape into the Valley of Sanctions, so there is a high probability that they will launch a general attack on us next. Yunyu spoke calmly. These words were like thunder on the ground, causing all the Uchihas who were still arguing about the unreasonable bounty to fall into silence. The convoy now arrived at the entrance of the Earth Spider clan. P.S. Thank you to Mr. Fenfei Dion for the 100-point reward. I wish you a long life and pick up money every day when you go out. Chapter 50 Giving away your granddaughter and forbidden magic for nothing. The land of the Earth Spider clan. Watchtower. What is that? Caravan. When did our caravan travel so fast? The two Earth Spider tribesmen looked horrified as they watched the caravan speeding towards them, like thousands of troops. Confirmed that the carriage had the Earth Spider flag, and saw the eldest lady Fire Faction sitting in the first carriage. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. No alarm was issued. As the caravan passed through the guard tower and entered the heart of the tribe, billowing sand and dust filled the entrance to the village. A cup of tea. The Uchiha people followed the caravan and entered the spider village, which was lined with wooden houses and sparsely lit on the roadside. It looked a little depressed. Side mission: no one can be missing. Options: 1. Bring the caravan back to the spider village. Mission accomplished. Award: storage space increased by 100 cubic meters. On the first carriage, Yunyu's eyes trembled slightly. She gathered her energy and checked the storage space. With the addition of 100 cubic meters, the original space of one bedroom and one living room has doubled. The body is placed on the left. The sundries are placed on the right side. Yunyu looked at the space from a god's perspective. He imagined that in the future, he would have to create a single room to store corpses. The caravan stopped near the stable. Surrounded by a lawn. "Hey, Great Elder, Miss Ying, why do you look so tired? This outing should be fruitful, right?" A young Earth Spider tribesman held a lighting torch and led a group of Earth Spider tribesmen over to unload the goods. With the support of the tribesmen, the first elder got out of the car with Ying, and the two looked at Yunyu and others together. Wrinkles appeared at the corners of the Great Elder's eyes, and he sighed inwardly, "It's really a fruitful harvest. I also gained an additional S-level traitorous ninja, and a team of Uchiha traitorous ninjas, committing evil. I hope they leave soon." Hotaru sees that the atmosphere is a bit awkward. She took the initiative to break the deadlock, raised her hand and pointed at Zone Quan, who was lying on the carriage and had come to consciousness, and said to the young man leading the team, "Bai Tiao, settle the employment fee with the guard captain, give them some food, and let them rest in the clan for a night." "Okay." The young man from the spider clan named Bai Tiao had a bright smile. Before leaving, he looked at Yunyu and the others in surprise. The Earth Spider clan is located in Mount Katsuragi, far away from the towns of the Country of Fire. Information is blocked and all information is obtained through the caravan. Now, the caravan has just returned. A group of young adults from the Earth Spider clan who were unloading the goods did not know the identities of Yunyu and others. As the caravan guards and the Earth Spider clan members left, all the goods were carried away. On the lawn, only Uchiha and his party, Firefly and the Great Elder were left. The night is soft. The evening breeze is cool. Seeing that the Uchihas had no intention of leaving, the Great Elder swallowed his saliva, walked forward slowly, showed an awkward smile weakly, and said to Yunyu, "Do you need to replenish some supplies before you leave?" Yunyu shook her head, glanced at the two of them, and said calmly, "You are in a weak stage, and it is not safe to walk at night. I'll say hello." "Great Elder." Firefly. With that said, Yunya squinted at Nanfan and Tamas Yang, and they immediately stepped forward to support the old man and Ying Ying. We. The great elder's face, which turned pale with anxiety, instantly turned red, and he stammered when speaking. Nanfan interrupted the old man's explanation, patted the great elder on the shoulder, and comforted. The captain is kind-hearted and doesn't want to see the old and the weak walking at night. Okay, don't make trouble. Don't let down the captain's good intentions. The old man's face was bitter, and he stared at the south wind as if he had eaten coptis, feeling bitter in his heart that he could not express. What kind of kindness is this? Did you say that you are not interested in the Earth Spider clan? Besides, this is the land of the Earth Spider clan. What excuse is there for it being unsafe to walk at night? Could it be any worse? Forced by helplessness. Firefly and the Great Elder could only lead a group of Uchiha through the old wooden houses on the street and walked towards a larger courtyard. Has the Earth Spider clan, as an ally of Konoha, declined to this extent now? Ziri's beautiful red eyes were lightly raised, looking at the dilapidated buildings in the distance, and took the initiative to stir up the topic. The Uchiha people looked at the elder Earth Spider and Hotaru who were leading the way, their faces turned ashen. Hong said it bluntly. But it's true. Yin Yu sighed, lies will not hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife. Looking around, in the outer circle behind the Earth Spider clan, a large number of buildings were dilapidated and collapsed, looking like they had been trampled by war. It is not as peaceful as the entrance to the village. It's all because of the scarcity of talents in the family, so don't mention it. The elder tried to regain his dignity. In fact, it is precisely because of the decline of the tribe that the Earth Spider clan has fallen into the dilemma of information occlusion. Taimao interjected. Being an ally of Konoha can lead to a good outcome, the Tsuchigyumo clan is considered good. The last one to claim to be an ally of Konoha was the Uzumaki country. I guess the grass on the grave of the Uzumaki clan leader is now as tall as the tree that Danzo turned into. The corners of Hong's mouth twitched. Yunya smiled in her heart. The great elder of the Tsuchigyumo clan immediately expressed gratitude after hearing the boy's explanation. Hearing his comparison, the great elder felt much more relieved. All the Uchiha looked at Taimao in unison, shook their heads, and sighed. He still can't forget the tree that Danzo turned into. After walking for a while, Ying suddenly plucked up the courage, looked at Yunyu, and asked, "Do you want to see my grandfather?" Her grandfather is the real power controller of the family. The Uchiha put away their thoughts and looked at Yunyu. Yunyu nodded. The elder immediately looked worried, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse. At present, the Tsuchigyumo clan could not deal with these rebellious ninjas. If they resist, the Konoha Umbu who died in the valley will be a lesson for them. Hina worriedly said, "Just a meeting." "Yes. Okay, I know." Ying did not feel any malice or greed in Yunyu, so she nodded obediently. The Uchiha, Ying, and the elder came to the outside of the courtyard. Several Tsuchigyumo ninjas appeared instantly. After seeing Ying and the elder, they retreated respectfully. Everyone entered the inner courtyard. "Everyone, please wait here for a while. The elder and I will inform Grandpa." After saying this, Ying looked at Yunyu with a worried look, and turned to leave. She and the elder came to a bedroom, knocked on the door, and after getting permission, the two pushed the door open and entered. The Uchiha looked around. "I just felt that this courtyard was not bad, but it couldn't be compared with the slightly more luxurious buildings in Konoha." The fact that the leader of the Tsuchigyumo clan lived in such a place really showed the situation of the clan. In the wooden house, Ying and the elder told the ruler of the Tsuchigyumo clan about their encounters on the road and the deeds of Yunyu and others. With approval, Ying walked out of the wooden house and invited Yunyu to enter the bedroom alone. Tamas Yang and others wanted to follow them, but saw Yunyu making a warning gesture. "Shua!" The Uchiha clan members, including Hong and Nono, turned into black shadows and disappeared, lurking near the courtyard. The courtyard was empty again. Yunyu put on a black hood, only revealing the lower half of his face. He followed Ying into the bedroom. As soon as he entered the room, he sensed that there were many ninjas lurking in the corner of the bedroom. The bedroom was simply laid out. The candlelight was dim. A bed was arranged in the middle area, and a grey quilt covered a white-haired, old, and terminally ill old man. The elder knelt respectfully beside the bed. The white-haired old man lying on the bed felt Ying bringing outsiders, and he opened his eyes weakly. Seeing Yunyu, his eyes lit up. Although he didn't see the other person's true face. The old man made a difficult decision. The leader of the Tsuchigumo clan, Yiz Hixingch, moved his old hands and took out a bundle of green scrolls from under the quilt. Yunyu's eyes were attracted by the scrolls. He could feel that the old man needed to use all his strength to open his eyes, as if he would die in the next second. The white-haired old man tilted his head and looked up at Yunyu, who was wearing a black robe and a hood, and spoke with difficulty. This is the forbidden technique of the Tsuchigumo clan, the Wrath of the Sky. You can take it away. I have only one request. Take Ying away too. After the words fell, except for Yunyu, everyone in the audience looked puzzled and shocked. The bedroom fell into deathly silence.